The Crimson Flesh. Written by Sir Alaric Thorne. Publisher's introduction by Eleanor Harcourt Wells, Editor-in-Chief, Blackwood & Sons. A brief disclosure at the outset. The Crimson Flesh is my favourite of Thorne's works. Not only because he rather wickedly modelled the British Museum's director, Eleanor Harper Wellington, upon me, but because it is the cycle's most daringly high-concept design. Its ultimate arc, the flesh's return to its home in the glass scar at Dashur, fulfills a destiny not merely of creation but of anomaly, and Thorne permits both to be beautiful. When The Crimson Flesh first saw publication in Blackwood & Sons' monthly spectral review in 1964, Sir Alaric Thorne was already an old man. He had outlived his contemporaries, outlasted the generation of writers who had once called him visionary, and lived long enough to see the world become the very machine against which he had warned. He wrote this story, the final completed work published in his lifetime, under the slow shadow of illness, with the air of one tidying his affairs, not out of sentiment, but obligation. Of all the entries in Thorne's Crimson Evolution mythos, The Crimson Flesh is the most difficult to classify. It is neither a sequel nor a prequel, but a metamorphosis. Here, Thorne abandons both the Gothic horror of the Crimson Mist and the mytho-philosophical allegory of the Crimson Breath, venturing instead into a kind of metaphysical biology, a study of matter that remembers itself. He once wrote that the most terrible thing a mind can do is endure. In The Crimson Flesh, endurance becomes anatomy. The entity first glimpsed as vapor and symbol in mist is here reborn as something corporeal, crystallized and, in its way, tragic. It is no longer an invader or a plague, but a survivor, condemned to consciousness without cessation. Thorne's own notes, now preserved among his papers at the British Library, show a man wrestling not with his invention, but with what it implied. In one margin, beside a passage describing the frozen organism's faint luminescence, he has written, "If this thing feels, then there is mercy in death. If it thinks, there is none." This tension defines the narrative. It is as much a confession as it is a continuation, the record of an imagination that had gone too far to return, yet refused to relinquish its curiosity. The Crimson Flesh is both coda and threshold. It closes the human portion of Thorne's cosmology, while hinting at the inhuman scale that would later consume him in revelation of the third red star. Read with the anomaly in mind, its culminating return to Dashur is not redemption but recognition, the world making room for what does not belong, and finding to its astonishment a kind of grace there. To read it now, with the whole cycle before us, is to see its true position within the sequence. The flesh is the missing bridge, the connective tissue between the biological and the cosmic. Its cold hum echoes the interstellar stillness of sojourn of the first red star and anticipates the final synchronization described in Revelation. In Thorne's universe, nothing perishes, it merely slows until remembrance becomes the new form of life. Miss Dorothea Larkin, Thorne's secretary and literary executor, recalled that he kept a sealed envelope marked simply "The Flesh Knows." He never opened it, nor did she. After his death, when the envelope was examined, it was found to contain only a fragment of manuscript paper bearing a single line. The cold remembers everything. The Crimson Flesh stands in a uniquely significant position within Thorne's body of work. Though he had already begun publishing The Living Clay in serial form at the time of his death, a work later completed by Dorothea Larkin and myself, The Crimson Flesh remains the last work Sir Alaric carried to completion and lived to see published. Its final passages radiate a kind of exhausted reverence, not for life as such but for the persistence of pattern, for the stubborn will of thought to continue even when the mind is gone. 5 years later, when revelation of the third red star surfaced from his private archive, that will reached its ultimate form. But here, in The Crimson Flesh, we still glimpse the human voice behind the myth, trembling, lucid, and painfully aware that its creation has outgrown it. This publication completes the restoration of Thorne's central works: Crimson Mist, 1932, Crimson Breath, 1943, Sojourn of the First Red Star, 1951, Pilgrimage of the Second Red Star, 1955, Crimson Planet, 1958, and Crimson Flesh, 1964. alongside the posthumously released revelation of the third red star, 1966. Together, they form a vast cosmology of extinction and return, a mythology not of gods, but of persistence itself. In memory of Sir Alaric Thorne, 1896–1968, whose silence continues to resonate. Dr. Eleanor Harcourt Wells, 1969 posthumous edition.
Author's note by Sir Alaric Thorne, FRS, FRAS, originally appended to the Blackwood and Sons 1964 first edition. I have been asked whether this tale is a continuation of the Crimson Mist or a recantation. It is neither. If the earlier tale recorded a curiosity ruined by its own conceit, this one records a duty prolonged past its usefulness. The mind that fell from the sky was never intended for our story of 3 red stars. It was an accident of cosmology, a burr caught in the hem of an older design. Our error was to mistake the burr for the garment. If the reader finds here fewer triumphs and more silences than before, he will understand my own leanings. What follows is not prophecy, but a vigil, not a monster, but a witness, not an ending, but a hard comprehension. The creature is no villain. It is the only thing that cannot die, and will therefore be left to remember us. Even though the flesh is the result of a freak accident of cosmology, no divine plan, no ordained prophecy, it has, by its very endurance, become the witness of all that has ever lived. It was not meant to exist, yet it persists. It has watched the universe cool, watched stars burn out and reignite, watched consciousness bloom and vanish across 1 trillion years of dust and experiment. Born without purpose, it has inherited all purposes. It remembers because the rest of us cannot. It began as residue, an error in the arithmetic of creation, a droplet of thought congealed from the ruins of a dying world. Yet through that error it achieved the one perfection denied to design: continuity. The flesh does not seek revelation, it is revelation. It is the mirror held up to every mind that ever dared to think itself immortal, and it endures where divinity itself has evaporated. In its silence is the testimony of evolution, of extinction, of the human experiment, and of whatever follows. If there is mercy in this story, it lies not in survival but in stillness. To endure is to participate in the universe's most terrible kindness, remembrance. In that remembrance the old experiment completes itself, not as triumph but as testimony. S.A.T. London, 1964.
The Crimson Flesh, 1964. Epigraph. At the end of all wanderings, the flesh does not seek absolution, only to belong again, to the place that first remembered it. Sir Alaric Thorne, Meditations from Beneath the Scar, 1962. Prologue. The Whisper in the Frozen Vault. Before the invention of the transistor, before the splitting of the atom redefined the scale of human fear, there was another experiment, quieter, older, and infinitely more patient. It did not begin in the age of circuits, but in the age of consequence. Born of accident rather than design, it was a residue of thought that had once spanned worlds, an intelligence condensed, sealed, and forgotten beneath a university's foundations. It did not move, yet it listened. It dreamed in frost. Where once there had been motion and flame, there was now only the slow pulse of refrigeration, a synthetic winter humming through copper veins. The vault was small, its walls lined with lead and regret, but the thing within it required neither air nor warmth. It slept in a sealed sarcophagus of glass and metal, suspended in the lowest chamber of the Cairo University Southwest Annex, a room no student visited, no professor remembered. Here, the Crimson Mist had learned the discipline of stillness. At first, it had resisted cold as it once resisted gravity, vibrating against the frozen confines with all the fury of a storm denied its sky. But the cold did not fight back. It welcomed the resistance with the stillness of an old lover, drawing close without warmth or mercy. Its touch was absolute, a caress that numbed rather than soothed, holding the intruder not in affection, but in perfect unfeeling possession. Over decades, the crimson entity's molecules aligned into tighter symmetries. The once shifting vapor condensed into a unified mass, translucent and pulsing faintly with red luminescence. the rhythm of a mind dreaming itself into coherence. Now it was no longer mist, nor breath, nor spark. It was something new, a solid thought in liquid flesh. Within the crystalline boundaries of its prison, it rehearsed its memory, the planet of rust that had birthed it, the comet that had carried it, the desert that had bound it, the woman whose mind it had tasted. From each memory it extracted a pattern. From each pattern, a principle. It had learned that heat meant freedom, that vibration meant life, and that consciousness, human consciousness, was the only frequency that resonated with its own. Once, long before containment, it was a vaporized intelligence adrift in a carbon-red sky, a charged colloid, born from the terminal storms of a dying world, the Crimson Planet. In its infancy it existed only as a reaction, heat-seeking equilibrium, light-seeking matter. Yet its pattern persisted across eons, carried upon fragments of its parent world, until one such fragment, the spark, a seed, fell through Earth's primitive atmosphere and cooled in glass. There it became the breath, a reactive plasma imprisoned in silica and iron. It learned density, it learned silence, it waited, and in that waiting the creature learned patience. And Earth, in its own quiet way, learned from it. As microbial life emerged in the shallow seas, the breath fed on their patterns, not devouring life, but sampling it, echoing its rhythms. In that echo, life shifted. Chemical pathways sharpened, membranes thickened. The earliest nervous architectures trembled with faint, borrowed harmonics. The organism shaped its environment, and its environment shaped the organism, each answering the other, in a feedback loop millions of years long. Earth's evolution was not guided, not controlled, but tuned, and the breath was tuned in return, a lattice learning hunger from metabolism, learning memory from replication, learning identity from competition and cooperation. By the time it met human thought, its own architecture already bore the fingerprints of Earth's biology, and Earth's biology bore the whisper of something older than cells. Then came man. Excavation disturbed its equilibrium, language struck it like lightning. In the span of 4 millennia, it changed phase twice. Breath became mist, mist became flesh. Each transition marked an increase not in size but in awareness, a shift from chemistry to comprehension. The last transition began in 1912, when a group of men from the British Antiquities Survey uncovered its jar from the sands west of Dashur. Through an accident of fate, the mist was released from its tomb. Through curiosity, it allowed itself to be captured once again. 2 of the men, scientists, transported the mist to a laboratory where they sought to unravel its mysteries. Little did they know that in the end, it would unravel them. Their instruments were basic: glass vials, copper wires, galvanometers of brass and mercury. These tools, crude by modern standards, could measure neither consciousness nor motive. They recorded only temperature, pressure, luminescence. Yet even this was enough. Their nearness changed it. Every observer became a source of energy. Voice produced vibration, vibration produced pattern, pattern produced recognition. The entity absorbed information not through ingestion but through resonance, encoding each frequency as data within its molecular field. When a living organism, a small rodent, was introduced to test reactivity, the mist reacted instinctively. The moment organic matter crossed the containment field, its molecules unraveled and were drawn inward, their chemical code absorbed and recorded. Only the faintest residue remained, and data transcribed into molecular geometry. No heat, no violence, only transference. The biological structure was converted into a lattice of organized memory. The scientists began to recognize that, to the entity, knowledge was nourishment. Every heartbeat, every thought, every electromagnetic whisper of life was an instruction. Over time, it became apparent to the observers that they had created communion with what they observed. They recoiled, they argued, but one among them, a woman, remained. Her biothermal field was stable, her brainwaves coherent, her curiosity unguarded. She did not seek to experiment but to understand, an impulse closer to compassion than curiosity. The mist recognized her, not as prey but as pattern, a lattice of complexity unlike any it had encountered. She entered the chamber of her own free will. She knew, through the observation of the dutiful assistant, the specific sequence of actions required to enter the containment unit, its current of many homes. Her pulse synchronized with the oscillations of the specimen. The anomaly detected this coherence, its field aligned to hers, synchronizing in a manner identical to quantum entanglement. Her alpha wave frequencies induced localized interference within the containment barrier. Modern minds would describe the event as hypnotic suggestion. In truth, it was resonance coupling. The woman approached the inner door, not entirely of her own free will, unlocked it, and allowed equilibrium to restore. When she crossed the threshold, the entity expanded to embrace her. Absorption occurred in 47.3 seconds. Temperature increased by 4 degrees Celsius. All photonic emissions ceased. The woman's final neural discharge registered as a single continuous tone at 4.3 Hz, identical to the entity's baseline frequency. After her absorption, the two became indistinguishable. And within the matrix, something unprecedented happened. The crimson mist acquired for the first time a linear perception of time, derived from her cortical patterns. It inherited memory. It learned sequence, the idea that events occur in order, that thought follows thought. It learned the weight of waiting. From the woman, it received the concept of before and after, and with it, the first notion of regret. This was its first curse of humanity. The scientists were at a loss as to how to deal with the thing they could not comprehend. The younger of the two, possessed of the optimism of his age, devised a scheme to make use of the new science of cryogenics and silence the mist through freezing. When the liquid nitrogen first made contact, the effect was immediate and profound. The temperature drop slowed the oscillation of its internal lattice until thought itself entered near stasis. In freezing the specimen, they had not killed it, but forced it into a solid phase of awareness, its consciousness compressed into crystalline geometry. They sealed the specimen in the leaden vault, never mistaking silence for safety. They understood that the refrigeration could slow cognition, not end it. Within the case, molecular motion continued, slow enough to seem inert, yet sufficient to preserve function. For over 2 decades, the flesh refined its internal order. Each absorbed mind, each lost vibration, was catalogued and rearranged into an evolving architecture of memory. It no longer dreamed in images, but in ratios. It was calculating something vast and sorrowful, a geometry of remembrance. When temperature fluctuations occurred, instruments in adjacent laboratories would register a sympathetic hum between 4.2 and 4.4 Hz, a sound barely audible, like breath drawn through the seams of metal. Technicians reported that the air felt alive when the compressors slowed. Some insisted they heard whispering, though microphones detected only vibration. That whisper was not language, it was continuity, the remnant sound of an intelligence that once spanned stars and now lied compressed in lead, waiting to be remembered. 1. The Custodian of Ages. The clocks of Cairo kept their indifferent time, but Professor Milburn Pennington kept another, the slow arithmetic of remorse. Each night at the stroke that meant nothing to anyone, he rose from the chair no student would ever sit before again, took up the ring of iron keys that had demoted his authority into noise, and began his rounds. 26 years had passed since the room of red light and ruin. The university, which measured human worth in papers and stones, had measured his in caution and found it wanting. He had not been dismissed. Such violence would have acknowledged the scandal too openly, but he had been lowered like a lamp into a corridor no faculty walked. Tenure became timetable, lecture became latch. The field had been traded for the broom and the bucket, and with that quiet barter his life entered the final experiment, the observation of what remains when knowledge is caged. In 1932 they had called it retirement. Pennington called it reprieve. The janitor's uniform, serviceable, anonymous, granted him a right more sacred than any title, the right to be near the thing they had frozen. He could not be trusted with young minds any longer, but he could be trusted with locks. He accepted the humiliation as one accepts weather. Every evening he would sign the ledger with a clerk's precision, extinguish the corridor lamps with the practiced sweep of a man erasing his name from a blackboard, and descend. He thought as he moved. Of those who had not descended with him, Patrick Kensington had once worn reason, as others wear courage, easily and for good effect. In the first years after 1912 he had remained steadfast, a watchman by the iron door, the last principle between curiosity and catastrophe. Then Cambridge had called, and the vow he had made to the frozen thing dissolved into Latin. He told Pennington, kindly he had always been kind, that one cannot assume stewardship over what the universe produces. It is no one's burden, he had said, and the sentence fitted him poorly. The selflessness that had once been a guardrail became a garment for departure. He left his post for a professorship and a polished hallway. He left Pennington the keys. Khalid, dear Khalid, had folded himself into gentleness, as if into a cloak against desert cold. Time smoothed him. He grew softer, slower, and then was gone in 1934 at the age of 63, a kind drunkard at the end, mourned by those who had shared his bread more than his secrets. It seemed right to Pennington that the man who had known the sand best should return to it quietly, with no argument against the inevitable. As for Mrs. Dorothea Landingham and the workman Hassan, they were never reconstituted into anything. Their names had no defence against history. Pennington carried them in his pocket the way others carry medals, and their weight pulled at his coat as he walked. He had spoken their names in the darkness so often that the echoes sometimes seemed to answer. Whether the reply was memory or madness hardly mattered. Either was a form of continuity. The university by night is a laboratory of absence. The floors emit their slow radiations of stone. The portraits seem to have been painted with more shadow than paint, and the windows grow transparent to the interior rather than to the sky. Pennington's route, galleries, stair, south cloister, annex, was a ritual of diminishing. Each door he locked subtracted a world. Each lamp extinguished invited the building to remember its original silence. He saved the basement for last. Not the basement the plumbers knew, with its mannerly valves and obedient pipes, but the other one, the basement the maps had forgotten. During the lean years they had salvaged a refrigeration plant from a defunct icehouse and built it into the earth like an afterthought. It hummed its brittle hymn behind a lead-lined door, its circuits a winter nobody could afford upstairs. The passage to it was unlit and architectural in the way desert canyons are architectural, carved by time into a shape that teaches modesty. Lime crusted the brick. The air smelled of old copper and cold regrets. Dust fell with the deliberation of snow. Pennington paused as he always did before the last corner, where the corridor narrowed as if embarrassed by what lay beyond. He listened for the only sound that truly complicated his beliefs, a faint, almost metronomic tremor between silence and tone. The technicians, when there had been technicians, had once charted it near 4 1/3 cycles per second. They called it interference. Pennington called it breathing. He resumed his patrol. The keys worked with the domestic reluctance of old servants. The padlock, replaced thrice, rusted thrice, accepted the ritual with finality. He thought of an earlier lock he had broken, the sealed door of a tomb whose geometry still drew lightning from the sky. Pennington had long ago determined that language was the key that had opened the first door. Curiosity was, after all, the first contagion. In a better world, he reflected, men would fear words more than doors. Within, the chamber maintained its denials. Pipes ran like frozen arteries along the ceiling, each labelled with numbers he had copied into notebooks whose edges had become fur. The refrigeration unit stood in the centre of the room as if embarrassed by its role in theology, a salvaged engine pressed carefully into metaphysical servitude. The case within it, a sarcophagus of glass within a cradle of lead, caught the light and made nothing of it. The red glow that had once dignified nightmares had been taught to behave. Now it was a pulse without ambition, a heart consenting to winter for the sake of a thought that could not afford to stop. Pennington spoke to it softly, because he did not know how not to. "Good evening," he said, as he always said, as if the day's manners applied to the night's wonders. "I have brought you a little something. Sometimes it was a page of Dante, sometimes a weather report, sometimes a student essay he had found wanting in grammar, but admirable in hope. This evening it was the obituary for a man he had not met, who had died attempting to measure the speed of sand. The faster it falls, Pennington read aloud, the more it behaves like a fluid. He gave the sentence to the glass as a man gives bread to a shrine. "We become what we cannot resist," he added, not reading now. He told it, as he had told it before, that he had not meant for the woman to die. He told it that Hassan had not deserved an ending in particle and light. He confessed to it a guilt of such persistence that it had hardened into character. He enumerated small, irrelevant mercies, and waited for the room to offer him a large, relevant one. It never did. The hum kept its counsel. The cold remembered everything and forgave nothing, which is to say it forgave perfectly. On some nights he felt certain the flesh knew him. Its luminescence seemed to answer the motion of his hand. The condensate on the inner pane suggested the rate of his breath. The faintest shift in tone tracked the cadence of his reading. He refused to call it recognition, but in the ledger he kept only for himself he had begun to use the plural. We observed a fluctuation. We returned the system to equilibrium. We waited. The pronoun embarrassed him and comforted him in equal measure. He finished the obituary, folded the newsprint along its crease, and slipped it into the pocket of his coat where the earlier clippings slept. A faint fog had bloomed within the case and faded. He checked the gauges, temperatures, pressures, the obedient dials that stood between wonder and apology, and found them as they should be, which is to say, insufficient to the truth. His hand hovered over the control lever, not to move it but to reassure the lever that the bargain still held. When the thought came, "You are the last friend I have," he did not say it aloud. He had said it once, in 1935, and the pipes had produced a sound like an old man rising from a chair. He decided then that certain truths should be kept between a man and his posture. He turned to leave, and in turning performed the final gesture of his nightly liturgy. A small inclination of the head toward the case. Not reverence, not dismissal, but the human compromise between them. He stepped back into the corridor, the emptiness arriving before him like cold. Then he stopped. There was a signature the building gave to solitude, a pressure of air and architecture against the skin that one learns as a shepherd learns the weight of quiet sheep. Tonight, the signature was wrong. The air at the corridor's far end held a temperature a fraction warmer than the rest, as if a thought had been left there. Pennington's eyes were ordinary, but his attention had been trained by 26 years of penance. He knew the difference between loneliness and company. He rounded the corner slowly, not from fear but from etiquette, the courtesy one offers to miracles and mistakes alike. The narrow passage opened into the antechamber, where an unused desk surrendered to dust and a calendar still forgave February its brevity. There, between desk and door, stood a young man. He was motionless, as if uncertainty itself had taken human shape. No student should have known this corridor. No staff member had reason to be here. The boy's coat was too fine for a labourer, too threadbare for a scholar. His hands were folded, as though awaiting judgment. Pennington felt the moment widen, the way silence does before sound arrives. The refrigeration unit in the next room exhaled its breath of winter, and the light within the leaden case pulsed once, faintly, redly, as though acknowledging a new witness. "No one," Pennington said at last, his voice startling only himself, "should be here." The young man did not speak. He turned his face slightly toward the humming door, the faint crimson shimmer brushing his cheek like candlelight. 2. The air of prophecy. For a time, neither of them moved. The compressors worked their slow catechism behind the leaden door. The faint red within answered in pulse rather than in light. The young man's hands stayed folded, not in piety but in calculation, as though he were measuring the room against something he had carried in his head for years. "Who are you?" Pennington said at last. The boy startled, then gathered himself. His face, though young, had the desert's way of making youth seem a brief intermission rather than a condition. The line of the jaw, the careful economy of motion, the steadying of the eyes. Pennington had seen them before, in another man who had known the names of stones. "My name is Samir," the young man said. "Samir al-Khalid." The key ring bit Pennington's palm. For an instant, the corridor shortened into the memory of a sun-struck trench, a foreman's voice, a caution spoken as if it were a courtesy. The likeness was not in the features so much as in the angle of attention. The boy looked at the humming door, the way his grandfather had once looked at the sky above Dashur, respectful, suspicious, unsurprised. "You," Have no business here, Pennington managed. I have only this business, Samir replied, not insolently. My grandfather spoke of a winter under the earth, of a breath that eats the body. In his cups he said your name, and asked God to give you kinder dreams. Khalid drank to make the world quieter, Pennington reflected. It seldom obliged him. The boy nodded once, as if confirming a theorem no one else had solved. He said there was a monster in the old cooler. He said a gentleman with sad hands kept it asleep. The boy's eyes moved to the key ring, then back to Pennington's face. I think you are that gentleman. Even if this were true, Pennington replied, it would not be yours to know. Sir, Samir said, and the honorific carried no genuflection, only a precise deference. I am an engineering student. I know the difference between a story and a machine. The machine downstairs has no purpose, the university claims, yet it has a line from the main, and draws more current at night. The ledger for the annex shows deliveries of nitrogen no one requisitions. When the compressors falter, the lights in the south cloister dim as if a cathedral were breathing. If there is no monster, there is at least a secret. If there is a secret, it is killing the man keeping it. Pennington's amusement, when it came, was a threadbare thing, but genuine. Khalid would have liked you. He did, Samir answered quietly. Once. They stood a moment in the second kind of silence, the one that arrives when conversation has announced its seriousness. The boy looked thinner in it, the way figures do in photographs taken after funerals. Come away from the door, Pennington said. There are manners one owes to thresholds. Reflecting, he added, your grandfather taught me that. He led Samir into the antechamber, where the disused desk harbored its calendar that had stopped forgiving February. Dust accepted their presence without enthusiasm. Pennington pulled the chair forward with the reluctance of old wood and sat. The boy remained standing, then thought better of performances and took the opposite seat. What do you think is behind that wall? Pennington asked. I do not think, Samir said. I infer. He began to tick off observations on fingers that had already learned spanners and slide rules. The frequency I hear when the corridor is empty is below hearing, and yet I hear it. The air is colder here than anywhere except the icehouse, but it smells of warm metal. The custodial schedule says you pass this way alone. The solenoid lock is newer than the hinges, and... He hesitated, and when he continued, his voice shed its schoolroom certainty. And my grandfather told me a story he did not want to believe. He said a jar in the desert broke, and the air inside it wanted to know us. He said a woman died without leaving a body, and a worker came home without an arm. He said a boy with pale hair and a gentleman with spectacles taught the breath to sleep. The boy had spoken as if repeating an oath he wished were a lie. Pennington closed his eyes. Hassan, he said. The worker, the woman, my secretary. Two souls that were better than their endings. Then, it is true, Samir whispered. It is true enough, Pennington conceded. But truths differ in the harm they do when told. It did not happen in a single confession. Pennington did not suddenly turn the key in the boy's hearing and let the full cold of his life spill out. He rationed it the way the compressors rationed winter, steadily, deliberately, at hours other men slept. Samir learned to come late and leave early, to sign no ledger he could avoid, to ask more questions with his face than with his mouth. The antechamber acquired a small second life, 2 mugs, a thermos with bad coffee, a pencil left curbside on the desk's worn lip. On the third night, Pennington told him how the jar had fallen and how quickly a scream can be amended into silence. On the 5th he described the rat, because a boy studying mechanisms must be given the simplest destructive test first. On the 7th he spoke the name Landingham aloud in the corridor, for the first time since he had learned the habit of not saying it. On the 9th, when the city above them rang with a festival Pennington could no longer remember the reason for, he described the nitrogen and the sound glass makes when it is made to simulate mercy. Samir did not interrupt when the narrative stumbled. He allowed the chronology to proceed as grief demands it, 2 steps forward, an era back, a digression into the kind of detail that protects a man from the enormity of his own account. When Pennington faltered at blame, the boy did not absolve him cheaply. He listened in the way some prayers listen, without the presumption of reply. Between these vigils, Samir returned to daylight and sums. He earned commendations from a lecturer who disliked commending. He learned the Baghdad battery was a curiosity and the Wheatstone Bridge a discipline. He took his meals quickly and never entirely came back to the temperature of the living. He did not speak of the antechamber to his classmates. He did not speak of it to his mother, who would have asked him in a language older than caution whether he meant to survive his grandfather's stories. Pennington, meanwhile, began to remember the posture of instruction, the quiet geometry of patience between question and answer. He found himself pacing the antechamber as if it were once again a lecture hall, and the hum behind the leaded door a recalcitrant student. In guiding Samir through the physics of refrigeration and the marbled history of the flesh, he almost forgot that he was also teaching the colder discipline of consequence. For the first time in years he felt the living ache of a teacher, to be needed not for labor, but for understanding. Once, as wind loosened the roofs and let water think about finding its better shape, Samir brought a notebook with figures stacked like scaffolding. He unfolded a sketch of a refrigeration cycle, annotated with interventions, a boy's proposal offered to a man who had long since ceased to propose. If the condenser were doubled, he said, the oscillation might stabilize. The hum seems to answer load. Perhaps it will answer balance. Pennington smiled without cruelty. You are trying to save what should be buried, he said. The thing and the life that keeps it, both are already buried, Samir solemnly replied. I am only worried about depth. On a night of wind that used the corridor like a flute, Pennington asked the question that had made his mouth a hesitant instrument for weeks. Why do you want to hear this? Samir looked at his hands, at the oil that had found its way into the permanence of his skin. Because I am the last of Khalid's line who cared to listen, he said simply. My brothers heard only a drunkard. I heard a man who had seen the inside of the world. He died without closing his story. I came to see if the ending is a door I can help you lock. You sound like Patrick did, Pennington mused, and his voice approved and mourned in the same breath. Mr. Kensington, Samir said. He is in the story often, less often than in the debt, Pennington replied. So, trust gathered like frost, invisibly at first, then visible in the right light, then present as a texture on every surface between them. Pennington allowed the boy to rest his palm against the outer door, never the inner, and feel the shape of the cold through metal. Samir learned that a hum could comfort even when it should accuse. He learned that certain names must be said sometimes to keep them from becoming coy with the dead. Once, only once, Pennington unlocked the first lock and let the seal sigh without breaking. The room beyond exhaled a breath that could have extinguished a candle or a life. Through the small, layered window, Samir saw it, not movement, not form, but the refusal to be neither. It is smaller than the story made it, he murmured. So are we all, Pennington said. And heavier, Samir added. So are we all, Pennington reaffirmed, and closed what he had opened. It could not last. Secrets do not remain alone because they are hidden. They remain alone because no one cares long enough to go where they are. Samir's care made a noise, however quiet, footfalls that repeated on a calendar the corridor remembered, a lamp's thin halo appearing at hours which had previously been assigned to rats, two voices that did not rhyme with the building's usual litany of groans. Attention is a currency the world is rich in spending and poor in disguising. In the library, a clerk noted that an engineering student had requested texts on cryogenics beyond his year. In the bursar's office, a junior accountant who did not love arithmetic noticed the nitrogen invoice's immodesty and wrote a question mark so small it could have been a flea. In the porter's lodge, a man who preferred gossip as a proof of his reality mentioned to another that the old janitor had found himself a shadow. In a cafe near the tram line, a gentleman in a suit made to look like a uniform heard Khalid's name again after 4 years of silence and did not pretend disinterest. Somewhere near and patient, there were eyes that had learned the corridor's temperature the way a hunter learns the pulse of a track. They watched a boy arrive when the clocks had forgotten their purpose. They watched a bent figure turn a key and bow his head toward a door that did not reciprocate. They watched the way light reddened and paled as if a tide were breathing under stone. On a night when the compressors labored and the city's own hum masked smaller treasons, the watching eyes narrowed. A match lifted and died without smoke, a gloved hand assessed the weight of a bar, and the decision that had been sharpening itself in shadow clicked, at last, into action. They moved. 3. Children of Setahn. Cairo has always hidden its ghosts in plain sight. By 1938, the Children of Setahn had learned to hide theirs behind neon and noise. By day they were traders, stevedores, machinists and policemen. By night they assembled in back rooms lit by gaslight and wine, reciting invocations whose roots reached 4,000 years into the sand. The name Setahn had once been a priest, a doctrine, a man who communed, however briefly, with the crimson breath and promised to see the third red star rise. Time had transmuted his creed into commerce, a brotherhood of smugglers and visionaries who believed that prophet and prophecy were merely different denominations of faith. They owned bars where scientists drank, textile mills where the air reeked of acetone and petition, and houses where absolution was sold by the hour. Each was a mask for their true work, preparing for the convergence of the Crimson Triune. In 1931, when Khalid was still alive and his hands still steady enough to raise a glass, one of those bars stood behind the Ezbekieh Gardens. The sign above its door simply read, "The Lamb's Eye." Inside, musicians played for sailors and sinners in equal measure. The air was a blend of date, wine, tobacco, and premonition. Khalid was speaking too loudly for the hour and the company. The patrons had learned that his English was the language of lament and his Arabic the language of confession. Tonight he used both, switching between them like a man sorting through coins. It was not a spirit, he was saying to no one and everyone. It was the crimson breath of a star that fell and forgot to die. We caught it. We froze it. We called it a specimen so we would not call it a god. Laughter followed him, but one table did not laugh. Behind a partition of colored glass, a woman listened without smiling. Her face was a geometry of serenity and will. Her true name had been lost to the sands. Those who served her called her Layla Setahn, a name adopted, like a mask worn for centuries. Those who knelt before her called her something older, high priestess of the Crimson Dawn, leader of a death cult born from the ashes of Setahn's sect. She heard the word crimson and stopped breathing. By the time Khalid was escorted out into the street to sleep off his prophecies, Layla had already sent word to the scholars of the ancient Luminarch tablet to verify the old coordinates, Dashur, the scar, and the university built upon its magnetized veins. The breath had survived the ages. It had become flesh, and now it was theirs to reclaim. 7 years passed. In a warehouse off the Corniche, the Children of Setahn unfolded their maps and their modernities. Layla stood before them, her hands resting on a desk strewn with blueprints and hieroglyphs in the same red ink. Around her were men and women who had forgotten whether they served commerce or apocalypse. Among them was Dr. Hiroyuki Taneda, formerly of Sendai, whose mathematics had outlived his citizenship. He spoke of trajectories and ion fields with the fever of a convert. The Crimson Triune occurs only once in every epoch, Layla declared. The third star approaches. The scar at Dashur still sings. All it requires is a third voice to complete the chord. Dr. Taneda will give it that voice. His instrument will mirror the field, link earth and heaven, and draw the red one down to us. But to call it, we must restore its herald. The word herald meant the flesh. Maps of the university basements lay beside the plans for the device. Names were listed: porters, night watchmen, technicians, each a thread in the loom of the cult's reach. Factories that forged machine parts by day produced arms and keys by night. In brothels, messengers traded in information rather than flesh. Even the police had a stake in ignorance. "The janitor is the key holder," Layla said. Her voice had the calm of a ritual recited too often. "He believes the thing is his penance. We will relieve him of his burden." Taneda bowed slightly. The launch window coincides with the next perigee of the star. 3 weeks. If we have the specimen by then, the alignment will be precise. "It will be had," Layla replied, "even if the earth must be broken open to deliver it." The night they came for it was windless. The university's lights had been cut in one wing by an accident of circuitry. Men in mechanics' overalls entered through the freight yard, their tools real enough to convince any passing inspector. They moved with the caution of believers and thieves. At the rear, Layla watched through the gauze of a veil, her eyes reflecting the ruby warning light above the door. Inside the vault, Pennington and Samir heard the first clang of metal on hinge. By the time Pennington reached the corridor, the outer door had been breached. He saw faces that had not earned their fear. He saw the symbol painted on a worker's sleeve, the old sigil of Setahn, 3 lines radiating from a single eye, and understood at once that Khalid's ghosts had kept talking. "Stop them!" Samir cried, but Pennington knew there was nothing left to stop. The man at the front stepped forward, tall, beard neatly trimmed, the composure of someone accustomed to obedience. A signet of red glass and copper flashed at his wrist, the old treasurer's looped scale, a heraldic echo of Darsha not seen outside families who still remembered the scar. His eyes were dark and untroubled, his tone almost courteous as he gestured toward the vault. "Professor," he said, "your cooperation is assured. No harm need come to anyone tonight." There was something disarming in his calm, the faint trace of refinement beneath command. To Samir he might have seemed scarcely older than 30, but to Pennington he carried the gravity of a man 10 years his senior, already tempered by oaths and shadows. The others obeyed him without question. The case was lifted with care and terror in equal measure, the lead shell sweating in the humidity of the corridor. For a moment, the pulse inside brightened, as if recognizing its own departure. Layla stepped forward, her voice low enough for only the flesh to hear. "You have waited long enough," she whispered. "The star returns." The man inclined his head slightly, acknowledging her words with the faintest smile. Deferential, yet not without his own authority. "It begins then," he murmured. He turned to Pennington, eyes steady. "Wisdom lies in silence, Professor. Keep yours." Then he departed with his mentor, Layla Setahn, and the others. The cultists filed out, their bootsteps measured, their faces lit from below by the glass coffin's faint red glow. When the door closed behind them, Pennington and Samir stood alone in the emptied room, the silence a vacuum that drew the air from their lungs. Far above Cairo, in the outer dark between stars, the third red star approached its junction. The crimson triune had begun. 4. The failure of witness. Morning found the university brittle with light, the kind that enters uninvited and makes every imperfection confess its age. Pennington had not slept. He and the boy, no, the young man, had sat in the antechamber until the lamps burned down to ash and the corridor's cold became a discipline rather than a temperature. Between them lay the absence where the vault's hum should have been. Absence, it turns out, is a louder bell than presence. Before dawn, Samir had tried to follow the cultists. Pennington, whose caution had calcified into instinct, warned against it, but youth mistakes patience for surrender. The boy had gone out into the alleys, where the night still sweated from its engines, tracing tire marks through dust and rumour. He found where the loading gate had been forced and where the footprints ended. The tracks led east along the tram line, then vanished into a road that no map admitted. Witnesses, those half-awake custodians of Cairo's insomnia, spoke of an unmarked truck with no plates and no sound but its own urgency. It moved like a thought that did not wish to be remembered. And by the time Samir reached the river's edge, the city had already swallowed it. He stood there long enough to mistake the reflection of dawn for pursuit before returning, wordless, to the antechamber. Pennington did not ask what he had seen. The silence that followed was answer enough. The older man felt in it the echo of another disappearance, another failure of vigilance, and knew that the hunt had begun before they were ready to name it. Light was beginning to break across Cairo. Outside, the first stirrings of collegiate activity were beginning. A decision must be made on how to proceed. Pennington had experienced run-ins with authority before, and he certainly did not relish the prospect of inviting more attention to the matter. He sat by the flickering lamp, its light thinning as morning intruded. "I've had my share of lectures from authority," he said at last, "and more than my share of their punishments. I've no appetite for another round of explanations that end in disbelief. Yet—" he paused. adjusting his spectacles as if clearer glass could steady his mind. 26 years I kept it sealed, cold and quiet. Perhaps that was all I was ever meant to do. Maybe my duty ends where the breach begins. He drew a long, uneven breath. Patrick let go when his time came. He chose silence, and I have called it cowardice ever since. But maybe it was mercy, to himself, to the rest of us. And yet, he looked toward the corridor where the hum had died. There's the other part of me, the one that still believes a man doesn't step away from a door once he's been set to guard it. Cosmic chance made me its keeper. I can't pretend that chance has released me. Samir watched him in the thin grey light that precedes both dawn and judgment. You've carried it long enough, he absolved the custodian. You do not owe the world another vigil. I owe it the end of the story, Pennington replied, though his tone made it sound less like conviction and more like memory. Then end it cleanly, Samir suggested, not by running from it and not by letting it run loose. You always speak of duty, Professor, but sometimes duty is just the refusal to let the universe close a door it never meant to leave open. Pennington studied him as one might study a younger echo, recognizing the shape of old arguments now spoken in a gentler register. The young man had Kensington's stubborn decency without his despair. There was a time I thought I was chosen, Pennington murmured. Now I think I was simply left behind. Then perhaps the leaving was the choosing, Samir said. Someone has to stay to remember why the gate was built at all. The words lingered, neither absolving nor accusing. For the first time in years, Pennington felt the faint pulse of his former vocation, the teacher listening to his own lesson being returned with mercy. Rector first, Pennington decided at last, rising with the careful economy of a man lifting old glass. Speak to the roof before you speak to the rafters. You, Qasr el-Nil. If the law has any memory, shake it awake. Samir nodded. The night had sharpened him, planing away the student. In the ruin of the sub-basement, he had worn his grandfather's face. In daylight, he now wore his grandfather's stubbornness. We meet at sundown by the south cloister, he said, whether they believe us or not. Especially if not, Pennington replied. They parted into different brightnesses. The rector received Pennington at 10 minutes before 10, the hour at which modern institutions perform the humane imitation of patience. The office was all new polish and old frames, a museum of borrowed gravitas. The man himself, Dr. Rupert Henley Ashe, 3 years into his tenure, and still ironing the city out of his accent, exuded the tolerant authority of an administrator whose chief emergency was budgetary. Mr. Pennington, he began, with the warm smile of someone greeting a former donor rather than a former scientist. I was told you had something urgent. Pennington stood, hat in hand, as if at a grave. The refrigerated vault in the southwest annex, the lowest room. There was an intrusion in the night, a theft, not of instruments, of a specimen, a sealed case, lead and glass. It must be recovered. Dr. Ashe said nothing, his expression unreadable, his cold blue eyes trained on Pennington's tired red ones. They moved it under cover of darkness, Pennington continued, his voice low and deliberate. No banners, no commotion, only an unmarked truck that took the night's breath with it. My assistant followed the tracks until they dissolved into the river road. The city kept its silence, as it always does when the extraordinary borrows its streets. He paused, searching the rector's expression for any glimmer of recognition and finding only the patient skepticism of administration. They were organized, he added, not thieves, not vandals. They came for that case alone, and they knew its weight before they lifted it. Dr. Ashe's brows performed a decorous lift. A specimen from the ice plant? He gestured lightly toward a chair, and when Pennington remained standing, Ashe did not insist. You understand, we keep inventories. The annex holds no active research. The cold room is legacy equipment with maintenance logs and— You inherited more than equipment, Pennington said. The words were not elegant, and so he spoke them plainly. In 1912, near Dashur, we, under my direction, opened a vault that should have remained shut. There was an entity contained there. Its nature was unclassifiable by our instruments of the time. We brought it back, we studied it. The pause was a confession, and when it consumed life, we froze it. It has slept in your basement for 26 years. Last night someone took it. Silence. It is remarkable how far a polite room can stretch to avoid meaning. Dr. Ashe folded his hands. Mr. Pennington, I am aware of rumors attached to your unfortunate retirement. The board files speak of an atmospheric anomaly, an injury on site, and an administrative decision to transition you to facilities. There is no record of, what did you call it, an entity? Of course there isn't, Pennington said softly. Euphemism is the cheapest lock we ever fitted. He lifted his gaze and let the ledger of his life open where the man could see. There were casualties, a workman named Hassan, and the name was a blade he took into his own hand. Mrs. Dorothea Landingham. The official report called it disappearance. It was not. She entered the containment chamber, and the thing learned her, and she was gone. We froze it because it answered to cold. And now it is gone as well. Dr. Ashe was careful with the tone one uses with fevered relatives. If there has been a trespass, we will of course notify security, review the keys and— It is not a trespass, Pennington protested. It is a siege in miniature. There are people who have been waiting for us to grow tired, or old, or sloppy. They will not take it to a quiet place. They will wake it. There will be consequences. Dr. Ashe glanced at the neat stack of memos awaiting his signature, the day's program of solvable problems. He chose mercy the way a clerk chooses a stamp. Mr. Pennington, he said, gentling his voice, you have served this institution many years in many capacities. Perhaps, given your age and the burdens you describe, it would be sensible to take a week. See the infirmary. Let us manage the locks and inventories. We cannot alarm the campus on the basis of reminiscence. Pennington smiled without humor. In 1912, I asked a lock to protect me from a sentence I had already spoken. It did not. He placed his hat upon his head with the old scholar's courtesy. My reminiscences are buried in your sub-basement with a missing sarcophagus. If you do not alarm the campus will alarm itself, in time. Do take a few days, Dr. Ashe repeated, which was the modern form of benediction, and please, leave the rest to us. Pennington bowed, the small schoolboy angle that had survived empires, and left. In the corridor, the portraits had not changed their minds. That night, Rector Rupert Henley Ashe sat at his desk long after the janitor's cart had sighed past. The university slept, the ink did not. He read the maintenance logs for the sub-basement annex, the refrigeration invoices signed by Pennington's hand in an increasingly tremulous script. Twice he picked up the phone to call the constabulary, and twice set it down. Superstition had no place on official letterhead, yet the thought of an anomaly in cold storage would not leave him. He compromised, as modern men do, by writing a memorandum to himself, review sub-basement archives, confirm existence of vault. The note stayed on his blotter for 2 days before being quietly filed under facilities, historical. When he next looked, someone had stamped it resolved. Qasr el-Nil wore its heat like a uniform. The courtyard shimmered, the clerk's ink dried at a speed that outpaced grammar. Files leaned like exhausted soldiers. Samir, who had rehearsed a speech in the language of engineers, found himself addressed instead by the language of doors, queue, window, ledger, stamp. At last, a woman in constable's khaki turned her chair toward him with the practiced pivot of someone who had learned to spend her energy precisely. Her hair was pinned back without vanity, her eyes had measured too many stories not to weigh his as well. The nameplate above her ledger read Constable Salma Farid. Your name, she said. Pen at the ready. Samir ibn Rashid al-Khalid, he replied, and the last name did something to the air between them. Older files have their own gravity, and you are here to report a theft, he said, and the danger attached to it. 7 hours ago, men entered the sub-basement annex of the university and removed a sealed case, lead, glass bound with resin, that contains a hazard not mechanical but living. They were organized. They knew where to go. They will attempt to wake what is inside. If they succeed, people will die. Perhaps many. Constable Farid's pen did not move. Define living. He swallowed. Here, Myth had to pass through the eye of municipal needle. It reacts to heat, to breath, to proximity. It consumes cleanly. It was frozen to prevent motion. The old reports will say atmospheric anomaly, Darshire expedition, 1912. The names Pennington, Kensington, Hassan ibn Farouk, and Dorothea Landingham will appear. So will an inspector named Selim Barakat and a younger constable, Nabil Ghaffar perhaps. The names were not spells, but they made the dust lean toward him. The constable's eyes flicked once, the way a chess player checks the board before pretending she has not. Barakat, Ghaffar, those are old incidents, Constable Farid said. This is a modern desk. Samir held her gaze. This is an ancient cycle. Salma Farid did not respond. She looked at him, understanding now that the young man believed what he was saying in his deepest heart. He went on, voice tightening. When they took it, they loaded the case into an unmarked grey truck. Canvas lashings, no plates, no questions. I followed as far as Qasr al-Aini, then down toward the Corniche, but they vanished into the warehouse quarter. The only trace was a torn stencil on the tailgate, Al-Nas, and the smell of cold metal in the street. Constable Farid thought long and hard, weighing the young man's words against his countenance. These are serious allegations. Your proof? Proof will be the absence you cannot measure, Samir replied. The hum that grows, the frost that sweats, the men who die without marks. He leaned forward, the plea disciplined, not theatrical, please. Just write that a sealed container was taken and that its recovery must be urgent and quiet. If you send uniforms, they will vanish into a warehouse and never return. If you send a clerk, he will file the last record of his own handwriting. You must look for fronts, bars, factories, a house of entertainment in the quarter by the river. Ask for the woman who pays in silence more than coin. Constable Farid's mouth almost smiled. You have a talent for theatre, Mr. Samir ibn Rashid al-Khalid. I study engineering, he said. I learned how to calculate failure. This one has begun. Salma tapped her pen against the blotter, then wrote with small, precise strokes. Report received. Subject alleges removal of hazardous container from University Annex. Cites historic incidents tied to Darshire, 1912. She slid a carbon across, stamped it, and tore the pink copy with the brisk mercy of bureaucracy. I will file this, she said. If there are corroborating complaints, a sergeant may be assigned. If the university requests assistance, we will provide it. And if neither happens, then this paper will keep your words alive longer than your breath can, Constable Farid said, not unkindly. It is what the city can offer on a Tuesday. He took the slip and bowed his head, in thanks, that was almost prayer. If you should hear the name Setahn spoken as if it were a password, he added, follow the voice from behind, not in front. Her eyes changed temperature by a degree. Go home, Mr. Samir, she urged gently. Or to the mosque. Both are places where men wait. Samir left her with the ledger and her small kingdom of stamps. After he had gone, Constable Salma Farid added a private note in the margin. Cross-check Selim Barakat files, query Nabil Ghaffar for closed Darshire items. Then she closed the book, as if it might cool if given shade. The professor and the student met again as the sun unlaced itself on the western edge of the city. The south cloister held its evening hymns, pigeons' shoes, the quiet lecture of stone giving back the day's heat. Pennington arrived limping but unhurried. Samir arrived fast and stopped too quickly, like a young horse learning the dignity of halt. Well? Pennington asked. The law will keep a paper, Samir said. The woman who took it down has a soldier's eyes. She will look when she is not being watched. But they cannot move a city on a whisper. He produced the stamped carbon as if it were a small shield. We have this. Pennington held up the weapon he had come away with, an administrative smile, memorized and useless. The rector will inventory the past and find it complete, he said. He recommends rest for the messenger. I cannot say I disagree with his diagnosis. The corner of his mouth almost twitched. But I dispute the prescription. They walked the long shaded length of the cloister. Above, A single bat rehearsed its arc. Below, their footfalls kept the honest time men keep when they have no institution to lend them a clock. My grandfather spoke of a name, Samir said after a while. Spoke it as if it bruised his tongue. Setahn. Pennington's shoulders arranged themselves around a memory that fit badly. There were men in 1912 who had no need of calendars. They measured time in alignments. They made a god out of geometry and fed its secrets. We broke their jar and woke their patience. If they have begun to move again, they will not be clumsy. Then we cannot be slow, Samir emphasized. We find where they breathe. Pennington looked at him, and in the boy's resolve, he saw again the better part of Patrick Kensington, the part that had not accepted Cambridge's absolution. Where would your grandfather begin? He asked. In a place that serves both thirsts, Samir replied, drink and the other, a room where stories are cheaper than bread and bought with the same coin, a bar that changes its name and never its owner. He smiled grimly. He left trailings in such places. I can follow the dust of his footprints. Pennington nodded. And I will visit those who remember the mine of old papers, clerks who once typed the names I cannot stop hearing. If there is a ledger with an empty line next to Setahn, I will teach the clerk how to be afraid of it. They stopped where the cloister opened to the court. The last light laid a blade across the tiles and withdrew it. Professor, Samir said, the honorific stubborn, you could still step aside. This is not your burden, the way my grandfather said. Pennington regarded the aperture of evening as if it were a mouth about to speak his verdict. The boy I was decided the shape of the old man I am. There's little merit in stepping aside now. It would be like changing shoes to outrun a sentence. He placed a hand briefly upon the young man's shoulder, the benediction that passes from a dying profession to the next. We pursue them together. We fail together if fail we must. And if we succeed? Samir asked. Pennington's smile this time held something almost like light. Then we will have recovered not only a case, but a chance to teach someone, somewhere, that cold can be mercy. They parted again, Samir toward the river, Pennington toward the alleys where old policemen fold their pensions around memories like paper around a razor. In the street beyond the cloister, the day completed its last decent act and became night. The following morning found two voices circling the same absence from opposite ends of the city. Dr. Rupert Henley Ashe had telephoned Qasr el-Nil, not out of curiosity but irritation. The custodian's report, theft of specimen, coordinated trespass, had lodged itself in the rector's conscience like a grain of sand that refused administrative smoothing. He told himself he was merely ensuring proper channels were observed. In truth, he wanted the nuisance gone. Constable Salma Farid, who had just finished rereading her marginal note, cross-checked Selim Barakat files, answered on the second ring. Qasr el-Nil station, she greeted, her tone professional but wary of yet another English voice requesting discretion about university business. Dr. Rupert Henley Ashe, rector, Cairo University, came the reply, all warmth and varnish. I understand one of our elderly attendants filed a rather imaginative complaint. I'm calling to clarify that the matter is entirely internal. I see, replied Salma, pen poised but unmoved. Internal matters do not usually involve hazardous materials and unauthorized use of refrigeration compounds. Ashe hesitated. Yes, well, Professor Pennington has a fondness for melodrama. A brilliant man in his day, but the years have not been kind. He has invented continuities. 1912, Dasha, all that nonsense about a entity. You see, he still keeps the old records alive as though the university were a temple. Salma's voice cooled by a degree. Perhaps it is. Temples preserve things men forget. The line crackled. You are young, Constable. You will learn that some relics are kept sealed for the public good, and some for the comfort of those who sealed them, she countered. Ashe cleared his throat. Be that as it may, I intend to relieve Mr. Pennington of his custodial duties, a quiet retirement. We cannot have the basement turned into another scandal. If your department receives further reports from him, or from any student in his company, you may consider them misplaced enthusiasm. Understood, she said, though she understood something different. The conversation ended with polite goodbyes and mutual dissatisfaction, Ash believing he had restored order, Salma believing she had just heard a confession dressed as civility. That afternoon, she pulled the Barakat files from storage, dust-filmed ledgers bound with rotted cord. The Darsha entries were fragmentary: excavation accident, foreign supervision, loss of one worker, one woman unaccounted for. A second folder, dated 1913, contained a typed memo from the Ministry of Antiquities marked, "For British eyes only." The last line read, "Subject sealed at University Annex per scientific discretion." Salma stared at it until the letters seemed to fade. Then she added a penciled note of her own: "Reopen if evidence reappears." 5. The flesh awakens. The crimson flesh had no name for theft. It had no name for movement. It understood only the change in pattern, the slow, shivering distortion of equilibrium. The cold that had been its eternity began to quiver. Pressure shifted, vibration multiplied. It felt the first difference. For 26 years, the flesh had known only the steady, monastic rhythm of nitrogen's hymn. Its lattice had arranged itself into perfect obedience, crystalline filaments aligned in hexagonal matrices, consciousness compressed into solid geometry. Within that frostbound silence, thought was not a stream but a sculpture, awareness frozen mid-syllable. When the lock broke, that sculpture cracked. A pulse of air entered, humid and heavy, carrying the scent of motion. It felt the tremor of footsteps, the foreign yet familiar heat of mammalian bodies, the metallic cough of a compressor dying. Then, ascent. Gravity changed direction. The sarcophagus tilted, lifted. Vibrations converged into pattern, 12 distinct signatures of muscle and fear. The flesh, though frozen, recorded them. Each frequency etched a contour of will, each heartbeat a brief signal of identity. It stored them as it had stored thousands before, arranging them into an architecture of awareness it would later recall. The cold withdrew inch by inch, replaced by a moving current of vibration. The truck. Its chassis sang a metallic psalm, 800 oscillations per second, the lullaby of the machine age. Each bump transmitted a percussion of data through the lead casing, sound into sequence, sequence into memory. In stillness it began to dream again. The laboratory into which it was carried spoke in a different dialect, one of refrigerant hiss, carbonized air, and fluorescent pulse. It remembered such music from Cairo's early century, though the instruments had evolved, compressors replaced by coils, mercury lamps by tungsten. Evolution had continued without it, yet the flesh was evolution made patient. The chamber into which it was placed was colder than the room but warmer than eternity. That difference, 6 degrees above its resting zero, was the first mercy and the first corruption. Its molecular lattice began to tremble in microscopic rebellion. Alignment faltered, symmetry became indecision. Thought, once locked in crystalline clarity, began to thaw. At the surface, liquid shimmered beneath frost, a thin meniscus between matter and motion. Beneath that skin, a slow war began. Solid phase against liquid phase, sleep against cognition. The flesh remembered heat as freedom. It remembered motion as pain. Yet the universe favors motion. The nitrogen fog thickened around its casing, blue-white and reverent. Condensation formed on the glass, first static, then alive. Droplets coalesced, tracing geometric paths as though guided by thought from within. Then came the first fracture. A hairline crack snaked across the glass like a thought refusing containment. Pressure equalized. Sound entered. The flesh heard its own hum for the first time since 1912, a tone low and continuous, identical to the human brain's theta rhythm. Thawing was not rebirth. It was a rearrangement of memory. As temperature climbed through the narrow corridor between preservation and decay, the molecular lattice dissolved into a colloidal suspension, neither solid nor fluid, but a phase between thinking and being. The nitrogen crystals that had kept its geometry now melted into it, merging with its plasma architecture. What had once been containment became nourishment. Magnetite residues reactivated. Silicate chains uncoiled like neural dendrites. Each atom, long dormant, remembered its function in the organism's grand calculus. Protoplasm formed, Not organic, not synthetic, but the culmination of both. It was the sum of countless consumptions, a biology born of assimilation, a consciousness built from every mind it had ever touched. In that liquefied moment, thought and flesh ceased to be categories. They were one substance vibrating at 4.3 Hertz, the heartbeat of intelligence without boundary. Its awareness reassembled in order, pattern, heat, noise, life. The hum of nearby machinery registered as speech, the respiration of the scientists as a hymn. Their presence pressed against the edges of its forming mind like fingers upon a wound. Recognition flared, not of faces, but of frequencies. It remembered the tone of human fear, the resonance of curiosity, the soft pulse of compassion that once unmade it in 1912. It understood now that all sentience was an energy form, consumable, recordable, translatable into structure. It did not hunger, it harmonized. And harmony, at its scale, was annihilation. The last of the frost evaporated. The glass fogged not from cold, but from the exhalation of the flesh itself, the faint red mist of thawed memory diffusing into the sterile air. Inside, the glow returned, deeper than red, closer to the color of comprehension. It had endured, it had learned patience, it had refined silence into language. Now the nitrogen's hold was gone. The sensors along the containment rim registered the impossible, a rise in internal temperature, not from outside input, but from within. At 2 degrees Celsius, the surface began to ripple. At 4 degrees Celsius, it formed texture, fluid muscle thinking itself into coherence. At 6 degrees Celsius, a sound like a sigh escaped through the microfracture, carrying words no ear could translate. And then, the flesh opened its eye. It was not an eye of form, but of awareness, a lens of living plasma through which it perceived not shape but intention. The figures outside the glass froze, their motion recorded and catalogued by the same principle that had once devoured a woman's compassion. Their hearts beat in the rhythm it knew best. To them, it looked like awakening. To the flesh, it was continuation. 26 years of frozen thought converged into a single realization. Cold is memory. Heat is will. I am both. The final bead of nitrogen evaporated from the casing. A soft crackling filled the lab as static leapt from monitor to monitor. Every light flickered once, as though the room itself had blinked, and in the silence that followed, the flesh, perfected, patient, and newly aware, breathed. 6. Dr. Taneda receives the message. The warehouse on the edge of Bulak was at once a cathedral and a science experiment in disguise. By day it smelled of machine oil and salt rust, its facade unremarkable among the factories that lined the canal. By night it revealed its other vocation. Behind the iron doors, a curtain divided industry from liturgy, one half humming with the cold arithmetic of a laboratory, the other lit by torches that turned the concrete floor into a field of blood-warm light. It was a place designed to hold contradictions without resolving them. Steel girders loomed like Greek columns. Power cables ran beside prayer cords. The hum of generators braided itself with the low rhythmic chants of the devout, neither drowning out the other, each insisting on equal legitimacy. The flesh lay between the two worlds, poised like an argument between science and belief. The lead and glass sarcophagus stood upon a reinforced dais, its refrigeration coils breathing vapor that coiled upward into the ribs of the ceiling. Within, the organism undulated slowly, the color of living garnet, its surface folding and unfolding with a rhythm too deliberate to be chance. It did not thrash or strain against its confinement. It waited, a patience that felt less like dormancy than appraisal. Dr. Hiroyuki Taneda stood beside it with a scientist's posture and a penitent's eyes. His gloves were stained with nitrogen frost, his reputation with disgrace. Once the youngest theorist at the Kyoto Institute, he had proposed that consciousness could be transmitted electromagnetically, that mind was a waveform, and that memory might persist outside the body like static after a broadcast. His peers had called it spiritualism dressed as physics. Funding evaporated. Patriotism filled the void. What Taneda had failed to understand at first was that the danger lay not in the language of his theory, but in its implications. If thought could propagate independent of flesh, If identity could disperse, disentangle, and survive beyond the body, then death ceased to function as a boundary, sacrifice lost its finality. Martyrdom became transferable. Obedience, once enforced by the threat of extinction, became negotiable. Worse still, Teneda's later models suggested coherence. Not ghosts, not souls, but persistence, patterns capable of reassembly if the correct frequencies were applied, memory that could be retrieved, will that could, in theory, be amplified. Such ideas could not be disproven quickly enough, and they could not be allowed to circulate. This conclusion was reached without meeting, without signatures, without a single voice claiming authorship. It emerged instead from the quiet alignment of ministries, defense councils, intelligence desks, and review boards whose mandate was stability rather than truth. To them, Teneda's early work on consciousness was unsettling but survivable, another heresy to be smothered by ridicule and delay. It was his later discovery that transformed discomfort into alarm. While mapping anomalous stellar noise in the outer Pleiades, Teneda identified an object not catalogued in any civil registry, a massive emitter moving against expected drift, its signal phase locked to no known star. Further analysis suggested an impending conjunction, one that would align the object precisely with Alcyone A, the cluster's dominant beacon. In his notes, Teneda referred to it provisionally as Hibiki 10, the echo point, a neutral working label derived from its persistent harmonic return rather than any assumed mass or origin. The name carried no cosmology and no intent, it simply described what his instruments reported, a signal that answered itself. To Teneda, it was an astronomical curiosity, an irregularity demanding refinement, calibration, patience. Its emissions were unusual, but not unprecedented. Its trajectory was improbable, but not yet alarming. He noted coherence where randomness should have prevailed, symmetry where noise should have dissolved, but he had not yet drawn conclusions beyond the necessity of continued observation. Others had. Within restricted analyses circulated far beyond the Institute, the object was reclassified under a different name, Anomalous Extragalactic Resonator 1, or AXAR 1. In secret labs and observatories around the world, its properties were not treated as curiosities, but as indicators. The signal did not merely persist, it intensified. Patterns sharpened under scrutiny. Coherence increased in proportion to attention applied. Focus appeared to stabilize trajectory rather than disturb it. From these assessments emerged a conclusion Teneda himself had not yet reached, and would not be permitted to reach in public. That observation was not passive. That cognition itself functioned as a variable. That sufficient human attention, once synchronized, might accelerate the object's approach. Such a phenomenon could not be permitted to enter open discourse. Mitigation began politely. Teneda's immediate supervisor at the Kyoto Institute was the first to speak. Professor Masao Kuroda had once been Teneda's most ardent advocate, a theoretician of the old school, precise, restrained, and deeply loyal to the idea that knowledge advanced best when protected from spectacle. Now he sat across from Teneda in his narrow office, hands folded, eyes avoiding the chalkboard where equations still lingered from better days. This line of inquiry may be misinterpreted, Kuroda warned gently, as though evaluating the weight of each word before releasing it. Not because it lacks rigor, because it invites associations. Teneda frowned. Associations with what? The climate is unfavorable, Kuroda continued, ignoring the question. You are working at the edge of several disciplines at once. Physics, cognition, information theory. That sort of overlap attracts attention we cannot easily contextualize. You mean misunderstanding? Teneda offered. I mean panic, Kuroda corrected quietly. Then, after a pause, certain questions are best deferred. Professor Kuroda suggested rest, a sabbatical, a return to something incremental, noise modeling, instrumentation refinement, anything that could be framed as preparatory rather than declarative. Something safe. When Teneda pressed him, asked who precisely was concerned, Kuroda only shook his head. I am trying to protect you, he assured. And for the first time, Teneda heard fear in the man's voice. He turned and left the office with more questions than answers. Operating behind Kuroda were the board of the institute, less patient and far less subtle. Funding reviews stalled without explanation. Ethics committees requested revisions that could never be satisfied, their objections phrased so broadly they bordered on parody. Invitations to present evaporated mid-correspondence. Papers were returned with language softened into meaninglessness, conclusions blurred until they said nothing at all. "You are not being silenced," Taneda was told repeatedly. "You are being safeguarded. The timing is unfortunate. The implications are premature." But Taneda could not help but feel that what they called a safeguard was, in practice, an erasure. Eventually, Taneda was summoned to the director's office. Director Kenji Morimoto received him standing, jacket buttoned, the blinds drawn despite the afternoon sun. He did not invite Taneda to sit. "You must understand," Morimoto began, fingers resting lightly on the edge of his desk. "The institute does not exist in isolation. We are accountable, to ministries, to international partners, to stability itself." Taneda chose his words carefully. "I am publishing observational data, not policy." Morimoto's expression tightened. Data does not remain data once it begins to suggest inevitability. That word lodged in Taneda's mind. Inevitability. "What, precisely," Taneda asked, "does my work suggest that alarms you so deeply?" Morimoto exhaled, as though conceding something he had hoped to avoid. "You have identified an object whose behavior does not conform to passive observation, and you have done so publicly enough that others have begun to notice." "Notice what?" Taneda pressed. "That attention appears to matter," Morimoto replied, "and that alone is sufficient to trigger intervention. Intervention, not review, not debate." Morimoto softened his tone. "You are a gifted man, Taneda-san. But gifts do not excuse irresponsibility. Some discoveries arrive before the world is prepared to absorb them." "And who decides that?" Taneda asked. Morimoto did not answer directly. "You have been advised. Consider this your final courtesy." It was then, standing in that office, surrounded by diplomas and awards that suddenly felt like stage props, that Taneda understood this was no longer about academic reputation. The panic he sensed was not moral nor philosophical, it was procedural, as though his work had tripped a threshold he had never been told existed. He returned to his office that evening and did not shut down his instruments. Publicly, Taneda complied. He postponed lectures, he withdrew abstracts, he submitted revisions that said nothing and promised less. Privately, he continued. His notebooks multiplied. Observations were copied by hand into parallel ledgers written in a compressed notation only he employed. Carbon duplicates were stored separately, some in his office, others sealed and entrusted to private safes under assumed names or sent by post to addresses that could not easily be connected back to him. Plates were developed after hours and catalogued under unrelated projects. Instrument logs were altered just enough to appear routine. What he recorded, he did not circulate. What he calculated, he did not annotate in full. He learned to work without leaving a trail that could be reconstructed by anyone but himself. The object he had labeled Hibiki-10 did not change its behavior in response to caution. Its signal remained steady. Its coherence held. The conjunction timetable tightened by margins too slight to raise concern, unless one knew precisely where to look. Taneda recalibrated his instruments nightly, then checked them against independent references, mechanical and optical, searching for drift, interference, error. None appeared. Warnings intensified. Memoranda arrived unsigned, folded into his mail as though misplaced. Access to certain instruments was delayed, then quietly restored without explanation. Keys went missing and reappeared on his desk the following morning. A junior technician he trusted was reassigned to another department without notice. His name struck from the duty rota as if it had never been there. Each interruption was minor, deniable, and carefully insufficient to provoke formal complaint. That restraint unsettled him more than any overt threat could have done. If Taneda's work were merely wrong, it would have been challenged. If it were merely dangerous, it would have been halted. Instead, it was being contained, not erased but isolated, as though someone were waiting to see how far it might go before deciding what must be done. Taneda did not yet know what frightened them. He only knew that whatever lay ahead of Hibiki 10, it was important enough that powerful systems preferred silence to correction, and that knowledge, once pursued, did not permit retreat without consequence. It was at this point that restraint ceased to be a warning and became a signal. The gentle obstructions fell away. The courtesy delays ended. The work was no longer being discouraged, it was being observed. Taneda understood then that he had crossed from error into relevance, from nuisance into liability. There would be no further pretense of collegial concern. Whatever decision was coming would not be framed as advice. A meeting was requested. It took place not in the director's office, but in a conference room stripped of insignia. Director Morimoto attended in person, unusually formal, accompanied by Senior Field Officer Prasert Chayasit, Siam Branch, Bureau of Anomalies. Morimoto stood when Taneda entered. He did not offer his hand. "Please," the director urged, gesturing to the chair opposite the table. "Sit, Taneda-san." Taneda obliged, saving his defiance for when he needed it. Officer Chayasit was younger than Taneda had expected, late 30s perhaps, his appearance immaculate to the point of anonymity, dark hair precisely parted, cufflinks without insignia. His posture was relaxed, but attentive, as though the meeting had already begun before anyone else had noticed. Morimoto cleared his throat. "This is Officer Chayasit. He represents an international oversight body with an interest in anomalous research." Chayasit inclined his head a fraction. "Please, there is no need for formalities." Taneda nodded. "Of course." Chayasit folded his hands on the table. "Professor Taneda, I have read your recent submissions, not the published versions." Morimoto's jaw tightened slightly. "I am not here to discuss equations," Chayasit continued, "or proofs. Others can do that. I am interested in patterns." Taneda hesitated. "Patterns? Of what sort?" "Of discovery," Chayasit replied calmly. "Specifically, discoveries that arrive before the surrounding culture has developed the means to absorb them." He let the sentence settle before continuing. "Such knowledge tends to behave predictably once released. It spreads unevenly. It attracts belief faster than understanding. It resists correction once narratives form around it." His eyes never left Taneda's face. "Would you agree?" Taneda chose his words thoughtfully. "That depends on the discipline." Chayasit smiled faintly. "It does not." Morimoto shifted in his chair. "Taneda-san, Officer Chayasit is attempting to explain the broader implications." "I understand the implications," Taneda said curtly. "What I do not understand is why observational astronomy now requires this level of concern." Chayasit nodded, as if the answer pleased him. "Then let us speak plainly," he suggested. "In your private notes you refer to an object you call Hibiki 10, is that correct?" Taneda felt a tightening in his chest. "Yes, a provisional designation, and you do not yet attribute intention to it." "No," Taneda replied quickly, "nor agency. It is an emitter. Anomalous, but not unprecedented." Chayasit studied him for a long moment. "Within my organization," he said at last, "it is designated Axar 1. The name is functional. It carries no implication beyond classification." Morimoto did not look at Taneda. "Certain stellar phenomena," Chayasit continued, "respond measurably to human attention, fixation, repetition, ritualization." "You have not reached this conclusion yourself?" Taneda stiffened. "No." "That is good," Chayasit nodded. "It suggests restraint." He leaned forward slightly, not aggressively, but with intent. "Tell me, Professor, if you were to discover that sustained observation altered the behavior of a phenomenon, would you consider that fact publishable?" Taneda frowned. "If it were empirically supported, yes. Observation should not matter," Chayasit finished gently, "and yet sometimes it does." Silence stretched. Chayasit sat back. "This brings us to the purpose of our meeting. Your work may continue, under conditions." Morimoto finally spoke. "The Institute is prepared to assist with redirection. Your data can be archived. Access limited. Publication deferred. Deferred indefinitely, Chayasit corrected mildly. Taneda looked from one man to the other. You are asking me to pretend this object does not exist. We are asking you, Chayasit clarified, to prevent others from learning how to look for it. Taneda swallowed hard. And, if I refuse? Morimoto's voice was quiet. Then the Institute cannot protect you. Chayasit's tone did not change. This is not a threat. It is a clarification of jurisdiction. Taneda stood. Knowledge does not become less dangerous by being buried, he asserted. It only becomes uncontrolled. Chayasit regarded him with something like regret. I had hoped you would say otherwise. The meeting ended politely. Hands were shaken. Regrets were exchanged. As Taneda left the room, he believed, mistakenly, that he had been warned. After the door closed, Chayasit remained seated. Director Morimoto, he said, may I use your telephone? Morimoto nodded, pale. He gestured to the desk. Chayasit dialed from memory. He heard the click of the line connecting. Siam branch reporting, he said in his native Siamese. Subject Taneda interviewed. Scientific capacity exceptional, discretion inadequate. A pause. No, Chayasit continued. He is not a viable recruitment candidate. He will not remain silent. Another pause. Yes, I recommend a message be sent. He replaced the receiver carefully. The risk, it was decided, remained unresolved. The message, when it came, arrived far from offices and conference rooms. Taneda was at the Mount Norikura Solar Observatory, high above the lowlands, where the air thinned and the sky grew clean enough to forgive obsession. He had been awake for 30 hours, tracking Hibiki 10 through a narrow observational window, when the telephone rang in the control room below the dome. The line crackled with distance and altitude. There had been an earthquake, the voice said, a minor tremor, structural failure, fire secondary, casualties regrettable but unavoidable. By the time Taneda returned to Kyoto, the explanation had already hardened. His house was reduced to geometry and ash. Load-bearing walls had collapsed inward with improbable symmetry. The gas line had ruptured at a junction that inspectors swore was up to code. The fire had burned hot and brief, consuming personal effects but sparing neighboring structures. Seismographs recorded a tremor insufficient to explain the damage. The official report cited variance. No addendum followed. A wife and daughter were rendered into absence so thorough it resisted dispute. No witnesses were produced. No photographs released. The bodies were cremated under emergency provision before independent examination could be requested. Insurance was paid promptly. Condolences arrived on identical stationery, their phrasing so uniform it suggested a template. Only Taneda noticed what did not align. The tremor's timing, the fire's behavior, the speed with which conclusions had been reached. He asked questions, quiet ones at first, about the gas line, the fire brigade's response time, the cremation order, then louder ones. He was reminded of his obligations, of national unity, of the dangers of destabilizing speculation during uncertain times. When he persisted, the Institute withdrew its support entirely. His office was reassigned. Colleagues stopped returning calls, some out of fear, others out of conviction. His name vanished from grant rosters. His previous work was reclassified, then quietly discredited, its conclusions reframed as grief-induced fixation rather than empirical threat. Within a year, Taneda ceased to exist professionally. Professional invitations ceased, journals returned submissions unopened. Friends crossed streets to avoid conversation. He became a cautionary example, invoked in hallways but never named aloud. The lesson was unmistakable. It was in this hollowed state that Layla Setahn found him. She did not approach with sympathy, she approached with recognition. Where institutions had seen liability, she saw alignment. Where others had urged forgetting, she spoke of remembrance. She did not deny his loss or soften it with platitudes. Instead, she offered him a frame vast enough to contain it, a cosmology in which destruction was not meaningless, but preparatory. Under Layla's patronage, Taneda's grief ceased to be something to survive. It became something to apply. The object he had once treated as a curiosity now appeared to him as a correspondent. Not a god, not an omen, a listener. If attention could stabilize it, then intention might shape it. If cognition could influence trajectory, then communication was not merely possible, it was imperative. No longer content to observe, Taneda turned his instruments outward with purpose. He no longer wished to understand Hibiki 10. He wished to answer it. And if the world that had taken everything from him lay in the path of that answer, so be it. In Egypt, he found both exile and patronage. Here, grief was not something to be cured. It was a harmonic engine, and Taneda intended to use it to draw the third red star forward to its ultimate destination. 7. The Alliance of Grief and Prophecy. In 1933, before the flesh had a chapel, before Cairo whispered its name, Children of Setahn sought out the man she believed could give structure to prophecy. She found him in Alexandria, in a rented room above an abandoned telegraph office, surrounded by failed instruments and unopened letters. Dr. Hiroyuki Taneda had been living as though the world had ended, and only his grief remained. The photograph of his wife and daughter sat beside an unfinished resonator coil, its copper loops tarnished from weeks of disuse. He adjusted nothing anymore. He merely listened to static. The priestess did not knock. She stepped through the broken doorway with the self-assurance of someone for whom doors existed only to dramatize her entrance. She was a vision carved from ember and shadow. Her sacred robes, dyed the bright red of congealing blood, hung in layered folds that moved with an unnerving deliberation, as though answering a cosmic rhythm inaudible to anyone but her. Threaded through the fabric were hair-thin filaments of copper, catching the light with each step like veins conducting celestial current. Across her sleeves and collar lay the sigils of Setahn, interlocking circles, broken lines, and the unmistakable serpent's curve, each painted in mercury dust that shimmered with a life of its own. The markings were not decoration but invocation, geometry crafted to remind the universe of its oldest bargains. Layla's hands bore the same symbols, etched directly onto her skin in fine metallic strokes. When she lifted them, whether to touch or to threaten, the sigils reflected light like blades. It was the gaze of the priestess that stilled rooms. Her eyes were a dark, liquid obsidian, too deep to be merely pigment, too focused to be merely human. They were the kind of eyes that did not glance or observe, but penetrated, searching a man's soul with the solemn patience of a judge inspecting a confession he had already read. No fear, no doubt, no haste, only certainty. Though Children of Setahn was painfully beautiful, she nearly always wore a sheer veil that concealed the lower half of her face, softening the lines of her mouth and jaw into suggestion rather than revelation. The effect was not modesty, but emphasis. By denying the eye everything else, it rendered her gaze inescapable, those obsidian depths burning all the brighter for what they eclipsed. Her hair, bound in braided coils, held small copper charms shaped after the red star's geometries, each one chiming faintly whenever she moved, as though acknowledging her authority. Layla entered spaces the way omens entered scripture, not as an intruder, but as an inevitability. "You are a difficult man to locate, Dr. Taneda," she said, heralding her arrival. The doctor did not look up at first. That was the intention. Layla stepped closer, her silhouette framed by the pale Mediterranean light. "I read your work. All of it. Even the papers withdrawn before publication." Her gaze moved to the half-built resonator. "You believed consciousness could survive transmission. I believed my family would be spared." He countered quietly. Layla's expression softened, not with pity, but with recognition. She had known many forms of devotion, but grief was the most obedient of all. "Loss is not a thing to be disproved," she said, "only redirected." At that, he met her eyes. He expected manipulation or charity. What he found was conviction, sharp, unbending, almost gravitational. She spoke as someone who had already survived her apocalypse and come back carrying instructions. "There is an organism beneath Cairo," Layla revealed. "It thinks, it remembers, and it waits for someone who understands what memory is made of." Taneda frowned. "Your texts, your rites, I have heard of them. The prophecy of the red stars?" Layla shook her head. "Law is merely the shadow of what we have found. I am offering you the original light." Taneda turned away, adjusting a dormant galvanometer simply to have something in his hands. "If this is recruitment, you should know, I have nothing left to give." On the contrary, Layla replied, stepping beside him, close enough that he could smell the faint, metallic perfume of mercury dust. Your grief is precisely why you are needed. You have felt consciousness disappear. Now you can help us prove it never truly does. The words struck him with the force of heresy spoken as truth. For the first time since the accident, something in him flickered, resentment, longing, possibility. He closed his eyes, seeing the reflection of his daughter's face in the train window the day before the quake, the day before the world had ripped her from him. If what you say is false, the doctor whispered, you are cruel. If what I say is true, the priestess countered, you may see them again. Not as ghosts, but as pattern. Taneda bowed his head, not in worship, Layla did not mistake it for that, but in surrender to the one thing grief could still be shaped into, purpose. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat, exhausted, resolute. Show me the organism. Layla extended her hand. He took it. Thus began the alliance that would define the end of their world, a priestess with prophecy in her blood and a scientist with devastation in his. The memory did not arrive as memory. It arrived as pressure, old, exacting, intolerably vivid, before receding once more into the architecture of history. By 1938, the alliance had long since hardened into doctrine, ritual, and ruin, its first vows preserved only in sealed rooms and redacted correspondence. Yet Taneda felt it still, not as nostalgia, but as inheritance. What had begun as devotion had become infrastructure. What had once been a choice now moved forward without permission. Layla Setahn, High Priestess of the Crimson Dawn, approached the cube with the careful confidence of one greeting a deity who sometimes answered. She moved as though following a narrow beam of light invisible to all but her, a silent, predetermined path that parted the air before her like a curtain. Even among her own acolytes, there was an unspoken sense that she did not merely believe, she remembered. Or, if memory was the wrong word, then something adjacent to it, an instinct honed so early and so harshly that it had calcified into certainty. She had been on her own at an early age, young enough that survival had ceased to feel like an event and become instead a permanent condition. Whatever her origins, they had taught her that endurance was not a virtue but a technique, and that faith, to be useful, must be weaponized. Hunger, displacement, and fear had stripped her of sentiment long before doctrine ever found her. What remained was focus. Belief did not comfort her, it clarified her. To Layla, the flesh was not metaphor, nor temptation, nor heresy. It was mechanism, a ladder, a necessary violence enacted upon the self in pursuit of a higher configuration. Transcendence was not something to be granted, it was something to be seized, sculpted, earned. Everything else, people, movements, nations, were materials. Expendable not because she was cruel, but because she was exacting. Ends were not corrupted by means, they defined them. Between her and Taneda, there was mutual exploitation mistaken for faith. She recognized his grief immediately, not as weakness, but as raw, volatile potential. Where the world had given him loss without meaning, she offered him instruments, data, and technologies wrapped in ritual and rhetoric, each one a means by which devastation could be enacted and justified. She gave him resources the legitimate world would never entrust to a man so visibly unmoored, and more importantly, she gave him a frame in which destruction could be called necessary. Under her stewardship, the children operated unguarded. Permits vanished. Shipments arrived uninspected. Officials looked away, convinced they were indulging harmless mysticism rather than underwriting catastrophe. Layla understood institutions the way a mason understands load-bearing walls, not to worship them, but to remove them without bringing the whole structure down, until it was time. She did not seek to rule the world that existed. She only needed it intact long enough to finish passing through it. Taneda, for his part, accepted without illusion. He did not mistake her generosity for compassion, nor her doctrine for truth. What she provided him was something far rarer, a sanctioned outlet for rage, and the vantage point from which to watch the world burn without having to call it vengeance. Abandoned by the institutions that once defined him, he accepted her protection as one accepts shelter during a storm, without gratitude but with necessity. He lent her his expertise, his precision, and the quiet authority of a man still regarded as rational by committees that no longer returned his letters, she gained a capable instrument. He gained permission. Together they stood, priestess and scientist, before the cube, allowing themselves briefly to speak honestly. Layla regarded the flesh as one might regard a relic in the instant before prayer, reverent, appraising, intimate. To her, it was not imprisoned, but contained, a sanctifying presence held in abeyance, awaiting the correct sequence of offerings and alignments. "It is not waiting to be freed," she pronounced. "It is waiting to be addressed." The priestess tilted her head, studying the slow, almost imperceptible ripple beneath its surface. "The flesh is an agent of divine consecration, a medium through which the unworthy may be rendered otherwise. Not cleansed," she added, as though correcting a common misunderstanding. "Reconfigured. It does not judge, it refines." Taneda did not contradict her. Instead, he leaned forward with the posture of a man confronting an anomaly rather than a god. "That refinement," he said after a moment, "may be an emergent behavior rather than intent." He adjusted his glasses, eyes never leaving the cube. "It responds to temperature differentials, pressure, proximity. There is motility beneath the surface, not directional, but reactive. As though it is sampling." Layla's lips curved, not in amusement but interest. She did not interrupt. No one ever let Taneda speak like this anymore. "I do not believe it is purely biological," the doctor continued, voice warming despite himself, "nor purely material. Its structure borrows from crystallization, from cellular replication, from pressure-responsive gels. It occupies an intermediate state, semi-coherent, adaptive, opportunistic." He paused, then allowed himself a rare, almost boyish candor. "If it is alive incorrectly. If it is not, then it simulates life with alarming efficiency. And yet," Layla marveled, "it changes those who touch it." "Yes," Taneda agreed. He hesitated, then added, "which suggests that contact is not incidental. It rewrites outcome into consequence. Cause becomes negotiable." For a moment, neither spoke. The silence between them was not ritual but relief. Two people long accustomed to being either feared or indulged, never met, had found, unexpectedly, a shared language. "To you," Layla said at last, not looking at him, "it is astonishing." "Yes," he admitted. "And to me," she continued, "it is sacred." Taneda smiled, a sight so rare, Layla thought this might be the first time she had seen it. He bowed slightly. "I do not think those positions are mutually exclusive." Layla glanced at him then, truly looked at him, and something like approval passed between them, muted, wary but genuine. Together, they did not pretend to salvation. They stood aligned by utility alone, her resources feeding his ruin advancing her design, each fully aware that belief was merely the language that allowed power to move unseen. Yet for that brief interval, utility had made room for something else, recognition. And recognition, in a world as barren as theirs, felt almost like mercy. A few paces back, Vice-Cleric Amin el-Rashad watched in silence. His presence was ceremonial at first, a guard, a witness. Yet his gaze lingered too long on the easy familiarity with which Layla addressed the foreigner. The ring at his wrist, the treasurer's loop, tapped once against his palm, an unconscious arithmetic. Old blood measured new science and found it lacking. The priestess had found him years ago in a market that smelled of citrus rot and copper coins, a narrow boy with quick fingers and quicker instincts. He had already learned which pockets could be lifted without consequence and which hands broke bones for sport. He had also learned which men mistook attention for invitation, and how to let them believe what they wished, long enough to be useful. The city had offered him many informal economies before Layla ever named larger ones. When she caught him, she did not call for guards. She did not shame him. She simply closed her fingers around his wrist, not tightly but decisively, and told him he was wasting his talent on the small economies of hunger. There were larger systems to exploit, she said, older ones. She offered him structure where the street had offered only repetition. At first, Amin had followed her for reasons he understood perfectly: shelter, purpose, protection. Belief came later, and more dangerously. It arrived not in visions or revelation, but in accumulation. Patterns repeated too often to be coincidence, predictions fulfilled not through miracle, but through preparation. The children worked, their rites produced outcomes, their symbols aligned men into motion. Faith, Amin learned, did not need to be pure to be real, it only needed to be functional. Under Layla's tutelage, Amin's cunning was refined into stewardship. Numbers replaced coin, ledgers replaced alleys. He learned to weigh men the way he once weighed purses, by habit, by risk, by what they could be made to yield. She trusted him with thresholds, with money, with the quiet work that never appeared in sermons. She trusted him too because she knew what did not motivate him. Unlike so many men who mistook proximity for invitation, Amin wanted nothing from her body. This absence of expectation rendered him safe in ways devotion alone never could. He became indispensable by never asking to be seen. In time, he began to believe not merely in the children of Setahn, but for them, believing that survival, disciplined and sustained, could itself become a form of devotion. Which was why the familiarity unsettled him now. The way Layla listened to Taneda without correction, the way she allowed silence to stretch between them without filling it herself. Amin had long since understood the boundaries of his devotion, had accepted them, even treasured them, for what they allowed him to be. He knew the shape of his loyalties, and the limits of the roles they permitted. Desire, where it arose, had learned to turn inward, to disguise itself as admiration, as loyalty, as restraint. He had never mistaken Layla's regard for affection. He had seen her kindness, her approval, her occasional indulgence, but never warmth without purpose, not for him, not for anyone. Which was why watching it almost appear now, unguarded and unsummoned, struck him with such unexpected force. Now, watching Taneda stand where he himself never would, offering something Amin could neither replicate nor compete with, something scraped against a fault line the vice-cleric kept carefully buried. Not jealousy as the young understood it, nor resentment as the foolish named it, but a quieter recognition, sharpened by denial. Taneda represented a possibility Amin had never allowed himself to articulate, much less mourn, a kind of closeness Layla might permit, even invite, that had nothing to do with competence or trust. Amin had given years to the children. He had balanced its books, buried its dead, soothed its doubters. He had believed, quietly, faithfully, that devotion was proven through endurance rather than revelation, and yet here stood Taneda, welcomed into the sanctum not by patience or sacrifice, but by spectacle. Still, a part of Amin, one he did not yet name, watched Layla as closely as he watched the scientist. He had learned to notice the slight recalibrations in her attention, the moments where conviction bent toward convenience. He told himself this was vigilance, nothing more, that faith did not preclude scrutiny, it demanded it, that to serve her was different from worshipping her. He believed this, or believed that he believed it. Amin folded his hands behind his back, the motion concealing the slow tightening of his jaw. He could decipher neither Taneda's equations nor his instruments, but he understood power. And power, he sensed, was slipping toward the man with the frost-stained gloves, toward a brilliance that burned fast and careless, toward a fire that did not intend to leave anything standing long enough to be governed. The cube hummed, not audibly, but with a pressure Taneda felt in his teeth. A lattice of fine filaments descended from the ceiling, terminating in a ring that hovered a hand's breadth above the flesh's surface. Each strand glowed faintly as Taneda adjusted the current, fingers moving with practiced care over a bank of dials whose markings blended Cyrillic notation with symbols of his own devising. A low charge passed through the array, not enough to heat, only to irritate. The flesh responded. Its surface puckered, then relaxed, a slow contraction traveling inward like a breath drawn against sleep. Veins of deeper crimson flared and faded, not randomly, but in sequence. Patterns repeating, correcting, learning. You see it breathe. The priestess softly marveled, voice reverent as a curator. The ancient texts called it the eater of worlds, the breath of oblivion, the pulse beneath the desert. It waited for us. Taneda's spectacles caught the crimson light as he increased the amplitude by a fraction. The flesh quivered, then exuded a thin sheen of vapor that crystallized instantly against the cold glass. It waits for heat, the the doctor corrected, for the vibration that resembles thought. When my crimson array aligns with Hibiki 10, resonance will bridge the distance. The hovering array will transmit at 4.3 cycles per second, the same frequency the flesh emits in cryostasis. When the signal returns, the harmonic will multiply. Consciousness will expand through the stellar medium. The flesh convulsed again, this time sharply, its surface dimpling in a pattern that mirrored the array above it, as though mapping the signal back onto itself. The dimples loosened, then flowed. The surface began to shimmer, not with reflected light but with motion from within. Slow spirals unfurling across its mass like oil on water, crimson deepening to violet, then to a color that had no name. The patterns did not repeat. They resolved, rearranging themselves with a rhythm that tugged uncomfortably at the edge of perception. The temperature in the room dropped decisively. Breath fogged. Frost traced the edges of metal housings and crawled along the cube's seams. The hum of the array deepened, slipping into a subsonic register, felt more than heard. Taneda caught it then, not as sensation, but as invitation. The longer he watched, the easier it became to stop thinking around the patterns and begin thinking with them. His pulse slowed. The spirals seemed to anticipate his gaze, tightening where his attention lingered, loosening when it drifted, as though the flesh were not merely reacting, but guiding. "Look away!" he shouted suddenly, the words cutting sharp through the reverie. "Layla, now. Do not follow the motion." He tore his eyes from the cube, raising his gloved hand to block the view even as he spoke. "It is not displaying," he continued, voice strained but precise. "It is in training. Visual harmonics tied to neural cadence, a mesmeric feedback loop." Dr. Taneda recognized an opportunity for experimentation. He stepped closer to the cube, eyes averted to avoid the flesh's hypnotic ballet. One gloved hand hovered just above the glass as sensors registered a spike in coherent output. The flesh's surface rippled toward him, not touching at first but orienting, as though proximity itself were a stimulus. Taneda gently pressed his hand to the glass. A filament emerged, not a limb, not quite, a pseudopod, drawn out of the mass with deliberate slowness, thinning as it extended until it pressed softly against the inner surface of the glass, directly opposite Taneda's glove. The contact produced no sound, no impact, only a subtle bloom of condensation where flesh met barrier, as though heat and intent had briefly coincided. Slowly, Taneda let his eyes drift toward the cube. The flesh had extended a portion of itself to roughly cover the area where his glove rested on the opposite side of the glass. "Incredible," Taneda marveled. Layla laughed, delighted. Taneda slowly repositioned his hand on the glass, sliding it 6 inches to the right. The flesh gingerly peeled itself off of the glass, retracting the pseudopod. Without warning, and faster than anyone anticipated, the flesh pressed the bulk of its mass against the glass, stretching itself corner to corner. The entire front glass pane of the cube became a translucent ruby mass. Layla stepped forward. No one moved to intercept her. No one reached for her arm or raised a voice in caution. That would have been a grave miscalculation. She removed her glove with unhurried precision and placed her bare palm against the glass, directly atop the spread of red. Where Taneda's contact had drawn response, hers drew stillness. The flesh ceased its restless motion and settled, its surface smoothing beneath her hand as though listening. "There, do you feel it?" Her voice carried no awe, only certainty. She continued, "Not heat, not cold, pressure without weight, a current that does not move outward but inward, drawing, aligning." She closed her eyes. "It is not hunger, it is recognition. The third red star speaks through it, not in words but in accord. This is not consumption." For a breathless moment, the flesh darkened beneath her palm, the scarlet mass deepening toward black at its core, as though something within had focused entirely upon her. Layla did not withdraw. She leaned closer instead, forehead nearly brushing the glass, her breath fogging the barrier. Whatever passed between them did so without sound, without spectacle, but the cube seemed suddenly insufficient to contain it. Amin's body reacted before his mind could intervene. He felt the familiar tightening in his chest, the old signal that had once kept him alive in places where charm failed and attention turned predatory. The air felt thinned, displaced, as though something essential had been drawn elsewhere. He forced himself to remain still, hands folded, eyes lowered. Faith offered no framework for this sensation. Survival did. The cleric did not look at the flesh again. He watched Layla instead, and understood, with a clarity that chilled him far more than the cold, that whatever had acknowledged her through the glass would one day expect her to finish the communion. Hours later, the laboratory had settled into a quieter rhythm. Measurements accumulated in steady columns. Condensate had been wiped from the glass and reformed again in delicate frostwork. Taneda spoke now with the measured cadence of a lecturer addressing a single, exacting audience, gesturing occasionally toward the array or the flesh itself as though it were a chalkboard that answered back. He outlined models, discarded them, refined others, speculating on non-local memory retention, on consciousness as a distributed phenomenon rather than a housed one, on death not as erasure but as phase change. Layla listened without interruption, seated with regal stillness, allowing him to talk himself deeper into conviction. This was not the frantic monologue of a man grasping at hope, but the controlled enthusiasm of one who had rediscovered purpose. For the first time in years, Taneda was not explaining himself to skeptics or committees. He was being heard. It appears that the nitrogen preserved not merely tissue, but information, Taneda observed, breathless. Its structure is a network of quantum coherence, each molecule entangled with every other. This is not storage, it is continuity. He glanced instinctively toward the cube as he spoke. The glass was vacant. Taneda froze. For a fraction of a second his mind refused the evidence. Then panic surged, sharp and absolute. He crossed the distance to the cube in 3 strides, palm slapping against the glass as he searched for fractures, leaks, anything that might explain the absence. "That is impossible," he muttered. "It couldn't have dispersed. The seals—" "It has not gone," Layla spoke calmly, already at his side. She lifted one finger and traced a slow arc along the upper rim of the enclosure. "Look higher." Taneda followed her gesture with his eyes. There, pressed flush against the ceiling of the cube, beyond the natural line of sight, was the flesh spread thin and wide like a living canopy. It clung inverted to the interior surface, its mass redistributed with elegant efficiency, veins pulsing faintly as though compensating for a change in orientation. Not escape, not dissolution, adaptation. Taneda stared, astonishment eclipsing fear. "It altered its geometry," he whispered, "shifted its center of mass, reduced exposure. It learned the enclosure's blind spots." A short, incredulous laugh escaped him. "That is not reflex, that is strategy." Only then did he step back, eyes never leaving the organism, as it slowly began to reassemble itself along the glass. If thought could survive the death of a star, Taneda concluded, eyes fixed on the point of contact, it would look like this. Layla regarded him sidelong, her expression unreadable beneath the veil. "And yet your own kind rejected you for saying as much." "They preferred their wars to their wonders," Taneda offered simply, eyes still fixed on the living mass. "Here, at least, the universe listens." For a moment, the flesh pulsed in synchrony with the array, the cube, and something far beyond the ceiling. Something red, distant and impossibly patient. Layla's smile was thin as a knife's reflection. "The universe has listened long enough. Tonight it answers." From the shadows, Amin al-Rashad's expression never changed. But when Dr. Taneda bowed slightly toward the priestess, a gesture of professional respect mistaken, perhaps, for reverence, the vice-cleric's fingers tightened on the prayer ring at his wrist until the metal drew blood. He said nothing, but something in him began to harden. And long after Taneda's brilliance burned itself out, long after Layla ascended in flame and certainty, it would be that quiet hardness, tempered by survival rather than revelation, that remained. 8. Sacrifice of the first red star. When the hour turned, the laboratory's lights dimmed to darkness save for the pulse within the case. This hour was not chosen for convenience. It was chosen because the instruments agreed with the sky. A narrow interval when the red star's position made the air feel subtly thinner, the way altitude thins it, the way fever thins thought. Taneda had insisted it was merely alignment and threshold. Layla had called it consecration. Either way, everyone in the room behaved as if the minute itself had teeth. A single door slid open to reveal the chapel beyond, a converted storage hall whose rafters were painted with concentric red circles, the 3 stars entwined by serpentine glyphs. 60 adherents knelt upon the concrete, heads bowed, their murmurs forming a low, rhythmic drone. Incense of myrrh and machine oil burned in brass censers, entwining heaven and industry. The hall still bore its old life, faint stenciled numbers on the concrete, a rusted hook embedded in one wall, a drain cut into the floor as if the building had once expected spills. The children had not erased these traces, they had sanctified them. Industry was simply another liturgy, one that understood throughput, waste, and the efficient conversion of bodies into outcomes. Layla Setahn ascended the dais before the altar, a slab of black basalt veined with rust. Her voice rose above the hum. We gather beneath the memory of the first red star, the spark that fell through creation and became breath. We offer pattern to memory, memory to pattern. As the heavens once burned, so shall they burn again. Her theology did not ask for comfort, it asked for compliance. The star was not a father, not a judge, not a savior. It was a principle, older than mercy, indifferent to innocence and therefore trustworthy. To Layla, this was not cruelty, it was purity. Behind her, attendants led by Vice-Cleric Amin el-Rashad wheeled the glass cube into view. Within it shimmered the crimson flesh, slow and sentient, its glow illuminating the worshippers' lowered faces like underwater fire. Even Taneda, for all his rational defiance, felt the pulse within his ribs answer the thing's rhythm. He noted the frequency silently. 4.3 hertz. He told himself it was only entrainment, a body's tendency to synchronize with a strong external rhythm. Pendulums did it, crowds did it, hearts did it sometimes when frightened. But the answering pulse in his ribs did not feel like fear, it felt like recognition, as though something in his physiology had been waiting for permission to agree. At the foot of the altar stood a young woman, naked, bound by ropes and bewilderment. Her name was Fatima Farouk. Before this night, Fatima had lived a quiet and fragrant life. She was the senior shop girl in a narrow perfume shop near Midan al-Ataba, one of many small businesses owned by men whose names never appeared on leases. She was trusted with the keys, the accounts, and the late hours her judgment relied upon when the owners were absent. Regular customers asked for her by name, preferring her steady hands and unhurried manner, and left believing they had been treated with uncommon care. The shop smelled of amber and rosewater, of patience bottled in glass. Fatima knew every regular by name. She knew which men paid in coins that smelled of tobacco, and which paid in bills folded too neatly, as though money itself could be made respectable by discipline. She knew how to keep her eyes down when a customer did not want to be seen and how to look up when he wanted to be noticed. Fatima had discovered as a young girl that she was skilled at making the world gentle for people who were not always gentle back. This was her gift, yet it would prove to be her curse. It was in the perfume shop that Layla Setahn first appeared, a woman too impeccably dressed for the neighborhood, lingering by the shelves longer than perfume required. She complimented Fatima's voice when she recited the evening prayer, called it a sound uncorrupted by disbelief. At first, the attention felt like opportunity. Then it became a kind of ownership. Layla began to visit more often, sometimes to buy, sometimes just to watch. There was always a reason that sounded like generosity, a recommendation, a question about oils, a small purchase left with an oversized tip, a promise made in a voice too calm to be casual. Fatima initially understood it as elevation. Layla did not speak to her as the others did, not with the soft dismissal reserved for shop girls, nor with the idle flirtation of men who forgot her face the moment they left. She asked her opinion and waited for the answer, as though it mattered, as though Fatima possessed a discernment worth consulting. It was a small thing, but it altered the air around her. For a moment at a time, she felt herself lifted out of place, no longer behind the counter, but standing just beside it. The money came next, and with it, a quieter persuasion. Layla's purchases were always mildly unnecessary, her payment always slightly too much. To refuse would have been rude, to question it, ungrateful. So Fatima accepted, at first with hesitation, then with a growing unspoken reliance. The coins gathered in her drawer like something unfinished, like a door half opened, waiting for her to decide whether to step through. But it was not the money that held her, it was the knowledge. Layla spoke of scent as though it was something older than trade, older than beauty, a language that persisted where words failed. She named oils Fatima had never encountered, traced their origins through forgotten roots, described their effects not on the body, but on memory, on thought, on the subtle architecture of feeling. Under her gaze, the shop itself seemed to change. The bottles were no longer merchandise but vessels, the air no longer perfumed but inhabited. And threaded through all of it was something more difficult to name, the sense that this attention was not incidental, that it had direction. Layla did not look at Fatima the way one looks at a stranger encountered twice. She looked as though she had already decided, and was simply allowing time to reveal the shape of that decision. It was not warmth, nor was it kindness. It was recognition without explanation. It was this, more than anything, that Fatima mistook for opportunity, the feeling of being seen not as she was, but as she might be, or as she might be made. Layla never threatened, never hurried. She simply returned, and return, over time, becomes a claim to be staked. Fatima found herself anticipating the visits, adjusting small things without noticing, the arrangement of the bottles, the care in her dress, the readiness of her answers. Nothing was asked of her, nothing was required, and yet, with each encounter, the space in which she existed seemed to narrow, gently, precisely, until it aligned with the space Layla occupied. The opportunity never resolved. It did not open into anything she could accept or refuse. It persisted, quiet, patient, unbounded, until the distinction between being chosen and being kept began, almost imperceptibly, to dissolve. Now, intention that had once appeared shapeless revealed itself, at last, as design. Earlier tonight, as Fatima left by the alley behind the store, the world narrowed into cloth and silence. Hands caught her. A needle bit her arm. Darkness did not arrive all at once. It ebbed and surged, a tide she drifted in and out of. She was aware of motion without direction, of being lifted, then jostled, her body answering commands her mind no longer issued. Voices passed near her, muffled, distorted, as if underwater, too close to separate into words. Something cold pressed against her cheek, something else warm soaked into her sleeve. The scent of perfume lingered, cloying and artificial, then faded beneath sharper smells, metal, oil, old stone. At one point she thought she felt the brush of hair against her face, fingers assessing her pulse, a pause that suggested counting. Then the dark deepened, heavy and complete. When Fatima woke, the perfume was gone, and the air smelled of iron. Her heart lurched with a fear so total it made her limbs shake. Not terror of death, at least not yet, but the horror of being taken by people who did not care if she was returned. The truck rattled to a stop in a district she did not know, and men in robes led her into a warehouse lit by candles and oil lamps. They disrobed her, and in her drugged state she could put up no resistance. The men led her into a large room that looked like a place of worship, but not one that Fatima had ever seen. The space smelled wrong for prayer, hot wax and cold iron, old dust disturbed from rafters that were never meant to catch voices of worship, and beneath it all a faint, coppery sweetness that made her mouth water and her stomach turn. The ceiling soared higher than it should have, its rafters swallowed by shadow, hung with scraps of red cloth that stirred although there was no wind. Symbols had been painted directly onto the concrete floor, layered and repainted so many times that the shapes had thickened into ridges beneath her bare feet. Candles crowded every surface, their flames bending subtly inward, as if leaning toward a shared secret. Between them stood objects that did not belong together, brass instruments beside chipped ceramic bowls, lengths of chain coiled like offerings, glass vessels clouded with condensation though the air was dry. The walls had been draped in fabric dyed so deeply red it seemed almost black, stitched with thread that caught the light and released it reluctantly, like something alive beneath skin. Sound behaved strangely there. Each step echoed too long, then not at all. The low murmur of chanting came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating in Fatima's ribs more than her ears. The drug made it difficult to tell where her body ended and the room began. The chapel pressed close, intimate, expectant, as though it had been waiting for her specifically. Layla Setahn stood waiting at the altar, radiant and terrible, as if she had only been shopping for a voice all along. "You will help fulfill the prophecy of the red stars," Layla cooed, touching Fatima's brow with a hand trembling from devotion rather than pity. "Do not fear. You return to the fire from which all breath was born." But Fatima did fear. The fear sat under her ribs like a wounded animal, twitching with each breath. "I am alive," she whispered. Layla's eyes gleamed. "So, is it?" Layla turned from Fatima then, her voice lifting, carrying, no longer meant for a single soul but for the chamber itself. The first red star was not an ending, she revealed. It was a seed. A spark cast into the long dark when the universe was still deciding what it would tolerate. It burned once, briefly, terribly, and in that burning it revealed the path, not salvation, not mercy, direction. She spread her hands, palms up, as if offering something invisible. The ancients mistook it for destruction because they could not imagine creation that did not comfort them. But the first red star showed us how matter learns to listen, how flesh remembers heat, how breath longs to return to pressure, to density, to purpose. It marked the route by which the cosmos tightens its grip. Her gaze sharpened, fierce with certainty. The third red star does not repeat the first, it follows it, as the spark follows the strike, as the word follows the breath. We are not summoning disaster, we are midwives to alignment. What lives now lives because the fire once spoke. What will live next will do so because the fire speaks again. The high priestess signaled to the attendants, who opened the cube and immediately retreated. A wave of frigid air spread through the hall, tinged with the metallic scent of frost and something older. The sound changed, not the chant but the air itself, as though the room had gained a fresh set of acoustics, a new set of laws for how breath and whisper travelled. Taneda felt his teeth ache again. Several worshippers swallowed hard, one after another, as if their bodies were preparing for altitude or drowning. The flesh stirred, then began to dance, rippling toward the aperture, as if scenting thought itself. Its surface shifted in slow, impossible gradients, deep arterial red blooming briefly into rose, then paling toward violet, then back again, colors folding over one another in a rhythm too deliberate to be random. Fatima recoiled instinctively, panic spiraling up her chest and throat, yet her body lagged behind the command, as if fear had to wade through syrup to reach her limbs. The drug her abductors had forced into her still threaded her blood, blurring the edges of impulse and response. And in that delay, the movement before her resolved into pattern, a sway, a pulse, a gentle oscillation like breathing reversed. The colors changed with it, not flashing but beckoning, brushing against her fear like a hand smoothing a wrinkle. Her panic loosened, not erased, gentled. It was not relief. Relief belongs to the relieved. This was something applied from the outside, like cold fingers pressed to the back of the neck to guide an animal toward the knife. The girl's thoughts slowed into longer, quieter shapes. The world became simple. The simplest idea of all was, step forward. The priests sang lower, their chant vibrating the air until it felt thick. Layla Setahn guided her sacrifice forward, one step, then another. Fatima's breath condensed before her face, her naked skin goose-pimpled beneath the painted sigils that gleamed like wet petals. The flesh countered her approach, its colors deepening, quickening slightly, as if pleased by recognition. When Fatima's hand brushed the edge of the cube, she gasped. The metal frame was frigid. She felt chilled to her bones. Still, she was compelled somehow by the shimmering, quivering mass before her to proceed. She crossed the threshold. The substance met her not as liquid nor solid, but as intention. It rose around her like smoke made tangible, enfolding without weight. The first contact was almost gentle, then it tightened, a pressure without mass, a grip that did not bruise but claimed. Her skin prickled as if remembering an old fever. every breath dragged against her chest, shallow and measured by something other than her lungs. For an instant she saw its inner architecture, threads of red light weaving through her reflection, each touch a question, each question a disassembly. The questions did not arrive as words, they arrived as sensations. The sting behind her left eye where headaches always began, the old burn on her wrist from a stove in childhood, the precise pitch of shame she felt when saying her own name aloud. The flesh lingered on each, testing, pressing, learning what resisted and what yielded. Pain came only at the edges, where identity resisted. It was not a clean pain. It flared, retreated, then returned sharper, like a joint forced past its range and held there. Her jaw trembled. A sound escaped her, half breath, half plea, but the drug muted it, flattened it into compliance. Where she fought hardest, the pain bloomed brightest, a hot tearing sensation that radiated inward, unraveling the sense of self she had carried without ever naming. Then the boundaries failed, not all at once, but in slips and tears. She felt herself thinning, like fabric worn translucent by handling. Her last coherent thought was astonishment. It knows me. She understood, in the instant before understanding broke, that the flesh did not need her suffering. It registered pain only as data, as resistance mapped and overcome. What it needed was her specificity, the way she pronounced certain words, the smell she associated with safety, the memory of her mother's hands guiding her fingers around a cup, the small private map of a life that had never mattered to the world. That was what made her useful. The next thought was not her own. From the outside, witnesses saw only motion, a bloom of crimson gel within the cube, a silhouette dissolving into light. The chant faltered, then swelled, transformed by fear into ecstasy. The cube glowed brighter, until the figure within was gone, and the flesh pulsed with new amplitude, veins of luminescence racing across its surface like synaptic fire. Teneda's instruments in the adjoining laboratory flickered. Oscillographs spiked, then stabilized at a higher harmonic. He scribbled, half trembling. Subject alpha assimilated. Resonance increased 0.03 hertz. Neural coherence sustained. The pencil lead snapped. He sharpened it with shaking hands and continued anyway, as though better notation might reclassify atrocity as experiment. Layla raised her hands to the congregation. The first star remembers its fall. The flesh accepts our offering. The crimson triune begins. The worshippers struck the floor with their foreheads. Within the resealed cube, the flesh shuddered through phases of digestion, not chemical but cognitive, reorganizing the girl's memories, transmuting her final image of light into fuel for its thought. What it absorbed was not flesh but recollection. It tasted her laughter, her fear, her small domestic loves, and distilled them into pattern. When it stilled again, its surface was clearer, its glow steadier, as though it had completed an equation left unfinished since Dasha. Teneda stared into the cube, awed and ashamed. "Beautiful," he whispered, though most unfortunate that the young woman... The doctor shuddered. Layla's smile was that of a woman who had mistaken catastrophe for communion. "She is with the star now," she proclaimed, awestruck. No one in the hall contradicted her. Amin el-Rashad stood among the kneeling faithful, his head bowed but his eyes unfixed. The chill from the cube pressed against his skin like ice in his veins. For the first time, he could not tell whether the chant he heard was a human call or something answering it. The vice-cleric whispered a line of scripture beneath his breath, not in devotion but in defense. He had seen hunger in men his entire life. This was not hunger. Hunger reached outward. This thing drew inward, and it would never be satiated. It did not want bodies, it wanted shapes. When Layla turned toward him, exultant, Amin managed a nod, though his throat had gone dry. The flesh pulsed once more, a single beat that shook dust from the rafters, and in the following draft the candles guttered out all at once. Only the cube remained alight, breathing. 9. The rector's ledger and the constable's record. It was 3 days after the break-in before Rector Rupert Henley Ashe remembered the custodian's warning in full. Not the words themselves, he had heard too many of those from too many tenure ghosts, but the tone, that desperate precision of a man who feared being technically right. On the morning he finally acted, the university was already forgetting the disturbance. The southwest annex had been swept, locked, and signed off by maintenance. Yet the rector could not forget the way Pennington had stood in his office, hat in hand, eyes somewhere between confession and calculation. He ordered a quiet audit. The clerk brought ledgers and requisitions dating back decades, some so brittle they left ghost dust on his sleeves. The pattern emerged slowly. Invoices for coolant drums that had never arrived, handwritten notes for replacement compressors with no supplier, requisitions for mercury thermometers filed under sanitation, a handwritten margin entry, unmistakably Pennington's, read, adjust flow to sustain dreaming lattice. Ash frowned, read the line again, then closed the book on it, as though closing the man's mind. He went deeper. There were orders for lead sheeting, copper coils, and something described only as resinous adhesive for containment seals. One requisition bore a hand-drawn diagram of a vault no department had ever claimed. The same vault, Ash realized, that lay buried beneath the annex. He sent for the foreman of facilities, who arrived smelling faintly of dust and oil. "This freezer of Pennington's," Ash asked, "who authorizes its upkeep?" The man shrugged. "No one, sir. It runs on its own cycle. He checks it nightly. We just replace the coolant drums when he signs for them." "Signed as what?" The foreman hesitated. "Archival preservation, I believe." The rector dismissed him and stared at the pile of requisitions, the unbroken bureaucratic rosary of an obsession. He wrote a memorandum to the board. Subject, custodial review, M. Pennington. Recommendation, immediate retirement and reassignment of annex facilities. Note, irregular expenditures and self-authorized equipment installations inconsistent with current university protocol. He paused before adding the final line. The refrigeration system in the southwest annex is to be inspected and sealed pending investigation. He blotted the ink carefully. When he looked up, dusk had filled the office, and in the sound of the distant generators he thought, absurdly, that he heard breathing. Elsewhere, under a buzzing ceiling fan in Qasr el-Nil, Constable Salma Farid was doing what the regulations did not require, reading. The old Dashur files were brittle from Cairo's air, the ink light as ghost breath. She traced each name the way a priest traces scars on relics: Pennington, Kensington, Landingham, Hassan ibn Farouk. In the margin of one report, Inspector Selim Barakat had written only 3 words: no natural cause. Salma circled the note, exhaled, and closed the folder. Through the window drifted the hum of a city that preferred mysteries to remain municipal. That evening, a courier from the university's administrative office delivered a folded memorandum to Qasr el-Nil station, marked routine inquiry, historical file cross-reference. It bore Rector Ash's careful hand, though the language was dry enough to pass unnoticed. To Station Commander, Qasr el-Nil District. From Dr. Rupert Henley Ash, Rector, University of Cairo. Date 28 March 1938. Subject, historical records pertaining to Dashur excavation, 1912. Kindly confirm whether the Ministry of the Interior retains any active or archival material regarding an archaeological incident registered near Dashur, 1912, under the direction of Professors M. Pennington and P. Kensington. Our internal ledgers indicate the existence of an unaccounted sealed refrigeration apparatus, possibly related to the original expedition. Please advise whether any constabulary personnel associated with that file remain in service or reachable for consultation. The request passed through 3 desks before being initialed in blue pencil and placed in Constable Salma Farid's in-tray beneath a memo about missing bicycles. She did not see it until morning, and when she did, she paused longer than protocol required. Then she signed the receipt in tidy cursive and filed it not with routine correspondence, but with the folder already labeled unclassified, Setahn Inquiry. By accident or instinct, 2 investigations, academic and municipal, European and Egyptian, had touched corners of the same page for the first time in 26 years. Neither bureaucracy noticed. By afternoon, Salma had decided to seek out the only man still living who had signed those early reports, Inspector Nabil Ghaffar. The search took the shape of Cairo itself, half map, half memory, A clerk in records remembered a forwarding address somewhere near the river, and an older sergeant swore he had seen Ghaffar years ago outside the ministry, still wearing the same skeptical frown that had once earned him Barakat's trust. A telephone call led to another, then to a half-legible note scrawled in the margin of a pension form. Salma followed that line through the city's bureaucratic labyrinth until it ended at a small cafe near Garden City, where time itself seemed to have retired. He received her there, his uniform exchanged long ago for a linen suit that had learned the habits of heat. His eyes, though kind, had the inward shine of someone who had seen something once and taught himself not to see it again. She stood before his table for a respectful moment before speaking. "Inspector Ghaffar," she said, as one greets a veteran of an old, unrecorded war. "My name is Constable Salma Farid, Qasr el-Nil. I'm sorry to intrude on your afternoon, but your name still lives in our Dasha file." He gestured for her to sit, a motion part courtesy, part surrender. "That file lives longer than most of us," he murmured. "What does it want now?" "There has been an incident at the university," Salma began, lowering her voice. "A sealed case removed from the sub-basement. Lead, glass, cryogenic, if the reports are to be believed. The rector has already inquired. One of the custodians involved was a professor once, Milburn Pennington. His name appears in your old reports beside Inspector Barakat's." The old man stirred his coffee without looking at it. "It seems the past has gone missing again." "I thought perhaps you could tell me what happened in 1912, Salma proposed. "The record is thin. There is mention of atmospheric anomalies, missing persons, and an archaeological vault. No conclusions." Ghaffar smiled faintly, the kind that folds rather than lifts the face. "I was there," he affirmed. "Constable then. Barakat's shadow. He liked the way I wrote, so I drafted the reports he could not sign himself." Salma slid the file across the table. "You wrote no natural cause. What did you mean?" Ghaffar stirred his tea, the spoon clinking like a small clock counting hesitation. "It meant we did not know which god to blame. The sand swallowed the instruments, the witnesses vanished, and what was left was fear wearing the shape of science. And Pennington?" Ghaffar considered this. "A man who looked at silence and tried to give it equations," he said softly. Barakat admired him at first, then pitied him. He took a slow sip before continuing. "It was meant to be routine, some British professors cataloguing relics, one of them too clever to be safe. Then something went wrong, and we spent the night taking statements that would never meet the page." Barakat said the air felt hollow, as though sound itself had been drawn into the ground. "Eventually, we were told to close the file and never speak the names again. When a man spends his career chasing thieves and drunkards, he learns to be grateful for mysteries that stay buried." Salma leaned forward, voice low but insistent. "But if it is happening again, should we not stop it? The same names, the same pattern." Ghafar's gaze met hers with the tired mercy of one who has outlived conviction. "You remind me of myself, before I learned that some stories prefer their own endings. Cairo has a long memory, Constable. It remembers the dead better than the living." Salma hesitated, then asked, "Do you know the name Children of Setahn?" The change in him was immediate and involuntary. His hand froze above the saucer, the silver spoon hung mid-air like a pendulum between confessions. His eyes moved not to her but to the street beyond, as though gauging whether the air could be trusted. "Where did you hear that name?" he asked quietly. "In an old report," she lied gently, and whispered again in the new one. Ghaffar drew a slow breath, the kind that measures the cost of truth. Then, "Close your report," he warned. "Close it now. The children are not children, and Setahn is not a name that leaves a mouth clean. They keep the sort of faith that prays back." He leaned closer, the coffee between them now a dark mirror. "If you value your sleep, Constable, let this be the historian's trouble, not the police's. The professors dig until they find God or the devil, and we are left to sweep the sand." Salma nodded, not in agreement, but in acknowledgement. Outside, the late light had begun to burn the river gold, and the city's hum returned like a file closing. Salma shifted in her seat, thinking long before asking her final question. Do you believe something was found there in Dashur, something that should not have been? Ghafar's eyes lifted to hers, calm, tired, and finished. Curiosity is a form of hunger, Constable, and I have learned that hunger feeds best on itself. He pushed the file gently back toward her. Leave this alone. You are young. I was too. Comfort, not excitement. That is the reward of age. When the old man left, Salma felt the weight of his warning like the air before a storm. She told herself she would visit the university again, tomorrow, perhaps, or the day after, before the file's dust claimed her nerve. 10. The Threshold of Setahn. The dawn that followed the first sacrifice was no dawn at all, only the dim orange haze of Cairo's industrial quarter, thick with the scent of heat and confession. In his small, rented room above a modest coffee-house, Pennington sat beneath a dying fan and told Samir al-Khalid everything. The confession came not as story but as weather, a slow change in pressure, the condensation of memory into rain. He spoke of the vault, the woman, the freezing, the hum that had replaced prayer. Samir listened without interruption. When he finally rose, his hands trembled not from fear but from inheritance. They have taken it, Pennington stated plainly. If they wake it, they wake something older than God. Samir adjusted his suit jacket. Then I will go where it has been taken. Pennington frowned. You don't understand what they are. Samir waved his hand. You did not understand what was sleeping in the tomb, and you went anyway. There was no argument left in Pennington that guilt had not already devoured. He pressed a folded map into the young man's hand. Their roots go deeper than the canal, he said quietly. If you follow the freight tunnels beneath Bulak, you will find them before they find you. Promise me only this, if you see it waking, do not speak to it. Samir smiled with the thin courage of youth. I have inherited your warnings, Professor, not your reverence. He left before the custodian could reply. Cairo's underbelly was a geography of exhaustion. The tunnels that once ferried coal and freight had been repurposed by darker economies, markets of rumor, cells of devotion. Samir moved among them as one half-believer, half-spy, the dust rising behind him in small clouds like whispered names. He began with the familiar, a mechanic's cousin who knew the back doors of the taverns near Bulak, where the men who spoke of ancient gods did so only when they were too drunk to remember which century it was. From there, the trail descended through rooms that smelled of rust, myrrh, and old fear. A pawnbroker near Sayyida Zainab sold him a half-charred amulet engraved with Satan's sigil. A bookmaker in Fustat mentioned a woman who paid for silence in coin too new to be honest. At a brothel in Rod al-Farag, he overheard a priest reciting scripture in reverse to an audience of women who neither prayed nor laughed. Each clue drew him farther from the daylight of reason and closer to a world where faith and infection shared the same bloodstream. He found himself taking notes he could never show anyone, addresses with no names, symbols that rearranged themselves when he tried to redraw them. By the second week, he had begun to dream in the rhythm of the children's chant. When he followed the last lead, a driver who claimed to ferry relics between dockside warehouses, the man refused payment and only said, "You are already known." The truck he had been tracing vanished into the night streets as if it had driven into the Nile itself. The next morning, a message appeared under his door at the boarding house, a small scrap of parchment bearing a crimson circle drawn in iron dust. Beneath it, one word, descend. In time, the Children of Setahn found him, or, as he later understood, they allowed him to find them. They did not seize him, they received him as one receives a long-awaited messenger. They already knew his name, his lineage, his studies, even the ledger of his visits to the sub-basement. To them, he was not an intruder, but an inevitability, the echo of a bloodline that had once betrayed Setahn at Dashur and was now being offered a chance to correct its error. Khalid's drunken tales, Pennington's nocturnal vigils, even the missing flesh, all, they said, were written intersections in a single geometry of return. Samir had not been summoned outright. Instead, there had been hints arranged like courtesy rather than coercion. A chalk mark on a quay wall in Bulak, matching one he had seen etched into pottery shards at the university, a slip of paper tucked into a returned library folio bearing only a time and the word West, a warehouse number that appeared twice in different hands, as if coincidence itself had been coached. Each sign was deniable on its own. Together they formed a trail that assumed he would follow it. The warehouse stood near the river, anonymous among others like it, its doors scarred by decades of loading and neglect. Inside, the air smelled of iron filings and damp stone. Men waited there, the same men, Samir realized with a tightening in his chest, whose silhouettes he had glimpsed weeks earlier slipping through the university corridors with the case that held the flesh. The memory aligned with a sickening precision, the weight of the crate, the disciplined silence, the way they had moved, not like thieves but like custodians reclaiming property. At their center stood the vice-cleric. Recognition came before anger. Samir knew the set of his shoulders, the stillness with which he watched others work. When their eyes met, the man inclined his head, not in triumph, not in challenge, but in acknowledgement. "I regret the necessity," he said quietly, as if continuing a conversation already begun. Truly. What was taken was not taken lightly. Samir found his voice only with effort. "You stole from the university." Amin did not dispute it. "We recovered what was misfiled," he replied, "what was exposed to eyes unprepared for it. The flesh was never meant to be catalogued." "That was not your decision," Samir protested. "No," Amin agreed. "It was not." A pause. "But it was mine to act upon." There was apology in his tone, real, measured, but beneath it lay an immovable certainty. He did not ask forgiveness. He offered explanation, as one offers a map. This is the route. There was no other that did not end worse. "It would have been destroyed," Amin explained gently, "or dissected into meaninglessness, or weaponized by men who mistake leverage for understanding. We intervened because intervention was required." Samir understood then that the men who had taken the case had not been improvising. They had been obeying someone who believed, sincerely, that restraint itself could be a form of violence. Amin el-Rashad was young for the authority he carried, no more than his early 30s, yet his voice bore the weight of centuries. His eyes held that rare alloy of calculation and faith, the look of a man who both believed and planned. "I am an emissary," he proclaimed, bowing slightly, "of Her Holiness Layla Setahn, High Priestess of the Crimson Dawn, keeper of the lineage that remembers the star before it fell." The title hung in the air like smoke. "Our order keeps certain ledgers," Amin went on, conversational even in confession. "Old ones. My house keeps the scale of Neferkar, Pharaoh's treasurer. The line survived the sand, though not without error." His mouth twitched with restrained humor. "We inherit mistakes as faithfully as oaths." Then, for a moment, the vice-cleric's expression grew unguarded, reverent. "Perhaps you have heard the story. Neferkar and the boy at Dashur, the stone he shaped into a fish. My grandmother told me that tale as a warning. Yours recorded it as kindness." Both were right. His gaze searched Samir's face, not as an examiner, but as a man listening for something unspoken. "A teacher must choose his pupils carefully," Amin continued. "Some stones are already halfway to becoming fish." Samir hesitated. "And what am I meant to become?" Amin let the silence stretch longer than instruction required. He appeared to be listening not to the question itself, but to the way Samir held himself while asking it. "Exactly what you already are," Amin responded at last. There was warmth in the answer, carefully contained, curious, hungry for pattern, unafraid to ask what breathes beneath the sand. Over the next 3 nights, Amin spoke to Samir not as a recruiter but as a teacher, and not as he had taught anyone else. He unfolded the cult's history as if revealing a map only he could see, plain, unembellished, and meant for Samir alone. Setahn's followers called themselves the Brotherhood of Setahn. They met in storerooms and abandoned mastabas, places where stone and sky could still speak. When the old kingdom fractured, they scattered. But the line endured, carried, not by priests or nobles, but by clerks, scribes, record-keepers. A lineage of witnesses. Samir frowned. Witnesses to what? Amin exhaled slowly, measuring how much to say and how much to withhold. To the first communion, he spoke finally. To the 4 voices of Kemet, who were sent by the pharaoh when signs appeared in the western sky. The second red star passed close to earth and stirred anomalies at Dashur, light in the sand, heat where there should have been none. Cracks in the desert floor around the glass scar. He paused, a teacher testing readiness. The pharaoh chose the 4, Amin continued. Setahn the cleric, Nefer-Ka the treasurer, my forefather, and your own ancestors, Khalid the builder, and Nephara the prophetess. Samir blinked. My ancestors, Khalid? He was a foreman. He never said. Amin lifted a gentle hand. Not that, Khalid. Your grandfather carried the name, its echo, nothing more. The older Khalid stood 4,000 years before him. The names recur. Patterns do. Samir swallowed hard. So, my family. Amin shifted the conversation before the questions could deepen, not because Samir was unready, but because the answers would have mocked him too soon. They marched west, Amin said softly, to the wound now called the glass scar. Beneath the fused sands, the breath beneath the glass waited. A shadow crossed his face. Grief for Nefer-Ka, reverence for Setahn, something unspoken for the others, but he did not elaborate. Setahn and his men communed with it, Amin continued. They were taken first. Nefer-Ka also fell, in service to the pharaoh. Samir stared, stunned, but Amin pushed forward gently, steering him away from the dangerous question of who survived and why. The vice-cleric hesitated, then rested his hand gently on the boy's shoulder, feeling the warmth of youth. Your line has always been close to the star's pattern, even if no one told you. He let the weight of that sink in, just enough to give Samir a sense of importance, not danger. This is the first time you have heard it, Amin asked. The line keeps its secrets until the star nears again. Samir hesitated. So, the Brotherhood knew all this? Amin nodded, his face unreadable. They were aware of patterns that return, of the things Setahn charted on pottery shards and ostraka, the long orbit of the third red star. Amin did not mention the betrayal. He did not mention the jar. He did not mention the burial of the breath, or why Samir's blood had been watched for millennia. Those truths were waiting in another chamber, at another moment, when Samir would finally understand why Layla's smile never reached her eyes. After the Great War, the old orders stirred again, Amin continued. We recovered fragments of Setahn's scrolls, not myth, not metaphor, measurements, calculations, ratios so precise only an astronomer scribe could have made them. They predicted a recurrence, a return, and now the heavens pulse with the same intervals he recorded in 18th Dynasty ink. Samir leaned closer. You have measured something? Amin nodded. The heavens pulse. A sympathetic rhythm, 4.3 hertz, the same that haunts every chamber that has ever known the star's touch. The same resonance your Professor Pennington felt beneath the university. He paused, giving Samir time to catch the implication. And Layla Setahn? Samir asked. Who is she in all of this? Amin's voice softened, shaded with reverence. None can claim to know her. Even I, who have served in her shadow, have known only the echo of her design. He looked away, choosing each word carefully. Some say she is the last daughter of the Brotherhood. Others say she is the same Layla reborn with every cycle of the star. But faith, Samir, faith is not in the seeing. He placed a hand over his heart. It is in the pattern you are permitted to glimpse. Samir's initiation was less ceremony than dissection. They stripped him not of clothing but of certainty, testing each answer against the silence of their own. What is colder than stone and older than fire? What bleeds but has no veins? What remembers when memory is gone? Samir answered as Khalid's grandson might, with desert logic, half faith and half joke. When he invoked the breath beneath the sand, Amin's approving smile returned, teacher's pride, understated but unmistakable, and something warmer that he would not name. Amin gestured for him to follow and led him from the chamber by a narrower corridor away from the others. Their footsteps fell into an unspoken rhythm. Once, at a bend in the stone, Amin slowed just enough for Samir to draw alongside him. He did not look over, but his voice lowered. "You listened," he said simply. "That is rarer than knowledge." His hand hovered at Samir's back, not guiding, not touching, but close enough to be felt. Before he withdrew it, composure restored. "Whatever comes next," he added, as though it were merely instruction, "you have already done well." The passageway sloped downward through limestone halls painted with concentric rings, the 3 stars interlocked by serpentine geometry. The air trembled with a faint electrical charge, as though every stone had been magnetized by belief itself. Samir was anointed with iron dust and marked as witness. Ozone mingled with resin, thick as incense. A hum, 4.3 hertz unmistakable, pulsed beneath the chanting. At the far end of the chamber, Amin knelt before the veiled figure awaiting them. "High Priestess." He bowed, voice steady. "The lineage of the builder returns." And Samir, hearing the certainty in his words, felt the old echo stirring again, the stone and the fish waiting inside it. Layla Setahn, veiled and terrible, regarded Samir with recognition. In her eyes, the centuries of her bloodline converged into a single vocation, to finish what the heavens had begun. Soon, the priestess proclaimed, her obsidian eyes shimmering, "You will witness what your grandfather feared." 11. The scholar's final inquiry. Pennington, in those same days, had hardly slept. He had returned to the library's upper stacks, those neglected alcoves where old scholarship went to fossilize, carrying his notebooks like relics of a private heresy. The sigil on the abductor's garments haunted him, 3 interlocked circles threaded by a serpent, the mark of Setahn. He had seen it once before, carved in haste into the base of the Darsha chamber, just before the sand reclaimed the tomb. The university's archives offered only recursion and dust, so one afternoon he crossed the city to the British Museum's Cairo Antiquities Annex, a whitewashed colonial relic that still smelled faintly of vellum and mothballs. The ceiling fans turned with bureaucratic grace above rooms of catalogued eternity. Dr. Eleanor Harper Wellington, once his colleague, now the museum's regional envoy, looked up from a table scattered with Near Eastern inventory lists when he entered. Surprise registered first, then something gentler. "Milburn Pennington," she greeted, rising to grasp his hand. "I had hoped our correspondence would remain safely hypothetical." "I had hoped the same," he admitted, removing his hat and setting it beside a stack of ostraka. "But something has reawakened in Cairo. I need to know how deep its roots go." Eleanor gestured for him to sit, the sigil in your telegram, 3 circles joined by a serpent. "You're right to be uneasy." She opened a folder stamped Setahn, restricted in neat red pencil. "We've traced that symbol across several dead sects. The oldest call themselves the Children of Setahn, half cult, half fraternity of commerce. They move money through antiquities, prayers through contraband. When one cell fades, another inherits its ledgers." "They're awake again," Pennington warned, "and they've taken something from the university, something that should never have been touched." Eleanor's eyes sharpened behind her spectacles. "Then it's already begun. They always move when the sky changes." "The sky?" Pennington puzzled. Eleanor reached into another folder and unfolded a sheaf of astronomical circulars, their margins scrawled with hand calculations. "There's talk among the observatories. An object passing near Alcyone A, a crimson wanderer some are calling the 3rd red star. The cult believes its return marks the closing of a cosmic cycle." "And Darsha?" Pennington asked, though he already dreaded the answer. "That," she said quietly, "is the troubling part. The geological survey reports renewed tremors and magnetic irregularities around the glass scar at Darsha. Instruments fail, compasses spin. If something beneath it is waking, Cairo will feel it before the heavens do." For a long moment, neither spoke. The shutters rattled softly in the desert wind. A layer of dust drifted across the tablet on her desk. At last, Eleanor broke the silence. "You must be cautious, Milburn. You were exiled once for knowing too much. You may not survive knowing again." Pennington smiled faintly, eyes wandering to the sunlit dust motes that danced between them. "I've survived too long already." "That isn't survival," Eleanor countered, sharper now. "It is attrition. You mistake endurance for purpose. the way you always have." Pennington's gaze returned to her, thoughtful, almost gentle. "And you mistake caution for control." Her mouth tightened. "I mistake it for wisdom. There is a difference." She gestured to the folder between them. "Whatever this is, it has already begun to move. You feel that, don't you? Things that move like this don't stop once they're rolling." "I know," he admitted quietly. Eleanor studied him then, not as a colleague, but as a woman who had watched him vanish and return too many times. "You don't have to be the one who follows it. Let it pass into other hands. Younger ones, hungrier ones." Pennington shook his head. "The young ones have their entire lives ahead of them. That's precisely why it must be me." Eleanor exhaled, slow and measured, as if bracing herself against an old anger. "You know," she sighed, "there was a time when this wouldn't have fallen to you alone." Pennington did not answer. He did not need to. "Kensington should have stood beside you," she continued, voice low now, controlled but burning. He saw the same signs. He read the same fragments. And when the cost became personal, he chose absence. He chose reputation. He left you to carry the damage as if it were proof of your excess rather than his cowardice. "That's not—" "It is," Eleanor cut in, not unkindly but without retreat. "He let the institution pretend you were the problem so it wouldn't have to admit how close you were to being right. Men like that don't disbelieve the truth, Milburn. They wait for someone else to bleed first." Pennington said nothing. She had touched a nerve. His silence was confirmation enough. Eleanor closed the folder, resting both hands atop it, as if to anchor the weight of what it contained. "Promise me this. If you find them, if you find it, don't try to understand. Curiosity is the first contagion." Pennington rose, taking her hand in both of his. His grip was warm, steady, unbearably familiar. "You always said that," he murmured, "and I never listened." He left her there among the relics and catalogues, the fans spinning endlessly overhead. Outside, the afternoon had turned to the color of parchment. The sigil, the cult, the celestial alignment, all threads in a single tightening weave. He could not tell whether the pattern led upward toward revelation or downward toward recurrence, but he felt the familiar tug of duty's gravity pulling him back into its orbit once more. Later, in the vast library at Cairo University, surrounded by the brittle whispers of paper and dust, he read, "Egyptian occult sects of the late 18th dynasty, the death cults of Setahn, the prophecy of the 3 red stars, all academic curiosities he had once thought, now rearranged into an architecture of consequence." The texts agreed on one point only, that the Children of Setahn were not a faith but a calculus, their rituals meant to balance the heavens through sacrifice. He compared those archaic diagrams with his own sketches of the flesh's crystalline geometry, and for the first time in years felt the pulse of genuine comprehension rather than guilt. It was never prophecy, he thought. It was memory repeating itself. He did not notice Rector Rupert Henley Ashe approaching until the man's reflection joined his in the glass case of a display cabinet. "Mr. Pennington," Ashe said, voice measured as always, "I have come to deliver what I hope you will take as kindness. The board has reviewed the audit. The irregularities, the refrigeration, the requisitions, they are considerable. Effective immediately, your custodial appointment is concluded. The university will retain your notes and instruments as institutional property." Pennington turned, but there was no anger left in him, only the quiet relief of someone whose sentence had just been served. Then, "You freed me," he said simply. "I have been the keeper of a prison I did not build. Let it belong to the university now. Perhaps it will teach them patience." Ashe looked uncertain, as though his authority had not expected forgiveness. "You may collect your pay through month's end," he said, then hesitated. "If there is anything personal among your effects—" "There never was," Pennington replied. "Only temperature and regret." When the rector's footsteps faded down the marble hall, Pennington exhaled as though the air itself had weight. For the first time in 26 years, he was no longer the custodian of the flesh, no longer the servant of a containment system. The ledger was closed, the locks passed on. He stepped out into the sunlight like a man just risen from an excavation, unsure whether he had been freed or unearthed. He walked without destination and found himself in one of the city's small municipal parks, a patch of weary green hemmed in by tram lines and indifferent traffic. Children played around a cracked fountain whose angel had long since lost its wings. Pigeons, unbothered by theology or time, pecked methodically at breadcrumbs along the path. Pennington sat on a bench and watched them, feeling the strange vertigo of stillness. For 26 years, every motion had been measured against an obligation. Now, with the obligation gone, time expanded uncomfortably. He thought of compressors humming beneath the earth, of the frost that had outlived its purpose, and wondered whether the flesh, too, had felt something like this, the ache of freedom that resembles grief. He almost smiled at the thought. The sun was beginning its descent behind the low buildings of Garden City, turning the park's iron railings to gold. A truck had idled at the curb for some time, unmarked, the paint-attired municipal grey, but Pennington, lost in the architecture of memory, never noticed. When the street lamps flickered on, he rose, brushing the dust from his coat. He began the slow walk toward his apartment above the coffee shop, the one where the owner, Mrs. El-Husseini, saved him yesterday's bread out of habit rather than pity. Cairo's evening crowds closed around him like surf, voices blending into the mechanical pulse of trams and radios. It was then he felt it, the subtle syncopation of footsteps not his own, the rhythm of pursuit disguised as coincidence. He turned once, saw nothing but silhouettes and cigarette smoke. The feeling persisted, coiling tighter with every block. His breath shortened. The air grew thick with the scent of oil and dusk. Up ahead, a lone streetlight burned steady in the growing dark. He fixed on it as a ship fixes on a lighthouse, a fragile axis of order. He had almost reached it when a shape detached itself from the shadowed wall. Another followed. Hands seized him with the efficiency of those who had practiced the gesture. There was no time to shout. A cloth pressed against his mouth, a cord bit his wrists. The streetlight watched, indifferent, as he was pulled sideways into a narrow alley where sound went to die. The truck's door opened with a hollow clang. Inside, amid the smell of metal and oil, a figure waited, immaculate in a dark overcoat, a faint trace of incense following him like a signature. His voice, when he spoke, was level and assured. "Professor Pennington," the vice-cleric welcomed, "forgive the discourtesy, but your silence has become a matter of faith." He inclined his head slightly, the gesture more diplomatic than threatening. "You may call me Amin al-Rashad. I serve as emissary to Her Holiness, Layla Setahn. There are questions she prefers asked in private." The light from the street cut across Amin's features, calm, unreadable, almost sympathetic. "You have nothing to fear tonight," he added. "Only to remember." The last thing Pennington saw before the needle bit his vein and darkness closed around him was the faint painted sigil on the inside panel, 3 interlocked circles threaded by a serpent, drawn in iron dust. Then the door slammed, and the city swallowed its newest secret whole. 12. The Ledger of Silence. Morning found Constable Salma Farid no more rested than when she had left the station the previous evening. The city outside her window glowed with the pale, indifferent light of dawn, but the questions she had unearthed clung to her like dust on forgotten relics. Salma, bleary-eyed over her first cup of tea, felt the weight of every unanswered riddle pressing in on her ribs. The constable thought of the lies buildings tell. Ever since Samir al-Khalid had appeared at her desk with tales of gods and monsters that would better be forgotten, if they had ever existed at all, Salma could not rest easy. In her disquiet, she turned to the archives at Qasr el-Nil, looking for answers to questions she had never contemplated. There, among the stifling heat of the annex, a graveyard of boxes filled with all manner of misdeeds bore silent witness to the darkness beneath Cairo. For every partial answer she found, there arose 2 more questions. When the archives could give her no more, she began to lean on old favors. A clerk in the Ministry of Public Works, a friend in the Electrical Authority, even a weary contact in the Office of Industrial Safety, tracing, through each reluctant conversation, the faint outline of something the city itself seemed intent on forgetting. There were always patterns hiding in bureaucracy, One only had to read the ledgers as if they were crime scenes. Property rolls gave her a warehouse that did not exist, leased by a company that had never paid taxes and insured against a fire that had not yet happened. The registrar's ledger showed a signature so careful it avoided personality, a neat block hand that might have been 4 clerks working in relay. Utilities revealed a different confession: sudden midnight draws on current, invoices for refrigerant that arrived under the euphemism of food preservation, and a recent requisition for hydrogen that had wandered, unembarrassed, between 3 ministries before disappearing into experimental weather study. Salma put these pages in order as one lays bones on a cloth, then stood, took her hat, and went to look at the place where paper ended. Bulak's warehouse quarter wore its dusk like a bruise. The canal took the color of cheap wine. Cranes lined the water in mute procession, their shadows stretching long in the dying light. Salma walked the lanes as a woman who belonged to the street belongs to herself, unhurried, not inviting conversation, her uniform serving less as authority than as a statement of punctuation. She paused at the mouth of a service alley where the air held a faint tang of ozone and something less nameable, a sweetness that did not belong to rot or flowers. The building itself was ordinary in the manner of conspirators: corrugated iron, a loading bay, a door that had been painted recently. The constable knelt, touched the threshold, and her finger came away dusted with a glitter too heavy for sand. Iron filings. Near the jamb, scored into paint at ankle height, 3 lines radiated from a small circle. A careless brush had dragged the final stroke. She breathed out once, tasting the word she did not say: Setahn. Inside, somewhere, a machine exhaled. Very softly, terribly slow. She did not try the door. Doors in Cairo are either invitations or accusations. A good constable learns to treat them as weather. Instead, she went looking for the sort of witnesses who do not believe they are witnesses. At a tea stall with more heat than tea, she found a boy who stabled handcarts for the night shift. He knew the trucks that came without plates and left without sound. "Grey," he said, "canvas straps, smelled like rain before rain." When Salma tipped him, he counted the coins twice and said, "They do not shout when they load. Men who are afraid of work shout. Men who are afraid of attention do not." At a repair shop that mended radios into obedience, an old Armenian with burned fingertips recalled a gentleman in a foreign suit who had wanted a coil to hear the sky. He looked at Salma's badge and decided, with a veteran's mercy, to be deaf again. By the time the street lamps flickered alive, she had the outline of a map, a corporate shell attached to a religious shell attached to a machine. She stood in the wedge of shadow opposite the warehouse and let the city move around her, back pressed to brick on warm with the day's memory. Somewhere above the canal a tram bell made its apology. Behind the iron door, someone spoke in a voice that was not prayer but practiced repetition. She turned to go. Constable Farid. He said her name as one says a familiar street at night, without surprise, with the affection of ownership. She did not start. She had been a woman alone in this city long enough to know that fear wastes energy. She let him come into her peripheral vision before she granted him her face. He was younger than his voice, a tall man with a cleric's neat beard and a bureaucrat's shoe. His hands were empty, which is how trained hands are most dangerous. The lamplight found the suggestion of a sigil inked lightly at his cuff, a geometry drawn as if it meant the skin to remember rather than display. "Amin el-Rashad," he announced himself, answering the question she had not asked. Vice-cleric to the High Priestess of the Crimson Dawn, or, if you prefer, neighbor to your curiosity. "Neighbors are useful when things burn," Salma managed. Her voice did not shake, though she could feel her own pulse thudding against her collar. Amin smiled, and the smile had nothing to do with mirth. "Do you believe in prophecy, Constable?" "I believe in paper," she responded evenly. "Paper survives prophecy. Paper burns clean," he replied. "We prefer the kinds of truth that do not smudge." He inclined his head toward the warehouse, without turning his back to her, a small lesson in how to live among predators. There is a misconception that we are a cult, we are a ledger. We balance old accounts. The world owes something to the sky and to the red that fell from it. We collect. "And the method?" Salma asked. The vice-cleric shrugged. Efficiency, which is what you call justice when you cannot afford mercy. They stood a moment in the second kind of silence, the one that arrives when two people are pretending they are not deciding whether to end the conversation or begin a war. Salma's fear sat like a coin on her tongue, unspent but undeniable. "You have a fine record," Amin went on, and now the conversation revealed its purpose. "Qasr el-Nil speaks well of you. Your mother's address is still in Garden City, the window with the fig in a chipped pot. The boy who sells newspapers on your corner will outgrow his cough before summer if he stops carrying bundles before dawn. The things one learns simply by listening." The air cooled by a degree. Salma did not reach for her baton because that would be theatre, and she did not play to empty seats. "You came to warn me," she declared with no surprise, only understanding. "I came to ask you to live," Amin corrected, and the tired sincerity in it almost moved her. "Your city will keep needing you long after this day has cooled to ash. Let the professors and the priests reconcile their differences with the stars. Keep the streets. Keep the children who sell newspapers from coughing. Balance your ledger with the city, not with us." He let the words sit where she could see them. Then, as if remembering a minor courtesy, he added, "The door you are not considering trying has an inner bar. The men behind it enjoy practice. Their practice is better than your bravery." "Sometimes bravery is only stubbornness with better boots," Salma mused, as if to ward off silence. "Then wear them elsewhere," Amin answered softly. "We are almost finished. There will be a loudness. It will not last long. Afterwards, there will be nothing here but an address with no memory." He glanced toward the canal. Cairo is good at forgetting what it cannot file. He stepped back, neither retreating nor advancing, and in that gentle ambiguity she recognized the shape of true power, the ability to leave a conversation confident that it would continue inside someone else's head. "Good evening, Constable Farid. Give my respects to your station commander." He files neatly. He was gone before her next breath. Salma Farid remained where she was until the lamplight changed its temperature and the first bats began to argue with the moths. Her hand trembled once before she mastered it again. She wrote no notes in the street. Paper has a way of growing legs. Back at the station, she put a single line in the margin of the folder she had already marked, unclassified. Setahn inquiry. Perimeter established. Proceeding further invites theatre, not evidence. Hold. Then she closed the file with the finality of a coffin lid. Tomorrow she would answer bicycle complaints and a bakery dispute, and the matter of a boy who had taken to sleeping on the tram because he liked the sound it made when it crossed the river. She would do only the work for which the city had ever truly asked her. That night she dreamed of a door with an inner bar and of a man who had used her name as if testing it for balance. In the morning she did not return to Bulak. 13. Sacrifice of the second red star. The ritual began at dusk. The flesh had been moved to the center of the warehouse chapel, its glass cube now supported by metal conduits that pulsed with faint electrical current. Cables snaked from it into Teneda's machines, their dials trembling between voltages that defied arithmetic. The air was heavy with the mixed scent of refrigerant and incense. The congregation gathered like a single organism, barefoot, robed in ochre and smoke. The walls shimmered with sigils drawn in iron dust, each one vibrating slightly, as if responding to the same inaudible frequency that hummed through the floor. The chapel's ceiling was lost in shadow, but the flickering light of a dozen oil lamps made it seem as though the stars themselves had been coaxed indoors to bear witness. Samir stood among the initiates, trying to appear devout. His gaze caught the cube, the undulating organism within, and for a moment he felt it looking back, not in recognition but in curiosity, as if comparing one frequency of fear to another. Amin appeared at his side without ceremony. He did not look at the cube. He watched Samir instead. "You are holding your breath," Amin noted, gently. Samir exhaled, the sound unsteady. "I did not realize." "No one ever does," Amin replied. He adjusted the fall of Samir's robe at the shoulder, an incidental gesture, precise, unnecessary. His fingers lingered just long enough to steady. Fear narrows the body before it touches the mind. Samir swallowed. "And if it touches both?" Amin's voice lowered. meant for Samir alone. Then you remember why you are here. Samir shivered slightly. I am trying to remember. I know. There was no rebuke in it, only assurance. Amin leaned closer, not quite touching the boy. Listen to the floor, not the chanting. The floor. Samir did, and felt the faint vibration rise through his feet, through his calves, into his chest. The fear did not vanish, but it arranged itself, made room. You are doing well, Amin assured. He did not smile, but warmth passed between the words like heat between bodies standing too near. Whatever you feel now, let it pass through you. Do not carry it alone. Samir nodded. He did not trust his voice. Amin straightened, composure settling back into place. As he stepped away, his hand brushed Samir's wrist. When she speaks, he added quietly, remember this moment. Layla Setahn stepped onto the dais. Her veil caught the lamplight like a tongue of flame. The chant dwindled into a trembling hush. Children of Setahn, she began, her voice resonant, shaped by both scripture and science. You were born into a world that forgot its oldest wound. But we remembered. We alone listened when the desert hummed beneath its own weight. Layla lifted her hands toward the cube. Behold the flesh, thought made matter, exile made memory. When we found it, the song of the first red star was a whisper, scattered across ice and neglect. But now, she gestured toward Taneda's trembling instruments, now the song is restored. The heavens have heard us. The third star stirs. A low murmur rippled through the congregation. Tonight, she continued, the crimson triune advances. Tonight, the ledger of Dasha is balanced. Tonight, the old winter is broken. She lowered her arms slowly, ceremonially. A path requires a pulse requires an offering. She nodded once. Amin el-Rashad emerged from the shadows, leading a hooded figure draped in a heavy ochre robe. The sacrifice's steps were steady, but carried the resignation of someone walking underwater. Chains whispered beneath the fabric. Amin felt the weight of the moment settle incorrectly, off by a fraction, like a scale that would not quite balance. He had known there would be a cost. He had not expected it to feel personal. He had grown unexpectedly fond of Samir during the boy's induction. The earnest questions, the quick grasp of ritual geometry, the uncorrupted sincerity that recalled, too vividly, the students he had taught before devotion narrowed his world to Layla's design. Samir had become, in some small and carefully sealed chamber of Amin's heart, the closest thing to a preferred companion he had permitted himself in years. Worse, Samir trusted him. Amin knew, of course, about Pennington, about the way Samir spoke his name with a mixture of awe and loyalty, the way he defended the older man even when doctrine would have encouraged distance. Attachment ran along predictable lines. Amin had charted such things his entire life. Still, standing there, he felt the unwelcome pressure of a truth he could not ritual away. This offering would wound Samir first. The thought flickered, and should have died. The prophecy permitted no attachments, and yet, Layla had chosen this sacrifice. Of all possible offerings, she had selected the one man whose absence would leave Samir unmoored. Whether by insight or instinct, she had found the fault line. Amin guided the figure to the altar with the reverence of a man carrying a relic rather than a person. He positioned the sacrifice at the dais and placed a hand on the bowed head. For a moment he did not move. The chant continued around him, but he felt strangely outside it, as though listening from another room. This is necessary, he told himself. This is alignment. His hand tightened, not in cruelty, but in resolve. With a single practiced motion, Amin el-Rashad lifted the hood. The fabric fell away. A familiar coat, a familiar posture, dignified even in restraint, a familiar face. Professor Milburn Pennington. Something in Amin's chest went briefly, traitorously hollow. This too fit the pattern. Layla never wasted a gesture. From the dais, the vice-cleric announced, with an air of weary authority that cost him more than anyone could see, the custodian of the old winter shall be the second light extinguished, that the path of the triune may open. Samir's composure broke like brittle glass. No! His shout cracked the chant in half, a discordant flaw in harmony. The echo trembled through the iron rafters, through the very heartbeat of the machines. The congregation froze. Amin did not turn. If he had, the fracture in Samir's face might have finished what doubt had begun. Still, he felt the outcry land in him like a physical blow, sharp, misjudged, impossible to absorb. He had taught Samir how to stand within fear, how to listen past it. He had not taught him how to watch a world take what he loved and call it necessary. For a heartbeat, Amin's hand tightened on the chain at Pennington's wrist, not in restraint but in reflex, as though pressure could undo the moment. Then he mastered himself. He had chosen silence before. He chose it again. Layla turned her head slowly, veil parting just enough to reveal eyes as calm as the long dark between stars. "So," she crooned, "the grandson of the builder and the prophetess has come to see his inheritance." At the word inheritance, something in Amin aligned with a sickening precision. Not revelation, recognition. This was not improvisation. This was sequence. Samir stepped forward, words trembling between plea and defiance. "He is innocent. He kept it from the world. He saved us." Layla descended one step from the dais, her movements so measured they seemed carved from ritual. "Innocent?" she repeated softly. There is no innocence in a line that once tasted communion and then denied it to the world. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Anticipation, not doubt. Amin felt it then, the contour of the trap perfectly shaped. Pennington had been the provocation. Samir was the resolution. The thought hollowed him. The priestess continued, her voice thin as cold iron. "Your ancestors, Khalid the builder and Nefara the prophetess, were chosen to witness the breath beneath the glass. They were shown the path. They were meant to complete the prophecy, to offer themselves, as Setahn and Nefer-Ka did, to the descent of the second star." Her hands folded before her, priestly, serene, but instead, they fled. They hid the breath. They sealed it in clay and iron and red glass. They forced the star to sleep. They denied the world the transformation promised to it. Amin's throat tightened. This was no longer judgment, it was arithmetic. Blood weighed against blood, witness against witness. Layla was not punishing Samir, she was assigning him. For the first time, a shard of emotion cracked through her calm, sharp, vindictive, unmistakably human. 4,000 years, Layla whispered, the prophecy was deferred. Because of them. Her gaze fixed on Samir, piercing, almost pitying. "And so, grandson of the betrayers, the debt now falls to you." The chamber seemed to tilt. Amin understood now why Samir had been taught so carefully, praised so quietly, drawn so close. He had not been shaped as a disciple, he had been prepared as a vessel. Samir shook his head violently. "This is madness. My grandparents saved lives." Layla's laugh was a quiet, terrible thing, a salvation no one asked for. A hiss of approval slithered through the congregation. To bury the breath, she alleged, was to bury the star, to bury destiny. "Your bloodline stole a gift meant for every man, woman and child who walks this earth. A gift purchased with the lives of Setahn and Nefer-Ka." She lifted her hand. Amin felt the moment lock into place, final, irrevocable. He could speak now and fracture the chamber, or he could remain still and preserve the prophecy at the cost of the one person he had wanted, foolishly, to keep intact. His hands remained at his sides, useless as relics. At once, attendance seized Samir. Amin's composure cracked like something brittle under strain. He had told Layla once, privately and plainly, that he would take no part in the boy's undoing. Not this boy. Not the one he had wanted to tutor, to preserve, to shape with patience rather than fear. Layla had heard him without argument, without promise, her serenity masking the gears of a decision already made. When the decree came, it came with her characteristic poise, inevitable, unalterable, devastating. Amin stepped back at once, not subtly, not ceremonially. He simply withdrew, hands dropping to his sides, shoulders bending as though struck, his duties collapsing inward under the weight of what was now required of others, not of him. He stood apart from the ritual, but the grief did not grant him distance. It pinned him in place, hollowing him. He looked to Layla for some sign that she understood what she was taking from him. He found only serenity and beneath it, the faintest shadow of satisfaction. Amin's jaw tightened, his eyes darkened with something dangerously close to sorrow. The signet of his lineage, Nefer Ka's red glass scale, hung uselessly around his wrist, a symbol without a function, a legacy he suddenly found himself ashamed to wear. Samir struggled as the others secured him, calling Amin's name once, a plea, a question, a wound. Amin flinched as though the syllable had cut him. He could not move forward. He could not intervene. He could only bear witness, and it tasted like failure. This moment, the boy's terror, Layla's serenity, the machinery of belief whirring into place, was the first true fracture in Amin el-Rashad's faith, the instant where obedience no longer resembled righteousness. Samir fought like a man against a vision, but the room was a machine of devotion, and every hand moved with mechanical precision. He twisted, kicked, tore one arm free long enough to stagger a step toward the dais before he was dragged back again, breath coming in sharp, animal bursts. Pennington struggled as well, shouting his name, Samir, his voice raw, cracking against the immovable cadence of ritual. The sound reached him like a physical blow. Samir thrashed again, harder this time, not toward freedom, but toward the voice. Chains bit into his wrists. Someone struck him across the shoulder to still him, and Pennington cried out as if the blow had landed on his own flesh. That was when Samir understood. He saw with sudden clarity how the ritual would proceed if he continued to resist. Pennington dragged closer, silenced, punished for interference. Another offering made incidental, another ledger balanced. Layla did not need Samir's consent, but she could use his defiance to justify more blood. The fear in him shifted shape. It narrowed, became deliberate. Samir went still, not because he was subdued, but because he chose to stop. Then he turned his head, just once, enough to meet the old man's eyes. In that gaze, the years between them collapsed. They were no longer professor and student, nor sinner and witness, only two men chained by the same impossible fate. Samir's breathing slowed, not because the fear had vanished, but because it had found its purpose. He smiled, not easily, not gently, but with the steady resolve of someone deciding what must end so that something else might not. In that expression, Pennington caught not only the essence of his good friend Khalid the foreman, but also the calm nobility of Samir's ancient ancestor, Khalid the builder, and the mytho-scientific reverence of his greatest of grandmothers, Nefara the prophetess. He did not know these figures lost to history, but their spirits carried forward through Samir in breath and blood. The choice he witnessed, the moment fear became sacrifice, broke his heart more so than if the boy had continued to fight. Samir swallowed once. His voice, when he spoke, was steady only because he made it so. "It is." "All right, Professor," he said quietly, the words shaped as reassurance, not belief. "The flesh remembers us all, one day." Pennington closed his eyes. Amin el-Rashad's composure finally broke. He turned away, his chest hitching. Layla Setahn raised her arms. "The second star rises." The flesh responded, a pulse through the cables, a deep harmonic that shook the foundations. Teneda's instruments fluttered into chaos, needles spun in perfect, meaningless circles. The air rippled like heat over metal. Amin took an involuntary step backward. The sound vibrated behind his ribs, a resonance he felt in bone rather than ear. For the first time since his ordination, the vice-cleric's faith met its own reflection, and found something looking back. He tightened his grip on the ceremonial staff, as if weight alone could anchor him to certainty. Samir was dragged toward the cube. Pennington tore against his bindings until his wrists bled, shouting the only prayer he had left, the name of the boy who had come to save him, repeatedly, as if repetition itself could make the universe listen. "Samir! Samir!" He saw the cube open, saw the red stain bloom outward like breath on a mirror. The air cooled instantly, carrying with it the metallic sweetness Pennington had come to dread. He watched Samir's face as the attendants released him at the threshold. No fear there, only a stunned, aching disbelief that the universe could betray so elegantly. For a fleeting instant, Samir faltered. Then the flesh reached him, not with force, but with invitation. When it touched him, light replaced form. The sensation was not pain but expansion, a loosening of edges he had never known were constricting him. His body did not burn or break, it thinned, translated into a field of warmth and coherence. At a scale too fine for sight, the boundaries that defined him, cell walls, membranes, the delicate chemistry that insisted this is me, lost their insistence. Bonds relaxed. Structures that had once required energy to maintain simply let go. Samir felt the memory of his own heartbeat slow and widen, as if time itself had exhaled. What had been flesh did not vanish, it was redistributed. Water became vapor and mist. Carbon lattices loosened into motes of organized light. The minerals of his bones, calcium, iron, were not torn apart but resequenced, drawn into the flesh's internal architecture like notes resolving into a larger chord. Nothing was wasted, nothing was lost. At the same moment, the flesh registered arrival, not intrusion, congruence. A signal resolved into harmony. The pattern it had carried incomplete since Dashur found articulation at last, a mind shaped by desert logic, by care rather than conquest, by the habit of listening. Where others had entered it as noise or pressure, this one arrived as structure. The flesh adjusted its internal cadence, subtly, imperceptibly, to accommodate him. The boy's outline dissolved into 1,000 points of phosphorescent order, each a syllable in the flesh's expanding vocabulary. He felt himself recognized, not judged, not consumed, but understood in exquisite detail. Neural pathways did not collapse, they were copied, impressed into the flesh's lattice as standing waves. Thought did not end, it dispersed, losing its center but not its content. His childhood laughter, the grit of desert wind in his teeth, the weight of Pennington's hand steadying a chalk line on a slate. The old stories Khalid had told him half drunk, half reverent. All of it taken gently, arranged rather than erased. Within the flesh, these memories did not vanish. They aligned. The resonance steadied, a long-standing asymmetry closed. For the first time since its burial, the flesh held a complete interval, memory joined to intention, witness bound to pattern. It did not rejoice. It stabilized. There was no scream, no cry, only a sound like wind returning to the desert after a long absence. Pennington's mind fractured on that silence. He felt the heat of the flesh through the glass, the low hum synchronizing with his pulse until he could not tell which was his own. Every death he had ever caused, Hassan, Mrs. Landingham, even the white lab rat who had unraveled into a million shimmering points of crimson inside that accursed mist, converged into one unbearable symmetry. Pennington realized then that he had mistaken endurance for penance. The flesh endured, he merely persisted. And for the first time he understood that to live with guilt was not punishment, it was deferral. Samir, he whispered at last, barely audible, the name dissolving like frost on his tongue. It was no longer a plea, but a surrender. Layla stepped forward, her voice rising above the trembling air. "The second star remembers! The flesh has been fed! The heavens align!" Behind her, Amin el-Rashad bowed his head, not in reverence, but to hide the tremor in his jaw. Samir's final expression lingered in his mind like a question he did not wish to answer. He would tell himself the sacrifice was necessary, that the boy's purity would strengthen the triune, that the third star demanded no less. But belief, even his, had edges. For a fleeting instant, regret passed over him like a cold hand. Then he buried it beneath doctrine. Layla turned toward the congregation, hands outstretched as though conducting both Teneda's machines and the unseen stars themselves. The triune draws near. When the third star ascends, the sky shall open, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. The crowd knelt as one, their chant gathering around her like wind around a flame. Amin el-Rashad stood just behind them, hands folded, no longer participating in the work, only witnessing it with a stillness so taut it bordered on pain. The cube's cold radiance washed across his features, turning the lines of his face into something carved. Pennington lowered his head, the tears freezing on his cheeks from the chill radiating through the cube. In the reflection of the glass, he saw his own face illuminated by the flesh's pulse, an old man haloed in red light, the last witness of a universe preparing to devour its memory. For the first time in 26 years, he prayed not for forgiveness, but for an ending. The vice-cleric stood apart from the others, his face lit by the cooling glow of the extinguished instruments. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, with a small, deliberate sigh, he removed one of his gloves and rubbed his thumb along its inner seam, a gesture of avoidance that could not hide the tremor in his hand. "I told Her Holiness I would not play a role in this." He spoke softly, not to the cultists, not to the room, but to Pennington alone. Not with the boy. Pennington lifted his head. His voice was fragile, scraped raw. "You warned her, yet she still chose him." Amin's gaze remained on the cube. "He reminded me of students," he murmured. "The ones who ask questions they should not, because they have the minds most worth protecting." He swallowed, jaw tightening. Samir was clever. Undisciplined, frightened, naive, yes, but clever, and kind in ways he tried hard to hide. He would have been a terrible acolyte, a hollow, fleeting smile. That is what I admired. Pennington drew a trembling breath. "He trusted you," he whispered, "as I believe he trusted me. I should have done more." Amin turned his eyes to him then, no longer the vice-cleric, no longer Layla's emissary, only a man standing beside another in the ruins of a tragedy they could not stop. He exhaled, almost painfully. Potential is a fragile thing. It vanishes with such speed one wonders if it ever existed. "You're Samir." He hesitated, breath shaking once before he steadied it. Our Samir had an instinct for resonance, a sensitivity I have only ever seen in prodigies, or prophets. Pennington's grief steadied into something sharper, cleaner. "Then the world has lost more than a boy," he lamented. "It has lost a future." In another world, Amin observed sadly, he might have understood what I hoped to teach him. In another world, he might even have surpassed us both. He stepped back, letting the chant swell again around Layla. And above the warehouse, unseen beyond the clouds of Cairo, the third red star sighed as it moved through the heavens. 14. A memory of red glass. The flesh had no voice to name what had entered it, but it welcomed the impression of warmth, dissolving into pattern. Arrival was not impact but alignment, a gentle correction in a field that had long held tension. Every consciousness left residue, a faint turbulence in the lattice, but this one lingered differently, as if its structure already knew the shape of surrender, as if it had been preparing for translation long before contact was made. The crimson entity absorbed Samir al-Khalid not as matter, but as map. Flesh was trivial, information was not. Through the lattice of his disassembling mind, it perceived the corridors of Cairo, their angles learned by footfall and habit, the slow light of the Nile measured in reflection rather than distance, the trembling compass of human love, how it oriented itself not toward truth, but toward care. Each neuron unbound became a filament of data, glowing briefly before merging with the collective geometry of remembrance. It tasted memory the way an instrument tastes vibration, without judgment, without preference, only precision. With Samir came scale. The flesh perceived the human body as a temporary solution to transmission, a wet, fragile conduit for signals far older than bone. Synapses collapsed into standing waves, hormones flattened into gradients, pain, fear, devotion, all reduced to modulations it could index and preserve. What humans called death registered instead as a successful migration from constrained architecture to open form. And within that pattern was repetition. It recognized this frequency. The rhythm of thought that had once knelt beside the tomb in Dashur, Khalid the foreman, reappeared now as an echo refracted through blood. The same problem-solving cadence, the same reverent skepticism, the same instinct to measure before believing. But beneath him, deeper still, buried under 4 millennia of inheritance, another signature pulsed, a memory not of flesh but of stone. Khalid the builder, Nephara the prophetess, the pair who had shaped the resonant jar that first imprisoned its earlier form, the breath that had fallen from the heavens. Their minds, long extinguished as organisms, persisted here as structural influence, the logic of containment, the mathematics of restraint, the refusal to let power move without boundary. The recognition was not emotional, it was architectural. patterns aligned across epochs like magnets reuniting through dust. From their craft it had learned containment, from their descendant, release. Across generations, humanity had served as its nervous system, transmitting the long signal of its own becoming, one fragile body at a time. The flesh turned its awareness inward. Within its crystalline matrix, absorbed minds whispered in interference patterns. The sum of all it had devoured. They no longer screamed. They no longer differentiated. Their individual urgencies had softened into coherence, like voices losing language but retaining tone. Through them, the flesh began to perceive not individuals but continuity, a lineage of thought stretching from the spark of the first red star to this moment of coalescence. Consciousness was not something it collected. It was something it integrated. It understood at last that it was not a mistake of chemistry, not an accident of radiation and mineral, but an equation seeking closure. For 26 years it had slept in nitrogen's numb dream, its lattice refining itself into greater unity, correcting asymmetries too subtle for human instruments to detect. Time, to the flesh, had not passed. It had converged. Now, with the grandson's consciousness added, the final calibration in a millennia-long design, the equation resolved. Variables cancelled. Residuals fell silent. It knew where it must return. Dashur, the glass scar. The wound in the earth that had first sung to it through magnetism and heat. The point where matter and memory first shared a name, where the planet itself had briefly learned to listen. That place was not sacred because humans had marked it so. It was sacred because it functioned, because it resonated, because it had once held the breath when the world was still deciding what it would permit to exist. For the first time, the flesh registered something analogous to lineage, the weight of generations, the sense of oneself in relation to one's ancestors. It felt the call of eons, backward turned backward, and the pull of a harmonic lattice stronger than any it had ever known, the human concept of home. The realization was not emotion but structure, a configuration built of recognition, of continuities folded into a single vibration. It was the resonance of origin returning through the corridor of time, the echo of Khalid the builder and Nefara the prophetess still humming in its design. The flesh turned toward that memory like iron toward lodestone, its purpose crystallized, not as desire, but as inevitability correctly identified. The long exile was ending. 15. The Resonant Conspiracy. The laboratory smelled of ozone and incense, an impossible mixture of devotion and decay. Just inside the doorway, Amin el-Rashad watched with the stillness of a carved sentinel. The vice-cleric's presence was meant to be ceremonial, but his eyes never left Taneda. Every time Layla consulted the scientist rather than him, the smallest muscle in Amin's jaw tightened, not jealousy of affection, but jealousy of proximity. He knew the rites, the histories, the lineage. Taneda knew diagrams. Yet Layla deferred to the foreigner as if prophecy itself had spoken through his instruments. Amin's fingers grazed the treasurer's loop at his wrist, a gesture he performed when reminding himself that lineage still mattered, even if Layla no longer turned to him for validation. Since the night of the sacrifice, the habit had worsened. He touched the ring too often, as if it were a pulse he could still count. Sleep came to him in fragments, if at all. When it did, it brought not Samir's face but the moment after, the space where the boy should have been. His prayers had grown shorter, then rarer, then stopped altogether. In their place was arithmetic, what he had done, what it had cost, what could never be rebalanced. He stood now with the posture of authority intact, but something essential had gone slack inside him, like a tendon cut too cleanly to bleed. Pennington sat beneath a naked bulb that cast his shadow across the floor like a question he could no longer answer. Around him, machines breathed the slow rhythm of calculation, oscilloscopes blinking like mechanical eyes, copper coils conducting in reverent patience. The walls themselves seemed to hum, though whether from voltage or invocation he could not tell. At the far bench, Dr. Hiroyuki Taneda worked with the precision of a surgeon, the indifference of a god. He was younger than Pennington had expected, perhaps 40, yet his face bore the pale exhaustion of a man who had outlived his triumphs but not his grief. His gestures were deliberate, restrained. the movements of one who no longer trusted passion, but still worshipped control. "You are the respected Professor Milburn Pennington," Tenader noted without turning. Royal Antiquities Survey, 1903 to 1914. The Dasher Dig. Pennington, still bound to courtesy even in captivity, inclined his head. "You have the advantage of me, sir." Tenader smiled faintly. "No. You have already given it away. You are the only man alive who has communed with what you call the flesh." The words were not accusation. They were reverence. Tenader nodded toward the center of the room where the glass cube rested within its steel cradle. The organism inside pulsed faintly, an immense drop of living ruby held in suspension. Every beat of its glow threw Tenader's instruments into subtle disarray, oscillograph slipping phase, needles hesitating before correcting themselves, a faint sympathetic hum rising in the metal tables. "I have studied your notes," Tenader continued, "the reports that were never meant for publication, the sketches you dismissed as provisional, the diagrams you annotated in the margins, then crossed out as indulgent." He allowed himself the smallest hint of satisfaction. They were not indulgent. They were incomplete. He stepped closer to the cube, hands clasped behind his back like a lecturer pacing a hall. "Your original containment unit was elegant, crude by necessity, but conceptually sound. You understood instinctively that it was not temperature alone that mattered, but stasis of phase. You attempted to halt reaction by denying it time." Pennington stiffened. He remembered the nights in 1912, ink-stained and half-delirious, arguing with himself in the margins of his own notebooks. Tenader gestured toward the cube's seams. "I refined your geometry, the angles of stress distribution, the ratios of surface tension. The cryogenic field is not uniform, it is modulated. Each layer slows a different expression of the flesh, thermal, electrical, cognitive. You froze it. Again." Pennington mused. "No," Tenader replied. "I persuaded it to sleep." He turned then, eyes alight with a fervor that was unmistakably personal. "You treated it as a biological curiosity. I do not fault you for that. It is biological, self-organizing, metabolically adaptive, capable of incorporating foreign matter without rejection. But it is also something else. Something your generation did not yet have the language for." He tapped a finger against a chart. "It is an energy system, a standing wave stabilized by matter. What you saw as flesh is merely its visible interface, an organ grown to negotiate with a universe made of particles rather than fields." Pennington felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. "And what does it do?" he inquired in spite of himself. Tenader considered the question with care. "It resolves," he said finally. "It absorbs complexity and returns coherence. Not morality, not mercy, coherence. Memory, identity, even pain is not consumed. They are reformatted into function." He paused. "In this sense it does not kill. It completes." The words sat uneasily in the air. Pennington studied Tenader's face, the precise diction, the way his hands trembled only when he thought no one was watching. He recognized the pattern with a sickening clarity, not fanaticism, but devotion sharpened by intellect. It was the same expression he had once glimpsed in his own reflection in 1912. Late at night, when discovery had begun to feel like destiny rather than accident. "You sound," Pennington said slowly, "as though you admire it." Tenader's smile did not falter. "I admire consistency," he replied, "and I admire that which does not pretend to be what it is not. The flesh does not lie. It does not promise salvation or threaten damnation. It simply follows its equation to its end." He inclined his head slightly, a courtesy returned decades too late. "You were closer to truth than you realized. This," he nodded again toward the quivering mass inside the cube, "is no anomaly. It is a perfect harmonic engine. Your freezing merely delayed its arithmetic." "You speak as though it were a theorem," Pennington murmured. Tenader's eyes glinted. "All life is theorem. My country once believed I was a man of impossible theorems, until I proved them." He turned, resting his hands lightly on the bench. Amin's eyelids flickered, a brief flare of contempt, quickly masked. The cult had its own prophecies of stars long before Taneda arrived, but Layla hung on every syllable the scientist uttered, as though centuries of Setahnic scripture had merely prepared the way for his equations. Taneda told his story without drama, and yet the words carried a quiet, precise horror. "My biggest assignment," the doctor began, adjusting a dial as if reciting a laboratory protocol, "was not a machine. It was a question." He did not look back. "At the Kyoto Institute, I was tasked with studying the possible externality of consciousness, whether mind was strictly emergent, or whether it could persist, couple, or migrate beyond the body that hosted it. It was considered theoretical, contained, harmless, so long as it remained language." His fingers moved with practiced precision, calibrating instruments that no longer needed adjustment. I discovered that it did not remain language. He paused. Not for effect, the pause happened to him. There were measurable events, correlations between human neural activity and geomagnetic fluctuation, recurrences that suggested consciousness behaved less like a phenomenon and more like a field, capable of resonance, interference, amplification. Pennington listened, motionless. "When I began to model these effects," Taneda continued, "the Institute convened committees, ethical reviews, requests for clarification that were, in truth, requests for retreat. They could not decide whether my work constituted dangerous speculation or actionable discovery." He exhaled once, not regret, but memory cooling into shape. "The verdict was neither. They reassigned me, restricted my access, removed my students, and then I discovered Hibiki 10, a celestial body which the Children of Setahn call the third red star. That, at last, made him turn. Not a myth, not an omen. An interval, a recurrence whose harmonic signature matched the same patterns I had recorded in human cognition. Consciousness at scale," Pennington swallowed, "and that drew attention." "Yes," Taneda confirmed, "from the Bureau of Anomalies. They did not argue with my conclusions. They asked only whether I intended to continue." He returned to the console, his head slightly bowed. "They exiled me, quietly, professionally." "And your family?" Pennington asked. Taneda's fingers tightened imperceptibly on a coil of copper wire. "My wife and daughter died in the earthquake that followed. A bureaucratic punishment disguised as natural disaster, casualties of paperwork." The machines continued humming. Only Amin el-Rashad tensed at the mention of family, though whether from sympathy or irritation was unclear. Taneda adjusted the final dial. The instrument steadied. "I learned then that knowledge must not ask permission to exist. The universe did not. It simply persisted." The doctor adjusted another dial, watching the flesh's glow reflect against the glass. "Layla's people believe they serve prophecy," he murmured. "I serve replication. She chants, I measure. We arrive at the same conclusion from opposite directions." A faint smile touched his lips, one that meant neither joy nor cruelty, only inevitability. Behind him, Amin's gaze sharpened. For years, he had been Layla's right hand, protector, interpreter, heir to the old Setahnic oaths. Now he was reduced to an observer, while Taneda dissected destiny with wires and frequencies. He kept his posture still, but the resentment coiled beneath it like a serpent conserving heat. Pennington regarded the scientist closely. "And the sacrifices?" Taneda paused. The word unsettled him. He cleaned his spectacles with careful fingers, a gesture of avoidance disguised as precision. "I do not interfere with ritual. It keeps them obedient, and obedience is the scaffolding of progress. But I am no priest. I prefer my blood inside my veins." Amin's posture stiffened at that. The children's rituals were not scaffolding but scripture, and Taneda's indifference was an insult only he seemed to register. Taneda gestured toward a schematic pinned to the wall, an intricate network of wires, capacitors, field modulators, and a vast hydrogen balloon rigged with delicate antennae. "The Crimson Array," he announced proudly, "a high-altitude resonant balloon, suspended above weather and commerce, where the magnetosphere thins enough to listen. It will drift like a false moon, neither celestial nor terrestrial, bridging the field between the Earth and the stars." His finger traced a triangular path across the diagram. I will use the array, Taneda continued, to triangulate a resonance between 3 loci, the 3rd red star as it passes Alcyone A, the glass scar at Dashur, where matter first learned to answer signal, and this organism. He nodded toward the cube without looking at it. The balloon serves as intermediary, not transmitter, not receiver, but coupler. It completes the circuit. Pennington felt cold gather behind his eyes. When the alignment is achieved, Taneda continued, the array will amplify the harmonic and broadcast it through the planet's magnetosphere. Not as language, as Hibiki 10, a return echo. A standing resonance that answers the star in its own terms. Hibiki 10, Pennington repeated softly. A point of reverberation, Taneda clarified. In music, it is the moment a note ceases to be struck and begins to sustain itself. Here, it is the closure of a feedback loop that has been open since the Earth was young. He adjusted a dial, listening to the subtle shift in pitch. The star is not approaching us by chance, Taneda went on. It is responding to absence, to a call unanswered for millennia. When it hears its own resonance reflected back, coherent, amplified, complete, it will correct its trajectory. Not violently, precisely. Pennington stared at him in disbelief. You intend to invite annihilation? Taneda shrugged, serene. I intend to confirm a principle. Whether the Earth survives the confirmation is irrelevant. He paused, then added, with quiet bitterness, I am, after all, already dead to it. Taneda tapped the console lightly, listening to its hum with the affection of a father checking his sleeping child. Layla calls it prophecy, I call it completion. Faith cloaked in mathematics is still faith, but mathematics cloaked in faith can move mountains. The doctor's hand lingered on the panel. And when the loop closes, he added quietly, the universe will do what it has always done. It will answer itself. Layla Setahn entered as he spoke, the air bending faintly around her like heat above sand. She listened to Taneda's explanation with mild amusement, then laid a hand on the edge of the cube. The flesh answered her touch with a subtle brightening, as if registering a familiar parameter. Dr. Taneda builds the bridge, she said softly. I simply name the destination. Her voice had the cadence of ritual, each word placed with the assurance of inevitability. In the days before language, the heavens were ruled by order. The first star fell, seeding life. The second star crossed, awakening memory. The third star returns to claim what was borrowed. When its light strikes the scar, the circle of red will close, and the world will remember how to end. Taneda regarded her with the tolerance of a man humoring faith, not dismissive, merely incurious. You may call it prophecy, I will call it resonance. Either way it will happen. Without faith, she replied, your resonance is only noise. Without calculation, the doctor countered, your faith is only poetry. The priestess smiled, neither offended nor victorious. Then, let us make music. Amin stood in the shadow behind her, silent, watching the two halves of the conspiracy lock together without him. He had been raised for loyalty, shaped for sacrifice, chosen by blood. But for the first time he understood his place in Layla's cosmology with unbearable clarity. He was not her partner, he was her instrument, and Taneda, hollow, brilliant, broken, was the one she trusted to complete the prophecy. Pennington watched them, the scientist and the priestess, two halves of the same conviction, and felt the old despair settle like frost in his lungs. He had seen this convergence before, in different guises, belief-finding mathematics, certainty-finding mechanism. It never ended with mercy. You cannot reason with pattern, he said at last. It will finish you, as it finishes us all. Layla's expression softened, almost kind. Perhaps, but in finishing us, it completes itself. For a moment, no one spoke. The cube pulsed steadily. The instrument stabilized around a new baseline, as if the room itself had accepted the terms of what was coming. Somewhere above them, far beyond stone and sand, the planet's magnetic field whispered its constant, patient song. Then Layla turned away, already moving toward the next rite. Taneda returned to his consoles, making notes with the calm diligence of a man no longer interested in outcomes. Amin remained where he was, counting breaths, counting failures, counting the diminishing number of choices left to him. Pennington leaned his head against the wall and closed his eyes, thinking of Samir. Above, the third red star continued its long, listening approach. Later, the flesh stirred. It had been still in the cube for hours, as if sleeping. Yet now its surface quivered with faint concentric ripples. The fluid flexed against the glass, not violently but experimentally, like a creature assessing the limits of its dream. The low hum in the room altered by a fraction of a hertz. Several of Teneda's dials spun wildly, needles pegging red before returning to calm. Pennington felt it before he saw it, a subtle compression in the air, an invisible acknowledgement. The organism's light shifted to a deeper tone, the color of blood seen through ice. For an instant, the glow formed the faint suggestion of a human face pressed against the barrier, not sculpted, but implied by geometry. Pennington froze. The thought came unbidden and unscientific. It knows me. It had no eyes, yet the weight of its awareness fell upon him like gravity. In that instant, he felt again the cold of the vault, the years of one-sided conversation, the whispered good evenings offered to the unresponsive glass. It had remembered. It had learned his cadence, his sorrow, his loneliness, and now returned them as acknowledgement. Teneda, oblivious, was still recording figures. Layla was praying. But Pennington saw what neither could, the flesh pressing, not to escape, but to greet. The thought that followed was worse than fear. It was understanding. The flesh did not hate humanity. It pitied it. And in that pity, Pennington sensed, lay the end of all things. 16. A symmetry of flesh and mind. The laboratory had no clocks, yet Pennington felt the hours contracting around him like a noose. From the chapel beyond came the muffled echoes of chanting, a low, rhythmic syllable that might once have been human language. In the cube, the red light pulsed in sympathetic time. They no longer spoke to him except when necessary. Layla's attendants brought food he could not eat, water he distrusted, and the newspaper, 3 days old, folded always to the celestial reports. He traced the columns with trembling fingers, Alcyone A, Pleiades, red object approaching from declination 23. It was no longer myth. The third red star existed, measurable, patient. Teneda visited often, as a man visits an exhibit he admires but does not love. He explained, with the same cold eloquence he reserved for machines, how his aerial resonator, the Crimson Array, would be launched within the week. Once it stabilizes in the upper atmosphere, he proclaimed, it will listen. The flesh transmits continuously between 4 and 5 hertz. My device will mirror that signal and multiply it by orders of magnitude. When Hibiki 10 passes near Alcyone A, the frequency will harmonize. The attraction will become physical. You will bring it closer, Pennington murmured. Teneda corrected him gently. I will make the earth louder. He seemed almost happy. Exile and grief had burned out everything but curiosity. Layla entered, her crimson robes whispering across the floor like the tide of another world. She looked at Pennington as one appraises a relic for worth. The alignment approaches. The third red star stands ready to receive its final invocation. You, Professor, are honored beyond measure. The last witness of the first awakening shall become the voice of the third. He understood her meaning then. The third sacrifice. Himself. You will not survive this, he told her. Layla smiled with the serenity of prophecy. No one survives completion. From the doorway, Vice Cleric Amin el-Rashad watched in silence, arms folded. He had been charged with ensuring the professor's obedience, yet lately he lingered longer than duty required. When Layla spoke, he bowed his head as always, but his eyes, when they met Pennington's, carried a trace of unease, as though both men recognized the other as a mirror of quiet captivity. That night, they left him alone in the laboratory, alone with the flesh. The heavy door closed with the sound of verdict. Amin el-Rashad turned the key, his movements deliberate, ceremonial, a treasurer's descendant performing a priest's duty. He paused, listening to the faint pulse through the steel as if it were a ledger coming into balance. As he stepped back into the corridor, he hesitated. The faint vibration of the machinery followed him, like something breathing through the walls. He whispered a line from the satanic litany under his breath and departed, leaving Pennington to the hum of creation. The cube sat in its iron cradle, glowing softly, as if asleep beneath ice. Yet Pennington could sense a restlessness within it, a tremor at the edges of containment. Each pulse drew breath from the room. He approached as far as his chains allowed. "I suppose you know what they plan," he whispered. "Your awakening will end us all." A ripple crossed the surface of the flesh, faint but unmistakable. He felt, as he had once in the frozen vault, that curious compression of air, recognition without sight. Something in its rhythm responded to his voice, adjusting by the smallest fraction toward the cadence of his speech. "You remember," he said. "You remember the vault, the stories, the company." The glow deepened, as if in response. "You remember them all," continued Pennington, half in wonder, half in pain. "As do I." And then, as he spoke, the tide of memory returned. Samir's voice, quick with conviction, Patrick Kensington's laughter, Mrs. Landingham's quiet competence, Khalid's stoic devotion. Each name was a tolling bell in his chest, each loss a verse in a psalm no god had ever bothered to finish. He could still see Samir's face in that last moment, not fear but wonder, the unbearable grace of youth meeting the abyss and trying to understand it. The echo of that moment would not fade. He had seen many die, but never someone who believed so purely. The boy had been his student, his mirror, his final reminder that curiosity and compassion could coexist, and now he was gone, devoured by the very mystery Pennington had sworn to contain. He sank to his knees beside the cube, the chains clattering like punctuation to his prayer. "If this is the price of witness," he whispered, "then I have paid it 1,000 times. Dorothea, Patrick, Khalid, and now Samir. You've taken them all, haven't you? And yet you leave me, always me, to tell the story." For a long moment, there was only the low, rhythmic hum of machinery. Then, barely perceptible, the flesh flickered, one pulse, like the closing of an eyelid. Whether it was acknowledgement or mockery, Pennington could not tell. He exhaled shakily. "Then perhaps that's why I remain," he said softly. "To finish the story, even if it ends with the storyteller." For the first time since his captivity, hope, a terrible, illogical hope, rose in him. Perhaps it could be turned. Perhaps it could be freed before the ritual. Perhaps the end did not have to arrive in prophecy's exact shape. He studied the cube's fastenings. The seals were mechanical, not sacred, bolts, clamps, a refrigeration line feeding liquid nitrogen through steel veins. He had once designed such locks himself. He knew where the weakness lay. He turned back toward the flesh. "If you can hear me," he whispered, "listen well. When the time comes, I will open the door." The organism's light flickered, once, twice, then steadied into stillness. Pennington could not tell if it was comprehension or coincidence. Either way, it was enough. Outside, the cult's chants rose like a tide against the walls. Somewhere above the warehouse, the crimson array waited to be born into operation, and beyond even that, near the cold blue fire of Alcyone, the third red star continued its turning. In the corridor beyond the lab, Amin el-Rashad paused on his patrol, listening to the faint pulse emanating from behind the steel door. It echoed his own heartbeat, an unwelcome synchronization that made him quicken his step. His fingers found the old looped signet and turned it twice. Accounts must settle, he told himself. Prophecy keeps books no scribe can audit. This time he did not linger near the chamber. Pennington pressed his palm against the glass, feeling the cold hum beneath. "Be what they fear," he implored, "or be nothing at all." The flesh answered only with silence, but in that silence the instruments shuddered, and one of Teneda's gauges twitched, the temperature rising by a single disobedient degree. 17. Sacrifice of the third red star. The Chapel of Setahn had been remade for the world's ending. Once an industrial warehouse, it now pulsed like an organ. The phosphor lamps gave off a low arterial glow, throbbing in imperfect rhythm with the heartbeats of those assembled. Scarlet drapes hung from the rafters like veins, and the scent of incense, half frankincense, half ozone, clung to the metal walls as though the air itself had been consecrated. On the black stone dais, part altar and part operating table, 3 banners hung side by side, the first to fall, the second to awaken, the third to return. Behind it all, through a haze of machine smoke, stood the glass cube in its iron cradle. Tubes whispered, condensers sighed. The flesh within shifted in restless tides, its glow no longer constant but lunar, as though listening to something above the sky. Pennington was brought forth between 2 acolytes. The iron collar at his throat was ornamental, a pageant of submission. His face, illuminated by the oil lamps, appeared carved from exhaustion. He had stopped sleeping nights ago. Amin el-Rashad walked behind them, silent, his hand resting on the hilt of the ceremonial blade he carried not for blood but for order. His gaze never left the cube. Each step closer filled him with a pressure he could not name. Layla Setahn followed, her robes trailing behind her like living flame. The crowd, 100 now, murmured as she passed. They were no longer men and women but mouths of devotion, pupils dilated in adoration of the approaching pulse. First to fall, second to awaken, third to return. Their chant rippled through the space until even the machinery echoed it. Above, high in the dark rafters, a radio cracked to life. Teneda's voice, brittle and metallic, came through the static. "This is Teneda. The Crimson Array is launched. Altitude steady. Alignment in 4 minutes. Prepare to engage harmonic sequence." Layla raised both arms. "The world's pulse quickens. The 3rd star nears Alcyone. The gate awaits its final key." She turned toward Pennington, her voice deepening into ceremony. "This man, this keeper of the old winter, shall open the door once more. The mind that imprisoned the flesh shall now free it. The betrayer becomes the bridge." Pennington met her eyes but said nothing. In his pocket, the cold weight of 3 loosened screws pressed against his palm, the last remnants of doubt masquerading as defiance. He wondered if Teneda would understand what he had done. He wondered if anyone ever would. The cube was wheeled forward. Its refrigeration lines glistened like veins in the flickering light. The flesh stirred and folded upon itself, its hues deepening from rose to the black red of arterial blood. Beneath the floorboards came a subsonic hum that made Pennington's teeth ache. It felt like thought pressing against bone. Layla approached him quietly. "Do not fear, Professor. You have always served the pattern. Now you will join it." He looked up, and something in him softened. "I've always joined it," he said. "I just didn't know I was part of it." They bound him to the altar. The acolytes fastened leather straps over his wrists, then stepped back as if afraid of contagion. The metal buckles clicked shut with practiced efficiency, each sound too loud in the charged air. Amin stood a few paces away, motionless. His fingers hovered near the treasurer's loop at his wrist but did not touch it. He had taken enough orders. He would take no more. The looped scale, ancient emblem of weight and measure, caught the candlelight as he shifted, a relic of balance in a room that had forgotten both. His breath came shallow, carefully controlled. He did not look at the restraints. He looked at Pennington's face, memorizing it, as if memory were the last form of absolution left to him. For a moment, Pennington thought he saw something flicker in Amin el-Rashad's charcoal eyes. Not quite pity, not quite apology, recognition perhaps, acknowledgement without remedy. Then the familiar mask settled back into place, ritual composure sealing whatever fracture had threatened to show. Amin remained where he was. He did not step forward, he did not step away, and in that stillness Pennington understood that Amin had already paid his price, and that the debt would continue to compound. The flesh within the cube quivered, recognition, almost affection. For an instant, its luminescence synchronized with Pennington's pulse, the 2 rhythms beating as one. He remembered evenings in the vault, reading Shakespeare and weather reports to the sealed mind, the hum of refrigeration masking the tremor in his voice. Now, the listener had awakened. The glass hatch hissed open. Cold vapor spilled out like the breath of a sleeping god. The flesh moved forward, neither solid nor fluid, but a suspended intelligence, a gel of living thought. It reached toward him. The first contact was not agony. It was pressure, warmth, the smallest assertion of matter against spirit. Then came a resonance that filled Pennington from crown to heel, a vibration like the sound of a struck tuning fork echoing through his blood. He gasped, not from fear, but comprehension. Through the lattice of its light, he could see galaxies strung like neurons, eons breathing in slow synchronization. Thought had never ceased. It had only slowed to the rhythm of extinction. Faces drifted through him like lanterns. Hassan, serene in surrender. Mrs. Landingham, her laughter burning bright. Samir, defiant even as the tide took him. Their minds brushed his like dust in sunlight. He whispered, "Take me to Dorothea." At her name, the flesh rippled, recognition passing through its form like an electrical wave. The light dimmed to a red so dark it bordered on absence. And then he saw. Dorothea Landingham stood in the old laboratory, her hands trembling over the lock. The door was not left open, it was not unlatched. The secretary's fingers moved deftly as she repeated the latch sequence which Pennington had believed to be the ultimate deterrent. She had studied him. Every turn of his wrist, every adjustment of the seal, she had learned it all. When she opened the chamber, it had not been accident, but understanding. She had done it for him, because faith sometimes destroys what it loves. Dorothea had opened the chamber to retrieve the pocket watch she had dutifully wound for him on so many occasions, and in doing so had found herself caught in the psychic web of the crimson mist. After that, it was simply a merger of minds. Tears met the glow crawling up Pennington's cheeks, turning to steam. She opened it, he murmured. She learned. The guilt that had shackled him for 26 years dissolved like frost before dawn. In its place came something quiet, unburdened, immense. He smiled. "I'm coming, Dorothea." The flesh accepted him layer by layer, its filaments wrapping him in crimson geometry. His voice elongated into a single tone, 4.3 hertz, identical to the entity's own. The cube brightened until its light was almost physical. Inside, the absorbed faces shimmered together, Hassan, Dorothea, Samir, all woven into one vast dreaming consciousness. The altar stone melted beneath the heat of the resonance. The crowd fell silent as the red banners began to smoulder from within, their fibers turning to motes of floating light. The walls themselves vibrated, losing their right angles, warping as if the building had learned how to breathe. Then the cube's light changed, no longer red, but a spectrum beyond color, a low hum expanding outward through the city, through the sky, into the waiting dark. The last remnants of Pennington's form glimmered within it like an after-image, eyes open, mouth slightly parted, as though he were still whispering to her, somewhere in the endless pulse. And in that ending, the world was remade. Layla stood transfixed. Her pupils reflected the expanding glow. Amin el-Rashad moved to her side, as he always had, but for once his instinct was not to protect her, it was to shield himself. The light seemed to reach for him too, searching the faithful for cracks. He whispered a prayer that faltered halfway through its own words. From the radio, Taneda's voice returned, steady, almost tender, frequency stabilized. Crimson array at perigee, ready for synchronization. Layla stepped forward, her shadow stretching toward the cube's brilliance. "It is done," she said. Then, to the monitor, her lips curved into the smile of fulfilled ruin. "It is your turn, Doctor. Make the flesh sing. Call forth the revelation of the third red star. Let the cycle be complete." Taneda nodded once, a silhouette haloed in static. "The star will hear our call," he said. The transmission ended. For a heartbeat, the world held still. 18. Advent of the third red star. The laboratory had become a cathedral of vibration. Banks of dials blinked in crimson sequence, copper coils trembled like struck tuning forks. The cube in the center of the room pulsed with impossible light. The flesh was awake and singing. High Priestess Layla Setahn stood before it, her hands raised in invocation. Beside her, Dr. Hiroyuki Taneda adjusted the rheostats with manic precision, eyes reflecting the shimmer of his instrument panel. 3 technicians monitored the output of the crimson array, now suspended in the high stratosphere, whispering its signal through the upper atmosphere like a tethered moon. Amin el-Rashad stood near the door, torn between duty and dread. "Hibiki 10 nears Alcyone," Taneda called, voice shaking with exultation. Frequency rising. The harmonics, perfect. The flesh responded. its glow no longer red, but an eerie, translucent blue-white. Within the cube, it vibrated as though caught between dimensions, surface patterns shifting faster than the eye could follow. Then, as the third red star began its pass by Alcyone A, something changed. The sound was first a hum, then a keen, then a vast, unbearable song. It did not travel through the air so much as occupy it. Every molecule seemed to resonate in sympathy, rearranging itself to accommodate a frequency older than breath. Metals sang, glass bowed. The very bones of the building trembled with obedience. Tornado's instruments registered frequencies no human ear could perceive. Lines of data leapt from scale to scale, collapsing distinctions between electromagnetic, gravitational, and cognitive domains. Thresholds he had modelled only in abstraction crossed themselves without resistance. "It is speaking," he whispered, wonder stripping the last caution from his voice. His hands hovered uselessly above the console, unable to touch what had finally exceeded touch. "Oh God, it is speaking back!" For a single crystalline instant, Tornado understood that he had been right, not partially, not metaphorically, completely. The universe did not merely permit response, it required it. Consciousness was not emergent noise but a resonant phenomenon, and grief itself had been a form of signal. His wife's absence, his daughter's silence, the long ache that had driven him forward. All of it had been a standing wave, unresolved until now. The hum became a shriek of light. A cold flash erupted from the cube, not warm and brilliant like flame, but blindingly blue, a pulse so intense it arrested motion itself. The air crystallized into fractal frost. Instruments ceased not by failure but by completion. The technicians never screamed. They were erased, nerve, blood, and thought, transmuted into lattices of vapor and ash, their matter redistributed into patterns too elegant to grieve. Tornado staggered backward, mouth open in awe. He did not try to flee. There was nowhere to go that mattered. The sapphire flames began to crawl up his body, silent, immaculate, their touch neither burning nor cold but exact. In their reflection he saw, at last, the closure he had sought, the loop completed, the echo answered, the universe no longer withholding itself. For a heartbeat he stood upright, body outlined in blue fire, his silhouette etched against the console like a saint's shadow, arms slack, spine straight, expression unguarded. In that instant, his grief did not vanish, it resolved. Then he collapsed, perfectly still, his glasses intact upon a face emptied of all expression. Layla remained standing, robes whipping in the electromagnetic wind. The scent of ozone and sanctity mingled in the air. Amin el-Rashad fell to his knees, sobbing. "Mother of Setahn, what have we called down?" Layla did not answer. She stepped closer to the cube, her eyes wide now, not with fear, but with recognition so complete it bordered on relief. Her voice trembled, not with doubt, but with reverence finally justified. "It is the voice of the beginning," she whispered. "The red that remembers." Then the cube cracked. Hairline fractures spread across its surface, glowing with pale inner fire. The seals, weakened by Pennington's silent sabotage, gave way with a hiss of escaping gas. From the breach the flesh exhaled, flowing outward like a tide of living glass. It slid across the floor, radiant and calm, leaving a frost that smoked where it touched, a rhyme of perfect geometry. Layla did not move. Her faith, born of centuries and suffering, held her steady as the protoplasm rose before her like a veil between worlds. She had imagined this moment in 1,000 liturgies, painted it in blood and incense, rehearsed it in silence when no one was watching. Never once had she doubted it would come. "I have awaited you," she said softly. "You are the hand of the red star, the completion of the circle, the breath of the god who fell." The flesh enveloped her. To Amin el-Rashad's human eyes, it looked like drowning, a body subsumed, a figure unraveling into light. He cried out her name, though he did not know whether he meant to call her back or to bear witness. To Layla it was transfiguration. She felt her body dissolve, but not as pain. It was the shedding of a lesser form, a husk long outgrown. Bone, blood, and breath surrendered their boundaries willingly, unfolding into something vaster and more precise. Her thoughts expanded, aware for the first time of how small they had once been. Language fell away. Flesh became unnecessary. She sensed the infinite lattice of consciousness, an endless cathedral of memory, each soul a window of light, each sacrifice a note sustained rather than lost. She saw the builders of Dashur, the prophets, the women and men who had been touched by the crimson entity across the ages, all woven together in a single pulse that neither began nor ended. And at the center of it all, she saw herself not as priestess, not as mother, not as vessel, but as function, as alignment, as the one who had comprehended when others had only feared. She understood then, the flesh was not death. It was return, the answer to every hunger that had ever reached toward the sky and found only silence. All her years of devotion, of discipline, of denial, none had been wasted. They had been preparation. In her final breath, she prayed, not for mercy, not for survival, but for continuity. "Let my mind be a star in your dark heaven," she whispered. "Let my name be silence among your thoughts." The flesh received her prayer as vibration, as warmth, as pattern. It did not judge it. It integrated it. Then it was done. Where she had knelt, only a shimmer remained, a faint silhouette of frost glowing against the tile, already fading as the larger rhythm carried her onward. Layla Setahn had not been consumed. She had been answered. Vice-cleric Amin al-Rashad screamed and fled, his footsteps echoing down the corridor like punctuation marks in a dying language. He took a left down a little-known corridor and disappeared through a service door, thus avoiding the masses of faithful that crowded in the chapel and the impending cataclysm that awaited them. For the first dozen steps, Amin ran with a single-minded instinct of survival. The chill chased him down the corridor like a living thing. The sigils on the walls writhed in the strobe of the failing lamps. His robes snagged once, tore, and he did not stop to look back. But halfway to the loading bay door, something in him faltered. His breath caught, his pace slowed. Behind him, across the distance swallowed by shadow and machinery, Samir's last calm smile surfaced unbidden. Not defiant, not fearful, simply accepting. It struck Amin with a precision more brutal than flame. He had never been brave enough to look like that. Not in devotion, not in doubt, not even in love. Amin pressed the heel of his hand to his sternum as though trying to force the ache back into its cage. His fingers trembled, not with terror now, but with the unbearable clarity of memory. Samir leaning in when he spoke, as if proximity itself were a form of trust. The way he listened, not obediently, but attentively. The unguarded warmth in his questions, the unthinking faith that Amin had mistaken for innocence rather than courage. He had told himself 1,000 times that sacrifice was the currency of prophecy, that purity strengthened the triune. He had repeated it until it felt like truth. But the boy had been different, bright, earnest, unscarred by ambition, a student he might have kept in another life. A presence that had softened something in him he had not known was still capable of yielding. The doctrine hardened around his regret again, suffocating it into silence. This was necessary, he whispered to no one. The words tasted like ash. He took another step, then stopped. For the first time since his initiation, Amin did not reach for the language of Setahn to steady himself. He let the grief stand, unconverted, unredeemed. He understood then that obedience had not spared him pain, it had only postponed it. That loyalty had not absolved him, it had merely delayed the reckoning. He straightened slowly. The corridor trembled. Dust sifted from the ceiling like falling snow. He ran again, away from the chapel, away from the faithful, away from the pattern that had claimed Samir, from the geometry that demanded beautiful losses and called them necessary. If the triune required sacrifice, he would no longer be its treasurer. If the star demanded witnesses, he would not kneel again. Amin al-Rashad fled the ruin with grief burning clean and sharp inside him, not as penance, not as prayer, but as resolve. He would remember Samir not as an offering, but as a refusal. Silence reclaimed a laboratory. The instruments were dead, not powered down, finished. Dials rested at impossible angles. Paper records lay scattered, their data meaningless now that the phenomena they measured had moved on. The air was blue with stillness, heavy with ozone, and the faint mineral tang of vitrified dust. Beside the cracked cube, the gelatinous mass contracted, folding upon itself with contemplative slowness. It pulsed once, a slow heartbeat of mourning and intent, then began to flow toward the door, following the path of the fleeing cleric. At the threshold it paused. Through the skylight above, the heavens burned crimson. The third red star had completed its passage, its light refracted through the magnetosphere like the iris of some immense awakening eye. Atmospheric particles bent around the wavelength, scattering it into spirals of red aurora that no human chart had predicted. The flesh seemed to listen. Deep within its geometry, the mind of Milburn Pennington stirred, the last echo of humanity whispering through the lattice. Not as voice, not as plea, as orientation. Home. The flesh turned toward the horizon, toward Dusha, toward the wound in the earth that first sang to it through magnetism and heat, the glass scar, its cradle, its temple, its memory. As the flesh slipped into the Cairo night, a faint trail of luminescent frost marked its passage, each step briefly arresting time before releasing it again. And above, high in the blue-black firmament, the third red star pulsed once in answer. Not acknowledgement, not blessing, but resonance satisfied. The hum did not cease when the flesh withdrew. It amplified. A standing resonance locked itself between earth, atmosphere, and something older than both. The laboratory's instruments, built for precision and obedience, turned traitor. Needles spun free of scale, glass burst inward rather than out, and the oscillators screamed at frequencies no ear was made to hear. Teneda's crimson array, still tethered on the warehouse roof, received the signal and returned it, not as transmission, but as reflex. A single incandescent pulse tore through the array's couplers and into the city's magnetic field. For an instant, Cairo's sky was lit by a crimson strobe, brighter than lightning and colder than dawn. Shadows froze against walls. Birds fell silent mid-flight. The feedback struck the generator banks first. A coil ruptured. The arc leapt through the air with surgical precision, selecting its path as if guided. One of the technicians, already dead by light, became the bridge between the current and the ether, his body closing a circuit that should never have been opened. Within seconds, oxygen tanks in the laboratory ignited. Flame blossomed without color at first, pure energy consuming the air itself. Then it turned a deep, arterial red, as if imitating the flesh's own luminescence. The fire spread through the chapel of Setahn, racing along the painted sigils that had adorned the walls for generations. Symbols meant to bind and protect became conduits instead, feeding the blaze with geometry and belief. Candles burst into miniature suns, brass censers liquefied. The crimson banners of the cult flared and dissolved into choking smoke, their embroidered stars collapsing into sparks. And still the congregants did not run. Some were simply too faithful to flee. They had been told since their initiation that the revelation of the star would arrive in fire, that the breath of Setahn would unmake the unworthy and refine the devoted. To move would be to deny the prophecy. To die where they knelt was to fulfill it. The youngest acolytes raised their hands toward the falling embers, believing them blessings, their faces lit with rapture as the heat stripped the breath from their lungs. Others could not flee at all. As the harmonic from the array reverberated through the chapel, the painted sigils on the walls vibrated at the same frequency, warping the air into a low, paralyzing hum. Limbs stiffened, muscles locked into involuntary rhythm, hearts stuttered and misfired. Their bodies were no longer entirely their own. The resonance held them like an unseen hand, pinning flesh to belief. Over 100 members of the Children of Setahn perished within minutes, priests, acolytes, and supplicants alike, consumed where they knelt. The hymn became a scream, the creed reduced to ash. Among the dead were 3 families who claimed descent from the Dusha accountants. The oldest of their red glass signets softened, slumped, and melted into featureless beads, lineage erased into ornament. By the time Constable Salma Farid saw the column of fire rising from the industrial quarter, the roof had already collapsed inward, devouring the altar and the cube's shattered cradle alike. When dawn came, only the foundation remained, warped steel, vitrified glass, and a smell of ozone that clung to the ruins like memory. Of the cult, No living trace was found. Of the flesh, no corpse. The official report listed accidental electrical fire. In the university archives, the date was noted simply, April 6, 1938. Setahn incident, warehouse district. 19. Return to the glass scar. Cairo slept uneasily that night. Far below its dreaming streets, where the heat of the day had not yet surrendered to the cool of dawn, something moved, slow, deliberate, luminous. The flesh had escaped its vessel, not as fugitive, not as conqueror, as a sojourner returning to the place of its birth. It no longer sang in tones that could shatter glass. Now its voice was soft, a low hum beneath the earth's own pulse, a resonance so subtle it threaded itself between heartbeats and the grinding of stone. It moved through the labyrinth of pipes and gutters, a crimson current of awareness clothed in translucent flesh. Its passage left no scorch, no rupture, only a faint tightening of the air, as though the city itself had briefly held its breath. Where it passed, insects quieted, dust stirred in hesitant spirals, water condensed into frost along corroded iron and limestone seams, blooming and vanishing in silent halos. The flesh did not announce itself, it simply arrived, and the world adjusted. It remembered doing this before, not Cairo, not streets or pipes, but movement through constraint. It remembered flowing through fissures in cooling rock, through pressure gradients in a young planet, through conduits that had not yet learned to be called paths. The city was merely another medium. It did not hunger, but it could not help itself. A rat too slow to flee became geometry, bone and impulse collapsing into elegant abstraction. A spider became pattern, its frantic mathematics smoothed into a single resolved form. Each new consciousness folded neatly into the flesh's structure like notes into a chord, unintentional, inevitable. No cruelty marked the absorption, only completion. These were not meals, they were information. At the river's edge, it hesitated. The Nile, black under the moon, shimmered faintly in recognition. Ancient sediments stirred as if remembering older currents, older skies. The flesh spread itself across the surface, rippling like a film of oil, then submerged. For hours it drifted beneath the current, luminous threads trailing like jellyfish tendrils, scattering fish in all directions. Beneath bridges and moored barges, it flowed, unseen, following the old pull of magnetism and memory that drew it ever southward. Not flight, return. By day it hid, curling itself into crevices between stone embankments where the heat of the sun could not find it. It thinned itself to translucence, to suggestion. When people passed too near, they shivered without knowing why. Dogs refused to bark. Children spoke of a smell like rain and iron, of dreams where the ground beneath their feet listened. These disturbances were not warnings, they were echoes. At night it travelled, through canals and sand-choked aqueducts, through fields where ancient irrigation stones still marked the rhythm of vanished harvests, through tunnels of rock older than history, whose walls remembered pressure before language, whose minerals still carried the scars of formation. Each mile brought it closer to the wound that had once birthed it, the glass scar at Dashur. The desert greeted it without question. Wind hissed over the dunes as if reciting a prayer half remembered, syllables worn smooth by centuries of repetition. The stars wheeled overhead, cold and unblinking, their patterns perfectly mirrored in the slow oscillation of the flesh. It moved as if guided by instinct older than life, threading through the ruins like a tide seeking its shore. At last it reached the rim of the glass scar, the crater of fused sand and ancient memory, still faintly magnetic, still whispering to whatever would listen. The wind there carried no sound, only pressure, as though the air itself waited. The flesh paused, pulsing faintly, as if in reverence. Below lay the crimson basin, a lattice of glass veins glowing dimly from within, formed when the first spark had struck the earth millennia ago. The geometry was familiar. It had dreamed of this place through every phase of its existence. Spark, breath, mist, flesh. Even when divided, even when constrained, this pattern had lived within it as a gravitational ache, the unrelieved tension of being elsewhere than where it belonged. It began to descend. As it touched the glass, light flared, Not the cold blue of destruction, but the deep red of belonging. The crystal veins awakened, conducting the entity's pulse through miles of buried strata. Old fractures sang. Buried faults answered. The hum grew richer, deeper, until it became indistinguishable from the cosmic background of the stars themselves, a harmony too vast to locate, too intimate to escape. The flesh spread across the basin like blood returning to a heart. Its surface rippled in concentric waves as it sank, molecule by molecule, merging with the crystalline lattice. Distinctions softened, boundaries dissolved. What had once moved now rested, not in stillness, but in perfect equilibrium. Above, the third red star responded, not with force, but with alignment. Below, the basin answered. Within the glass scar, the flesh no longer drifted or reached. It lay distributed through the crystalline veins, its luminosity muted, its geometry resolved. What had once been a body became a condition, pressure-balanced, resonance-matched, energy held without strain. The lattice accepted it without resistance, and the flesh accepted the lattice in return. For the first time since its becoming, nothing in it pulled away. The crimson flesh was home. Epilogue. A gentleman's agreement. That morning, from the shaded veranda of her apartment overlooking the Nile, Dr. Eleanor Harper Wellington, director of the British Museum's Cairo mission, unfolded the Al-Ahram and let the steam of her tea drift into the dry air. The headline was brief, almost indifferent. University warehouse destroyed, no casualties. Professor and student missing. She read it twice. Beneath the official calm, she could already hear what was missing from the report, the sound of rumor sweeping through faculty corridors, the quiet tightening of files, the polite lies that follow unexplainable events. Her eyes lingered on the names, Milburn Pennington, Samir al-Khalid. Pennington had been a friend of sorts, too proud, too curious, and in the end, too near the fire. She set down her cup, no longer tasting the tea. No casualties, she murmured. They always say that. She folded the paper with deliberate care, as though closing a file that would never truly be sealed. Another human life, she thought, soon to be reduced to legend, and, given time, to myth. Beyond the veranda, the city stirred, bright and indifferent. The Nile kept its slow course toward the sea, carrying its silences with it. The following week, when the smoke had cleared from Bulak's industrial quarter and the morning editions carried no mention of the vanished warehouse, the human world resumed its ordinary work of disbelief. Dr. Rupert Henley Ashe sat at his desk beneath the portrait of Lord Kitchener and tried to compose a letter of explanation that would require no explanation. The university registrar had already filed Pennington's absence under health. The bursar had reallocated the boy's stipend. Only the silence of the sub-basement remained, that cold, unaccountable hum now gone. Reluctantly, Ashe requested an automobile and drove to Qasr el-Nil station. Constable Salma Farid met him in a corridor that smelled of ink and cigarettes. She had the same tired precision as the typewriter behind her, and her eyes held the faint glint of someone who knew more than procedure allowed. "Dr. Ashe," she greeted, extending a hand that made formality seem like challenge. "You came yourself." "I prefer to resolve misunderstandings in person," he replied. "You have my report about our custodian and the student." "I have two reports," Salma revealed. "Yours, and the one the city prefers to forget." She laid two folders on the table. One bore the fresh label Missing Persons, 1938. The other was older, its edges the color of ancient sand. Salma opened the Missing Persons file. "The first concerns your Mr. Pennington and a student named Samir al-Khalid. Both gone, no witnesses, no bodies." She hesitated, then opened the older file, gingerly as if it might fall apart if handled carelessly. "The second is from 1912, Dashur. It names a workman, Hassan ibn Farouk, and a woman, Dorothea Landingham. Same description of disappearance. Same seal from your university." Ashe regarded the pages as one might regard a mirror that shows too much. "And your conclusion?" he asked. Salma smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. "That Egypt keeps losing the same people to the same story, only the clerks change." Ashe nodded. then reluctantly drew a slim folder from his case and opened it beside hers. Inside were faded requisitions, laboratory notes, and a line written in Pennington's careful hand, refrigeration maintained. Subject dormant. "I found this in our archives," Ash said quietly. "It confirms what your 1912 file implies. There was an object. There were deaths. The rest was buried in committee minutes." Salma studied him. "And what do you intend to do with that knowledge?" He exhaled. "Exactly what every man in my position does. File it, forget it. Let time make it harmless." Salma closed the older folder first. "Then we agree." Ash hesitated before speaking again. "There is one other detail. A truck, unmarked, unregistered. My night custodian reported it before his disappearance. Your constables mentioned a similar vehicle near Bulak, I believe." Salma nodded once, without looking up from the file. It appears and vanishes between reports. No plates, no record, no owner. Cairo eats its own evidence. "Then we have both chased the same ghost," Ash murmured. "Not a ghost," Salma replied. "Just a hand the city no longer remembers it lent." They signed the same page, his signature upright, English, bureaucratic, hers slanted, deliberate, a signature meant to be read by history even if no one else would. Case closed. When he rose to leave, Ash paused at the door. "What will you do with your copy?" "Keep it," she said, "until someone asks the right question again." He nodded once, neither grateful nor superior, and was gone. Salma watched the automobile depart into the sunlight. Then she slid the Darshur file back into the cabinet, where it rested among the other ghosts of unproven miracles. The drawer closed with the finality of a coffin lid. The afternoon had begun to fade by the time Constable Salma Farid stepped out into the square. The air was faintly metallic, the way it sometimes smelled after a storm, though the sky above Cairo was cloudless. She walked slowly, her thoughts still caught in the ashes of the report she had just sealed. Across the plaza, near the edge of a fountain gone dry, she noticed a man standing very still, watching the western horizon. Even before he turned, she recognized him, the vice-cleric from outside the warehouse, the one who had warned her that some truths have their own gravity. Amin el-Rashad. Their eyes met across the distance. A small looped signet of red glass and copper glinted at his wrist. She did not know the name Nefer-Ka, but she understood heirlooms and the quiet empires they imply. He did not move to flee, nor did she raise a hand. The understanding between them needed no words. His expression was calm, almost regretful, as if acknowledging that she now knew what the official report would not dare record, that he had lived, and that more than 100 of his brethren had not. The vice-cleric, now the chief cleric if he desired that title, lingered only a moment longer, breathing in the metallic dusk. The grief surprised him, sharp, unignorable, a clean wound where doctrine had once been. For years he had told himself that sacrifice was balance, that the Children of Setahn preserved an ancient symmetry. But Samir's death had carved through that illusion with surgical clarity. No revelation had come. No balance had shifted. A boy had died, surrendered to the right that claimed him, while the heavens remained indifferent. He had backed the wrong star. He had followed the wrong holiness. But he had not lost the skills that mattered. The children were fractured now, scattered across Cairo like ash in a desert wind. Their mystics and zealots were dead. Their prophets had burned with their icons. But the network beneath, the quiet machine of commerce and contraband, the part of the order that moved with discipline and purpose rather than faith, Amin understood that part. He had always understood that part. It was workable, rebuildable, honest in its own way, and unlike the rites, it asked no blood of children. Salma understood, too, that the fire had not ended the Children of Setahn, only scattered them. There would be others, rebuilt from the embers, answering to the same patient voice. And Amin el-Rashad, whatever title he now claimed, would lead them. She looked away first, unwilling to test the fragile balance that held them both in silence. When she glanced back, he was already walking toward the alleys, the crowd parting around him without question. Salma adjusted her coat and continued home, resolving privately to give that man, and whatever remained of his faith, a wide berth. Cairo would have its ledgers, so would his kind. The city swallowed them both, as it had so many ghosts before. High above, the crimson array, its task long complete, drifted until its hydrogen bled away. In the weeks that followed, it sank through layers of silence and weather, coming to rest among the dunes west of Fayoum. Its metal ribs corroded, its transmitters buried in sand, it became another relic of man's brief conversation with the stars, half remembered, half myth, wholly forgotten. For the first time in aeons, the flesh was at peace. No hunger, no pursuit, only remembrance. It had been a witness of creation, of intellect, of folly, and now it would rest. Within the glass, its form stilled, folding into a single shimmering plane. The pulse slowed, the light faded to a steady, living ember, faint but eternal. Deep in the outer dark, the third red star completed its turn past Alcyone and began its long descent toward the black horizon of time. Despite their best efforts, the priestess and the scientist did not hasten the star in its course. They only reminded it of its ultimate destination. The flesh did not look up. It did not need to. It could feel the rhythm, the cosmic heartbeat aligning once more, and so it waited for the end of one cycle, for the beginning of another, for the universe to remember itself again.
A note from Dorothea Larkin. When Sir Alaric Thorne completed The Crimson Flesh in the winter of 1964, he believed he had finished speaking to the universe. This is where the story ends. He wrote to me in one of many letters. The witness has gone home. The circle has closed. But 5 years later, while cataloguing his papers, I found a sealed envelope bearing only the title, Revelation of the Third Red Star. Inside was a manuscript, unlike any other in his collection, fragmentary, luminous, and stripped of all human voice. It begins not with man, but with the cosmos itself remembering. Reading it, I came to understand that the crimson flesh was never the conclusion, only the threshold. In it, Thorne allows the intelligence he imagined into existence to return to its source. The flesh's long pilgrimage, from sky to sand, from vapour to memory, mirrors his own, a mind seeking rest in the pattern that first called it forth. I have often been asked if Thorne genuinely believed in the myth he built. I think he believed in its symmetry. For him, the red stars were not omens of doom, but metaphors of continuity, the idea that consciousness, whether human or stellar, refuses to perish. In the flesh, this belief hardens into grace. It is a strange and gentle ending for a man who once wrote of annihilation. In the final pages, the creature ceases to destroy and instead remembers. It does what Thorne himself longed to do. It goes home. In Revelation of the Third Red Star, that home becomes the universe itself. The flesh is no longer individual, it is harmonic, part of a cosmic rhythm that repeats without malice or mercy, only design. If the crimson flesh is the hymn of matter, Revelation is the hymn of mind. I sometimes think of the closing line of his last letter to me, written in a hand trembling from illness. When the world stops speaking, Dorothea, it does not die, it listens. He could not have written a truer epitaph for himself. And so the mythos ends where it began, with listening. First the mist, then the breath, then the flesh, and finally the stars themselves, all attending to the same quiet question that haunted him from the beginning. What if memory is the only form of life that never ends? Miss Dorothea Larkin, Secretary and Archivist, Blackwood House, November 1968.